how that came in? It sounds like it was a unit that was. But yeah,
Mr. Newman, can you please remain muted until we call you to speak? Thank you.
Hello? Sir. Hello? Hello? Drop.
Good evening, everyone. The meeting will start momentarily. Please remember to keep yourself muted. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I believe Councilmember Shea is having a technical issue with her computer. Will you let me know when you have her signed in to the meeting?
Yes, Mayor. I'll let you know. You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Councilmember Erickson. Mayor, Councilmember Shine is joining the meeting now.
In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this city council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 988-2906-3215. Then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff have published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. And so if you're still having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call in at 323-848-3151 for assistance. With that, I will call the meeting to order, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Erickson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Here.
Mayor Horvath.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now I will proceed to the approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any changes or requests from staff regarding our agenda tonight?
No, Mayor, there are no requests from staff.
Okay, so I'll now look to my colleagues to see if we have any changes to the agenda. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 2D. And then in addition, if possible, I'll try to see what I could move to consent, and I'll speak slowly. I would like to move item 4C, which is the third-party delivery service fees item, to consent.
I don't see any objections.
And then I'll try one more, 5A for Plummer Park.
I don't see any objections to that either. Okay. Do we have any other additions, changes? Councilmember D'Amico.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't find which number it is. I guess here it is, 2J, the West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. Year-end, mid-year report. I would like to pull that from the consent calendar.
Okay. And for anyone who might be waiting with bated breath for this part of the meeting, I wonder if we can once again perhaps postpone the at-large appointments part of the commission and board appointments. I'm not prepared to make the appointments tonight. And we could talk more about that during the item if you want.
Mayor, just for edification, we didn't include the at-larges in that item, only the direct appointments. So we could discuss the
Nobody
public
should be.
safety.
They're just confusing us with their emails and calls about wanting to be reappointed. Very good. So with that, if there are no other changes, I'd entertain a motion on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
We have an agenda for this evening.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And now I will turn to adjournment motions. Do any of my colleagues have adjournment motions this evening? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very sad to have to adjourn in memory of Rob Madison. He's a former West Hollywood employee, started in 1992 and retired in 2015. Rob passed away yesterday. He had spent 23 years working in the city's parking division, and his kindness and compassion will be missed, and our deepest sympathy to his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
I would like to adjourn in honor of James Hightower, who was the person who raised Marquita Thomas, our newly minted planning commissioner and previous board member, and all around amazing West Hollywood resident. Marquita wrote about Mr. Hightower. Many of you know I lost my biological father about 5 years ago. Yesterday, I lost the man who raised me, she wrote, since I was 1.5 years old. James Hightower was a loving, kind man with a distinct voice and a hearty laugh. A retired truck driver, everyone called him by his handle, Blue Dragon, and he was loved by many, many people. She writes, my heart is broken and I will miss him forever. And Marquita, we're all very sorry about your loss. And that was compounded, I understand, by a further loss of your grandmother. And though I haven't spoken with Marquita, perhaps someone has and can adjourn in her name. If not, we can certainly do that at our next meeting. Thank you.
Yes, to add on to that, your request, Councilmember D'Amico, I'd also, we can also add an adjournment in memory of Barbara Bisserup, who was Marquita's grandmother. She was 84 years old. Are there any other adjournments? Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I would like to adjourn in honor of Floria Sarian, who is a former West Hollywood resident and mother of 21-year current West Hollywood resident, Lala Khanian. Flora passed last week on February 11th from ovarian cancer. She was born in Abadan, Iran in 1946. She loved to dance and was a winner of many beauty contests growing up. After being diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she fought very hard for 2 years. Flora joins her husband, Armin Khanian, her son Norban, and their beloved dog Asal, who happened to pass the day before she did. She leaves behind her 2 daughters, Lala and Nineli Khanian.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to adjourn in memory of 50 Bands. 50 Bands was a 21-year-old Black trans woman who was killed by gun violence. She is the 5th trans person of color killed right now and was murdered by her partner. And as we all know, the work that we do in this community is so critical. So I want to adjourn in her memory, please.
Of course. And I'd like to add to our adjournments tonight an adjournment in memory of Miguel Martinez, who worked in the kitchen at Jewish Family Services for over 30 years. He contributed greatly to SOVA and JFS nutrition programs, which serve our community. And he was a staple at the organization, working exceptionally hard every day. His leadership was inspiring to all who worked for him, and Miguel was also very fun to be around. He took great pride in the food that he made, and we extend our sincerest condolences to his family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Russ Thyrett, who was the former Warner Brothers Records chairman and CEO. He's a close friend of West Hollywood community member and Commissioner Jimmy Palmieri, and has been of service to our community in many ways. Over the course of his 30-year career with Warner Brothers Records, he was credited with signing Prince, Madonna, and other legendary musicians. He was a man of great instinct and heart, and supported the City X1 Thanksgiving event every year, as well as other services and programming for LGBTQ members in the West Hollywood community. And I believe Commissioner Thomas is currently in South Carolina with her family, and we extend, as Councilmember D'Amico said, our condolences to her and wish her safe travels in her return. And now I will turn to presentations this evening. First, I will turn it over to Councilmember Erickson for a presentation on Breaking Fast.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It is a great pleasure to present a proclamation to the individuals behind the new film Breaking Fast. I know us as council members got a call about this, an email about this from Eddie on our staff being filmed in the city, but the city of West Hollywood features very prominently in this film. And specifically, this is an issue very near and dear to my heart, as many people, I believe, know I have a PhD in religion. Some think it's women's studies, but it's religion. And specifically the disconnect between spirituality and sexuality. And this film is not only extremely powerful, but talks about the issues there within the Muslim community. So I'm really excited to present this proclamation. Whereas set against the twinkling lights of West Hollywood, Breaking Fast is a romantic comedy that follows Mo, a practicing Muslim still reeling from heartbreak, who meets Cal, an all-American guy during the month of Ramadan. And whereas the film, which features West Hollywood as a main character, follows the couple as they spend the evening strolling the streets of the city together, navigating life, love, loss, and connection. And whereas the film aims to be the first of its kind to feature a practicing Muslim character who is also gay and not dealing with those two things in conflict, but also in harmony. And whereas the feature film came out about from overwhelming positive response to a short film of the same name, which was screened at renowned film festivals such as Cannes, Inside Out, Newport, Boston, and many more. And whereas a Muslim film writer and director, Mike Muslim, rarely identified with Muslim characters portrayed in mainstream cinema, and decided to create a character and story that spoke to his real life experiences living in West Hollywood. And whereas Muslim's intention was to tell a story that spoke to the nuances of daily life and treated identity, religious, sexual, gender, and otherwise, as harmonious lenses by which individuals interact with the world. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes the entire team behind the film Breaking Fast and applauds the filmmakers for their many successes. I encourage everyone to go out there and rent it and watch it. It's amazing. And I believe we have someone, I think Mike is on, if I'm not mistaken, right, City Clerk?
Let me check our participant list and see if he's on, but he was provided the link for the meeting.
I'm here.
Great, go ahead and turn on your video.
I would love to. It's saying that I can't because the host has stopped it. I don't know if I did something wrong.
Oh, it's okay, I'll turn it on for you.
Hello. Thank you, Councilmember Erickson, for that incredible introduction, and to the entire West Hollywood City Council and Madam Mayor for this incredible recognition and honor. I am joined tonight by my fellow filmmakers and some of our cast and crew whose work on this film project just shines so brightly, and I have always been and continue to be so humbled to be in their company. When we set out to make this film, both the short version and then the feature-length version, we knew that West Hollywood would be more than a setting, but a living, breathing character like any other character in the film. So much so that we couldn't really have imagined making this film anywhere else. It's as much a story about WeHo as it is about anything else, and we couldn't be prouder of that fact. The city was incredibly film-friendly, which for an indie film like ours makes a huge impact. We couldn't have had this terrific West Hollywood experience that we have had so much help with without the help of the following people and locations. We are forever grateful for supporting this project and our work. A huge shout out to Eddie Robinson and the West Hollywood Film Office, the West Hollywood Park, Revolver, Foo Bar, Open Sesame, Yogurt Stop, and a special thank you to WeHo Block Party, which came to our rescue when filming the short version of this film so many years ago. And what is a full circle moment for all associated with Breaking Fast, on the wall behind me is in my office is the proclamation we were awarded for the short version of Breaking Fast. And we are so grateful to be able to hang this proclamation right next to it. We can't thank you enough. And here's to telling so many more diverse stories to come out of this wonderful, eclectic city. Thank you.
We'll get you this one.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your achievement, and thank you for sharing your talent with our community.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to make a presentation honoring V-Day. I believe we have representatives from our WAB and TAB here tonight. Some 23 years ago, the Vagina Monologues play, which was written by Eve Ensler, now known as V, gave birth to V-Day, a global activist movement to end violence against all women, cisgender and transgender, those who hold fluid identities, non-binary people, and girls. V-Day brings widespread attention to issues of harassment, rape, domestic violence, battery, incest, female genital mutilation, and sex slavery, and also acts as a catalyst to promote creative events that increase awareness, raise money, and revitalize the spirit of existing anti-violence organizations. The city of West Hollywood has a long history of involvement with the V-Day movement, from issuing proclamations, hosting media events, sponsoring local productions of the Vagina Monologues, the Until the Violence Stops Festival, and the 1 Billion Rising campaign events. On a personal note, having worked with the V-Day organization for some time, I'm glad to see their work continue here in West Hollywood, connecting us to the good work done around the world. And I proudly state as mayor of the city that we stand with survivors. We are not a city that shames people into silence. Recently, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, often referred to as AOC, shared her experience of assault and the trauma that it inflicted, which was triggered by the events that took place at the Capitol on January 6th. She was criticized for relating her past trauma to this event, but the truth is that you never know how life events can cause harm to victims who relive the pain and trauma inflicted by perpetrators of gender-based harassment and assault. This year, the city of West Hollywood will commemorate the 23rd anniversary of V-Day and continue to support the V-Day movement by promoting community participation and voices, a new flagship interdisciplinary art campaign for Black women, and by lighting up the lanterns on Santa Monica Boulevard in the color pink from February 13th to 20th in solidarity. When I walked in, I saw City Hall lit up in pink too, which is very exciting. There's a global commitment also this year with the 1 Billion Rising event to create gardens and care for Mother Earth. I think that's certainly consistent with our values here in the city of West Hollywood. And so tonight our city council issues a proclamation commemorating the 23rd anniversary of V-Day. Here it is. And I will turn it over to our representatives from the WAB and TAB. Angela, I'll turn it to you first.
Thank you so much, Mayor Horvath. It is such an honor to be here tonight representing the Women's Advisory Board. I'm currently the vice chair. The Women's Advisory Board and its members, both collectively and individually, have a long history of participating in the V-Day movement. I would like to take this opportunity to speak briefly about some of the board's anti-violence efforts. In 2016, the city launched the sexual assault awareness campaign, Only Yes Means Yes, about the importance of consent. Since then, the Women's Advisory Board has led outreach efforts promoting the campaign in the community directly, both to the public and to the business community in numerous ways, including by hosting pop-up actions on Santa Monica Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard at V-Day events during Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month and the Hollywood Carnival, the Pride Festival, and as part at WAB-sponsored events throughout the year. The Only Yes Means Yes campaign is the outcome of a joint Women's Safety Task Force with the Women's Advisory Board and the Public Safety Commission. Currently, the Women's Advisory Board is developing recommendations to strengthen advocacy, resources, and prevention efforts in the community regarding domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault, and is also focused on examining the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on gender-based violence. To learn more about the V-Day movement and to participate, go to www.vday.org. Thank you. I pass it on to Lindsay.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. And it's good to be with you, City Council members, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. First of all, I gotta start with a big thank you to you all. You are the only city in the country that provides Transgender Arts Initiative grants. And I and my work are the recipient of one. And for the last 4.5 weeks, I've been participating in a Business of Art boot camp every Thursday from 10 to 12 that's been sponsored and put on by the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission. It is exemplary, and all of the folks who've been coming in to work with my cohort of about 24 artists have been fabulous. So let me begin there, because without that, I wouldn't be talking about our event, the Trans Vagina Diaries, which was wholly supported by a TAI last year. It was produced for the International Transgender Day of Visibility with the National Organization for Women Hollywood chapter. Well, y'all, we got to the last minute. We had our tech rehearsal, our dress rehearsal in City Council chambers. And then on Thursday afternoon, we had to pull the plug. But on April 4th, we were very fortunate to record and tape our full show. And so for the first time, in memory of both Women's History Month and celebrating the International Transgender Day of Visibility, on Saturday and Sunday, March 27th and 28th, we will be broadcasting and live streaming the entire Trans Vagina Diaries. Couple of things about the diaries. First, we believe in the core values of this project, and we believe that they will help save lives by being an authentic and faithful reflection of the lived truth of the trans and non-binary narrative. Second, we believe and hope that the project will build awareness of a pool of talent that has been overlooked by producers and writers and directors. Third, we hope to demonstrate that trans experiences, voices, and performances are not exclusive to LGBTQ centers, black box theaters, and off Broadway, that they are vibrant, marketable events that attract broad audiences and deserve to be a part of main stage seasons. This year, we are also a recipient of an additional Transgender Arts Initiative grant. And for the first time, we are creating the opera music theater version, and it will have its workshop performance this coming November for Transgender Awareness Month in the city of West Hollywood. So I will keep you posted, but thank you for everything that you are and that you do for my community. I am so very grateful to be the liaison to the WAB, who are the best folks to work with and who help remind me that trans women are women.
Yes, indeed. We celebrate all women, and we thank you, Lindsay and Angela, for the work that you do, the boards that you serve on, the work that they do. And we're glad to have a V-Day celebration once again this year. Now, I believe we have a presentation from our staff. Last year, the City of West Hollywood joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, otherwise known as Gare. Gare is a national network of governments working to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. The city's participation in it has been led by city staff, in particular by Robin Eason and Aaron Hammett, who are joining us tonight to provide more information on their work and a brief update on the effort thus far. Aaron, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Hello, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Robin and I have a presentation to share with you. So I'm going to just pull it up. Okay. Let's see. All right. Well, we'd like to kick this off saying Happy Black History Month. Myself and Robin Eason would like to present information about the city's commitment to advancing racial equity. In July of 2020, the city became a member of Gare, which is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. Gare is a program by Race Forward. And Race Forward was founded in 1981. And they work to transform institutions and partner with communities to move policy, culture, and narrative for racial justice. And in July, we really wanted to leverage the national momentum on racial equity and justice issues here locally in West Hollywood. So the Gare Alliance is a joint project by Race Forward in partnership with UC Berkeley, the Othering and Belonging Institute. And you can see here, I put the webpage to look at some of the Gare resources that are public facing. Although this is a national network for governments, there are quite a few informational tools available to everyone. So we're gonna share those tonight. Additionally, they host the nation's largest multiracial conference on racial justice called Facing Race. And they have an outstanding newsletter. I'd really encourage everyone to subscribe. It's called Color Lines, and they host a podcast called Momentum. So here is a picture of the national network. They have right now, they're growing, as you can imagine, exponentially. They have 302 members currently from 36 states and 155 cities. And I highlighted specifically the locations just here in California alone. So West Hollywood has joined this national network to advance racial equity and advance opportunities for all. Here are 8 examples of the public-facing resources available. The definition of racial equity is when race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes, and outcomes for all individuals and groups are improved. And that's really what staff is working on right now. We're learning from Gare. They have tools that they share, best practices, there's accomplishments, there's lessons learned. And so we're diving into these resources currently. And as you can see here, we're required to submit 2 contributions to the field of practice every year. And we have access to their network. So that is anything from using their online portal that you have to, be a member to use. They have working groups. They provide a baseline employee assessment. They have all different opportunities to share what, government to government agency, what are you doing? This is what we're thinking. What are you thinking? So all different ways to share. They have an annual membership meeting, quarterly regional connections, monthly membership connections, as well as webinars. And to date, we're proud to say that 21% of our staff have become a Gare portal member. So that means they've gotten into the portal and are starting to access these resources. That's 1/5 of our total staff, or 46 staff members. So that's very exciting. We have 9 Gare teams formed. They're listed here on the bottom. And we also have 1 DEI subcommittee, and we're growing. So now I'm going to pass it on to Robin.
Thanks, Erin, and thanks again, City Council, for having us tonight. So this slide touches on why we should lead with race. And as Erin said, race is known to be a key predictor of life outcomes and treatment of individuals and communities. And since race can oftentimes be the elephant in the room, it is really important to build and nurture an environment where we can normalize conversations about race, organize to achieve racial equity goals, and operationalize new behaviors and policies. And so the diagram on the right is an illustration of this national best practice to normalize, organize, operationalize, and visualize a racially equitable future, and how each of those concepts feed into each other and are a necessary part of the process. Next slide. So when we apply a racial equity lens to our collective work, be it departmental budgets and work plans, be it how we collect data, be it our programs, practices, policies, and procedures, what we do is really wake up our minds to new ways and possibilities of approaching our work that strive for racially equitable outcomes. And so WeHo staff is really leveraging the Gare network and its resources to begin to do this within our city government, with the goal of eventually creating a racial equity statement by the end of the year. And then sometime beyond that, developing a racial equity action plan that looks both internally and externally about how we can do better to achieve racially equitable outcomes. Next slide. So accomplishments to date, this timeline really kind of provides a snapshot of all of the activities that we've been able to complete or are in process of since joining Gare in July 2020. So some of the highlights real quick include introducing Gare and its resources to West Hollywood staff in August, supporting 9 division teams, as Erin was saying, on their racial equity goals and priorities, working with the city's diversity, equity, and inclusion subcommittee on citywide definitions of diversity, equity, inclusion, and racial equity. And we'll be presenting those definitions to WeHo staff next Wednesday. It also includes rotating city staff through what we're calling a Racial Equity Foundations course, and that'll be ongoing through 2021. We also provided support for the city's recently adopted legislative priorities, and we put together a city internet page to host additional resources that staff can go to learn more about how to integrate racial equity into their work. Next slide. So what's in store for this year? We have a number of items that we hope to advance on, including continuing our work with the Gare division teams on their racial equity goals, both as individual teams, but also bringing them together to collaborate on how they might work together on some of those goals, using Gare's theory of change to help guide that work, diving deeper into data collection methods that center racial equity, drafting some additional city definitions that really allow for a common language around this work, completing a racial equity baseline assessment survey for city staff, that'll be in March. And then, as I said before, towards the end of the year, drafting a formal racial equity statement for the city for adoption. And with that, that concludes our short presentation on Gare. Erin and I would like to thank you again for your time and thank city leadership for their support for this work as well.
Thank you very much, Robin and Erin and your entire team. Thank you for setting an example and leading by example. I have a couple of questions and maybe my colleagues do as well. What is a DEI subcommittee?
So the DEI subcommittee was formed at the same time that, you know, after just basically there was an overwhelming feeling by staff that we wanted to do something. So the DEI subcommittee was actually formed through WeHome. WeHome already has a group called We Are WeHo, and it's our staff colleagues with leadership. And so the subcommittee was formed under We Are WeHo for work, all equity related work. So the difference basically between, we have a lot of intersections in our work, but Gare specifically focuses on racial equity by itself, and DEI subcommittee will focus on all types of equity issues related to staff or the community.
What does DEI stand for?
Oh, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Very good. And I'm sure I speak for all of my colleagues when I say we want to support you in this work to whatever extent we can. But as you're going through, as I think I heard you say, lessons learned and action items, it's great that we're putting our values into action in your work and in ours as well. So anything that you want to recommend to the council to help us lead the way in our community, please don't hesitate to let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments? Okay. So thank you very much for being with us tonight. And now we will go to public comment. Public comment pursuant to the Brown Act, the council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. Our public comment period is 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. We will first take comments on our consent agenda this evening and then proceed with other comments after that. Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Danny Roman. Danny, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Danny Roman from West Hollywood. Wow, what a breath of fresh air. It's so nice to have Seppi and John join us, and welcome, guys. I just wanted to weigh in on everything that's going on from Plumber Park to Robertson to the Monarch Pledge. You know, there's just so much, there's so many things that we can do as a city to kind of make our city greener and better. We've got all these new hotels coming online or that have come online, and having worked in the tourism world and working with Visit West Hollywood, you know, we need to attract more tourists to our area. So what better way than to take the Monarch Pledge and to turn our little city into a monarch sanctuary? So, you know, the ideas are endless there, but it can start with, you know, I got the new shop on the corner of Santa Monica and La Cienega. So I did a little mural that says like, take a plant to leave a plant. And it's turned into already, it's been up for like 10 days now. and the community is really responding to it. They're dropping off plants, people are taking plants, so it's kind of like an adoption center for plants. And so we're going to be launching a monarch cafe there on the corner. And so people will be able to come and kind of check monarchs out because we planted milkweed and nectar plants for them. And so they can grab a coffee and kind of sit outside and watch all that going on. And now I'm working with this amazing group, Mike Carter, Callie Goldstein, and a bunch of others. We created WeHo Green advocacy group. So we're going to be coming up with ideas for you guys to kind of help make WeHo greener. So stay tuned for a lot of that. I sent you all a PDF, so hopefully you can check it out. And then finally, with this Robertson project, I mean, it's so great to think about closing that street off and making, for the weekend and coming up with ideas of like a farmer's market. We can do pet adoption on that block. We can have live music. We can bring everybody outside. And so, yeah, I love that idea. And I hope you guys pass it tonight. I don't know if I'm at my 2 minutes, but anyway, I'm done. Thank you all for what you're doing and excited for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. Our next speaker will be Arthur Bernstein. Mr. Bernstein, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, it's Arthur Bernstein, 33-year resident in West Hollywood. First, I'd like to thank Council Member Shine and Mayor Pro Tem Meister for bringing 5B along tonight. Very excited about that and the investment, quite frankly, in the future of West Hollywood that brings. I was actually calling to speak on the consent calendar item 2J, which was to be the report from the Housing Corporation, which was being asked to be included into the record tonight. And once again, the West Hollywood Housing Corporation was attempting, if it's still there, to give a report to this council, which is inaccurate and misleading regarding its Weatherly Palms project. The report states that the corporation has, quote, developed a completely new design proposal. That is simply not true. Jeff Slatsky wrote a letter to the City Council dated July 16, 2020, and said that he decided to, quote, completely redesign the project from the ground up. He's done no such thing. Suddenly, in only a few short months after that, they simply redesigned a new facade, reduced the number of units by 6, but kept the overall size and height of a nearly 7-story building as they originally planned. This is not a complete redesign of the project from the ground up. Although they have hired expensive consultants to help push the project through, they continue to mislead and misspeak by trying to slip these types of reports as they are doing again tonight. They are carefully written but untrue. They attempted to do this with their prior report, and at that time, Councilmember D'Amico moved to not allow the report to be accepted and sent it back. They're trying to do the same thing again tonight. These types of tricks and business practices may be a part of the reason why the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation is now named as a co-defendant in a widely publicized lawsuit and reported in WeHoville, which contains allegations of fraud and fraudulent inducement, and was filed by the First Baptist Church of Beverly Hills regarding this Weatherly Palms project. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the council does not accept this report into the public records tonight and carefully reviews any subsequent reports submitted on this project for its accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Our next speaker will be Raphael, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name, Chinez. Raphael, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi there. My name is Raphael Chines. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm calling to also speak on 2J, which Arthur just spoke to very, very well. I think, the key point here is that we should hold a high bar to the reports that are included under record, and that there is blatantly misleading information included in this report around the Weatherly Palms project. So I ask that it please be struck from the record and not admitted until it can be appropriately conveyed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Raphael. Our next speaker will be Callie Goldstein. Callie, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for, having me, and I'm really excited about this agenda. It's kind of new for me to be participating with West Hollywood City Council, so I'm very thrilled about this. I'm very thrilled about a bunch of the agenda items I'm excited about, but I just wanted to make public comment on it's 2R on the Monarch Butterfly mayoral pledge, and also, I hope I'm organizing this right, 5B on the open space requirements for multifamily dwellings. And as Danny mentioned, a bunch of, WeHo community members have organized to form an advocacy group around increasing the green space that exists in West Hollywood. And so we're really excited about seeing a lot of these kind of sustainably forward goals and items on the agenda, and just really want to encourage staff and council to engage with us. I actually work within food and environmental policy, so this is definitely kind of my comfort zone. And yeah, I just hope that we can kind of engage in a conversation and collaborate. As you know, Danny, super involved in creating monarch habitat with native plants, and there are a lot of community members who are already doing that. So let's try and, galvanize the movement all together. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. Our next speaker is Dr. Marielle Riazza. Dr. Riazza, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks again for having me. So, distinguished City Council members of West Hollywood, Mayor Horvath, my name is Dr. Marielle Riazza, co-chair of the Out Against Big Tobacco Coalition. Our coalition is here tonight to thank you for your efforts in addressing the longstanding tobacco epidemic. When Congress passed the 2009 Tobacco Control Act, they restricted the sale of all flavored cigarettes except for menthol. Menthol being the flavor that is used most heavily within communities of color and by 70% of the LGBT young people. This flavor is known to increase addiction to tobacco and increase the harms from the use of tobacco products. Yet, the federal government didn't think our community deserved equal protection from the tobacco industry. In 2020, California attempted to correct this federal oversight and passed a bill to restrict the sale of flavored tobacco products. But Big Tobacco stepped in to protect their profits over the health of the people. This 2-year delay will make them $1 billion in menthol cigarette sales alone. We deserve better. Our lives should not be traded for a profit margin. Restricting the sale of flavored tobacco and banning the redemption of tobacco coupons ensures that tobacco users who want to quit are set up for success. Flavors not only mask the flavor of a tobacco product, but they also increase tobacco addiction. Removing them from the shelves adds an additional barrier to non-tobacco users by no longer allowing Big Tobacco to hide their dangerous products behind pleasant tastes and smells. This is especially important to the city of West Hollywood as a gathering place for the LGBTQ+ community. Since its founding, West Hollywood is committed to support policies that promote the health and overall well-being of its residents. Thank you for continuing to define the city as a leader in addressing age-old issues with innovative policies and initiatives. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Dr. Riazza. Our next speaker will be McKenna Jenkins. McKenna, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council members. My name is McKenna Jenkins, and I'm a local advocate for the National Hookah Community Association. I respectfully ask that you vote yes on consent calendar item 2E, as it is written, to reflect the exemptions that are included in the statewide flavored tobacco ban, SB 793. I want to sincerely thank you for your dedication to protecting West Hollywood from dangerous smoking devices, while equally understanding that hookah is not at the root problem that is youth vaping. While devices like Juuls and puff bars are less than 4 inches tall and are easily concealable in a pocket, hookahs can be up to 5 feet tall and require a charcoal heating mechanism and at least 15 to 20 minutes of preparation time to set up. Hookahs have existed in Middle Eastern and Indian culture for almost 1,000 years and are primarily used in cultural ceremonies, such as used as a symbol of respect and hospitality to both elders and guests. They are not used to fuel an addiction to nicotine like compact vaping devices are designed to do. It is very, very important to WeHo's Arab and Middle Eastern communities that this rich cultural tradition is preserved. Therefore, I'm respectfully asking that you vote yes on this consent calendar item to ban the flavored tobacco products that are at the root of the problem that is West Hollywood's vaping epidemic. Thank you so much for your support on this important issue.
Thank you, McKenna. Our next speaker is Jessica Reisenberg. Jessica, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Reisenberg, and I am a resident of West Hollywood. I am speaking on talking point 2J, and I would like to say that once again, the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation is misrepresenting the community feedback and stating that they have completely redesigned the Weatherly Palms project, and that's actually false. They simply reduced the building by 6 units and only changed the facade. And it's only been shown to 2 individuals, and none of the community feedback was actually integrated into the revised plan. I asked that this should not be entered into the record as was prohibited the last time, because the integrity of reports matter that when they go into public record. And on a separate subject, I thank council members Shine and Meister and express my support for item 5B. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker will be Arnold Abramian. Arnold, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Arnie Abramian with NHCA, President of National Hookah Community Association. I just want to thank you for carving out hookah and understanding that West Hollywood has a rich cultural and traditional residents and patrons of the Persian descent, Armenians, and I just want to thank you, and please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rima Corey. Rima, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Dear Mayor and council members, my name is Rima Corey, and I'm General Counsel for Kamari, a premium hookah tobacco manufacturer, and one of the founding members of the National Hookah Community Association, which is formed to protect and preserve the cultural tradition of hookah. On behalf of the many Persians, Armenians, Arabs, Indians, and Turks that live and have small businesses in West Hollywood, I wanted to thank you for taking into consideration the 1,000-year cultural tradition of hookah. We respectfully ask that you vote to pass Agenda Item 2E as written that mirrors SB 793 and exempts hookah. Again, we thank you for your leadership and for balancing the interests we all share to prevent youth access and usage while also preserving the rich cultural tradition of hookah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. Our next speaker is Stephanie Harker. Stephanie, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Stephanie? Are you there?
I am unmuted, it said. Yes, thank you, Melissa. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood.
You're not coming through.
Oh, I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. At this very moment, we are excluding anyone who is blind or hearing impaired. There are no subtitles on Channel 10, which is how I'm viewing this meeting tonight, and there is no ASL. In August of 2020, the National Association for the Deaf sued the Trump administration for not having any American Sign Language available during COVID. I have been begging for ASL for all of our meetings that are televised, and I hope that this city can soon include the hearing impaired and the deaf. Thank you. And further, 2S, on 2S like Sam, further to the food bank, collaborating with LA, I hope that the city council will consider some kind of a pop-up food bank. A citizen in San Fernando Valley did this at the beginning of the pandemic, and she started it in a parking lot. People could drive through. They now get donations of food and $20,000 per week that they've been doing since the pandemic, mostly because 1 in 4 children go hungry every night, even before the pandemic in this country. I certainly want to thank you immensely, as you can imagine, for putting 5A, the Palmer Park restoration, on consent. It makes me absolutely gleeful, as many in our community feel. Thank you again for that. I wanted to comment on Mr. Bernstein's comments about WHCHC. Yes, something really needs to be done about the information that we get from that organization, especially since it has our name on it, West Hollywood, even though it is not a city. It's city sponsored, it's not city owned. But it's very distressing to see that there is a lawsuit that a church had to bring against the housing corporation for contractual fraud. Very distressing. Finally, 2R, thank you for taking the Mayor's Monarch Pledge. As you heard, Callie Goldstein. Yes?
We're at the 2-minute mark. Can you wrap up your comments so we can move to our next
I
speaker?
am.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Callie Goldstein, Mike Carter, Danny Roman, and Tom Wright for creating WeHo Green Advocates, and I hope that all of you will be hearing from all of us regarding more greenery in West Hollywood. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mayor, we are at the 20-minute mark. Did you want to continue to take public comment?
If there are more speakers on consent agenda items, I believe we legally have to.
Okay. We have 3 more on consent. So
Very
we'll take those. Our next speaker will be Gisela Lesson. Gisela, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Gisela, you may begin.
Hi, yes, I'm Gisela Lessing, and I am an LA County volunteer for PAVE, Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes. PAVE is a national grassroots organization founded by a small group of moms in response to the youth vaping crisis. I have a background in public health, and it makes me absolutely furious to think that after decades of arduous public health work and a drastic reduction in the number of people in youth who smoke, Juul and other flavored tobacco devices took advantage of how long it takes for legislation to catch up with problems. They seized the moment and created a whole new generation of nicotine users. I care about this because as a parent, I am part of a conversation where I hear other parents share their feelings of impotence where their kids are using nicotine products or are surrounded by others who do it. Lastly, I would like to thank the mayor and the city council members for your attention to this important issue. I implore you all to stay strong and not allow any other exceptions that would further weaken the ordinance. We need to do everything we can to keep tobacco out of our kids' hands and make it less desirable to them in the very first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be, I apologize. Our next speaker will be Kathy Blavis. Kathy, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Kathy?
Hi.
Hi, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. First and foremost,
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember D'Amico for item 5A. And thank you other members of the council for moving that on to consent. Yes, many years in the waiting. I, along with so many members of the community, are so thankful, and we can't wait for the restoration to get started, and we can't wait for a dog park. The dogs thank you, we all thank you, and I also want to give a shout out to all the members of Protect Plummer Park who have stood by the park all these years. So again, thank you for all of that. The other thing I just want to mention is if there can be continuity between all the different advisory board, commission, and council meetings. In the past, they haven't all been on Zoom. So if there can be continuity so that all the meetings can have the same call-in, the same way to go about things and not need passwords so that everyone can participate without having to learn how to do it for each and every meeting. And also, I'm just wondering if there'd be a way for there to be video access if somebody wants to be on video, like tonight when the people who received proclamations were able to turn on a video and be seen. Not that I want to be seen, I kind of like this anonymity. In any event, also for 2R, the monarch butterflies, I can't wait to see them all fluttering all over our city, the food bank, the food program. Thank you all for your very hard work. Everyone stay safe, and thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Kathy. Our next speaker is Ahmed Abdel Kadar. Ahmed, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
You are unmuted.
Hello, City Council. Good evening. My name is Ahmed Abdelkader. I'm a resident. I'm originally from Egypt. Hookah is part of our culture. It's our tradition, and it has a very strong significance in our lives. Thank you so much for excluding the hookah, tobacco, and shisha from your ban of vape and electronic cigarettes. That's all I have to say, but special thanks to Councilmember Shine. Hookah comes from Egypt, not Persia, not India. We made it first, so enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I was checking to see if we had speakers for item 5A that are on the call since that was moved to consent, but I don't see any of those speakers currently. I also wanted to let everyone know that the closed captioning is working on WehoTV. We have been informed by communications, so I wanted to share that with the council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for continuing to monitor our broadcast for public access. I'll now turn to my colleagues who would like to begin. Councilmember Erickson.
I was gathering my papers. Thank you, Mayor. First the pledge and now this. I see how it goes. No, I just want to thank all of the community members who are calling in. It's great to see more active participation in our meetings. First, I want to congratulate all the ADEM winners on the recent election, including our very own Councilmember Seppi Shine on winning her ADEM race for the California Democratic Party election. It was pretty incredible to see the turnout, especially in Assembly District 50. And special congrats out to the grassroots slate. They won 6 out of 7 of the male identified individuals and 4 out of the 7 of the female identified ones. Incredible showing. It's a great way to see our people getting more politically involved, especially after this last election. So congrats to everyone that ran. I want to congratulate all of the new members of the Democratic Party, the San Fernando Valley Board, Sean Rivas, Nick Schultz, Catherine Coddington, Michael Colorge, and Elise Moore. All very good friends, but really great to see them stepping up and taking on this leadership role. Also, congrats to all the new Stonewall Young Dems board. We got a lot of elections going on, and it's great to see our people stepping up to serve our community. Additionally, I want to make sure everyone is aware that there's an amazing event this Thursday called You Got Talent. It's going to be held on Zoom. One of our amazing community members, Alexis Sanchez, is helping spread the word. And so if you want to get involved, it'll be on my social media. But definitely look it up. You can go to probably West Hollywood Projects, the Institute for Public Strategies, or APLA Health, their information, and you can probably find a way to RSVP. I additionally want to wish a very, very happy birthday to our very own Sylvia Salguero, whose birthday is today. Additionally, I want to wish a happy birthday to my dear friend Amy Wawuga, who's been a rock in so many ways in my life and spread that little joy. I definitely want to thank all the members that called in to support for item 2S, the food partnership and the food coalition that we're doing to help get food to those individuals in our community. Many of you probably realize this or don't, and this is the first time you're going to hear it, but this is how I got started in my advocacy and activism. My grandmother back in Ripon, Wisconsin was the head of our local food pantry, and she always told me that a happy and healthy community is a fed community. And so making sure our community is fed, especially those most vulnerable and those needing a little bit of help, especially now, is something very near and dear. And I want to thank all the staff, especially LA County staff as well, who've been working with us, and keep look on our social media for more information about how you can sign up and get all this. I additionally want to thank the Women's Advisory Board members and the Transgender Advisory Board members, Lindsay, Deaton, and Angela, for coming on and talking about V-Day. Many of you know, like the mayor, I'm very connected with V-Day. I didn't have the pleasure of working for the organization like she did, but the ways in which this community has stepped up to not only stand with survivors is critical. As a gay man myself who's been victimized and oftentimes at the brunt of sexual harassment from other gay men, it's really important that no matter who you are or where you are, when you tell your story, you are believed. And I believe you, and I'm here for you, and I'm glad to see this city continuing to stand and show that we stand with survivors of domestic and sexual violence, and what we're going to do to make sure that that's, doesn't happen in our city. And especially thanks to the great work that the WAB and the TAB have been doing. And thank you to Lindsay Deaton for allowing me the great privilege before I was on council to being a part of the Trans Vagina Diaries. And I wish we were all doing the vagina monologues as we would have been last weekend, but that pandemic, I tell you, it takes all the fun out of a lot of stuff these days. But hopefully next year we're saying the words vagina and vagina monologues all the way in the chambers again. Additionally, I had a question for 2R for the staff for my colleagues regarding the Monarch. I support the item. I think it's great. I just wanted to make sure, do we know the numbers of Monarch butterflies currently in West Hollywood? I don't know if that's something we can actually figure out. But additionally, when we're looking at these habitat sites and everything else, are there going to be certain places where they're going to go? I just know that when we look at future development projects and how they will be, if there's a Monarch nest or whatever it is, I'm sorry, I'm not up to date with my Monarch language. What's the process, and just a little bit more information, but I think it's a great idea to help support our wildlife habitat. And then in addition, I just would love to ask for anyone that's listening, but anyone that is prayerful, to say a little prayer for my aunt this today. I want to thank the mayor for her support personally, but additionally, my aunt was recently diagnosed with breast cancer. She is having her surgery this Friday. So if you say a prayer, if you pray in whatever way, wish her good energy on that coming day. She's the reason I'm in California, and she got me out of here. So I owe a lot to her. And so sending her lots of love from over here in West Hollywood. And that's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Erickson, for the congrats. I also want to thank my fellow ADEM candidates who ran and who won, and specifically want to wish happy birthday to fellow ADEM candidate Carolyn Torosis, who won, and she also serves on the Santa Monica Rent Board. I really want to address cyberbullying and harassment and start with that tonight. I was in high school when the World Wide Web expanded, so the boom happened in my generation. Before that, When people were upset at someone, they would pick up the phone and talk rather than texting or posting online, because we didn't have those options back then. And then technology advanced further through the use of text messages and social media accounts and comments. The creation of the internet helped our world connect in a way never experienced before. And we have had so many advances and met so many people we did not have the ability to become friends with. Social media can be an incredible place to express your opinions and advocate for what you believe in. As an advocate for LGBTQ rights for over 20 years, I can attest that the use of social media in the fight for equality helped us make tremendous gains. There's also a dark side to social media, and that is when it is misused in a way to bully, harass, or defame individuals, especially under the guise of advocacy, through aggressive and bullying comments, misinformation, posts, and fake accounts. I have seen this for years, but I have seen it rise during the former President Trump's presidency, even more so, and from people in our community. Whether through anonymous comments on news articles, direct comments, or posts on Facebook and other media, or the creation of fake accounts meant to just plain bully and harass. That type of engagement is not only ineffective, but it is wrong, and it erodes the fabric of our community at a time when depression is at an all-time high and higher levels because of the pandemic. And as community members, we all have a higher duty to be more civil. These acts do nothing but show the smallness of the person who is committing them, and are often illegal at worst, or are the worst form of communication at best. The receiver of the bullying is left harmed by these acts, and nothing is actually resolved. I believe that West Hollywood and every resident is so much better than that. I implore each and every one of you to think twice before doing or getting wrangled into this type of behavior, and instead to pick up the phone and call the other person with whom you have an issue so that there can be real resolution. We are a small community, but we have the opportunity to be big in our characters, our civility, and in our hearts. I want to also just remind everyone that the Social Justice Task Force applications are live until January 22nd, so the deadline is coming up. Please apply if you are Black, Indigenous people, or other people of color that are workers, small business owners, or residents in our city. There's also a small business roundtable this Friday at 8:30 a.m. Please sign up to attend if you're a small business and you would like to join. Also, the small business grant application portal is also live and open for businesses that qualify until Thursday, the 25th at 5 p.m. Since our last meeting, I attended the California Contract Cities Legislative Tour Program 4. I also attended the West Urban Forum of Mayors, where Mayor Horvath, along with mayors from the other West Side cities, discussed social justice and land use issues and issues dealing with the economy. I also attended a Creating Jobs and Addressing Racial Inequity and Entrepreneurship panel put on by the U.S. Conference of Mayors. That's all my comments for tonight.
Thank you very much. Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, I also attended the West Side Urban Forum, and I just want to say that, Lindsay, you did such a great job, and the other West Side mayors, when the uncomfortable to them discussion of equity and policing and sort of the complexities of 21st century governing came up, you really rose to the occasion and explained how it is that we in our city really believe in moving forward, and to watch them sort of duck and cover was a little embarrassing for me on their behalf, and was a revelatory for me also in how excited I am for our city and what we do. I wanted to talk about two items on the consent calendar that may have gone unnoticed, and I think they shouldn't. The first is the annual report of the West Hollywood Mental Health Evaluation Team that Christoph and Diane and Corey and Elizabeth and Katie and Kristen at Public Safety put together. It's it's such a tough and important part of what goes on in our city with respect to the homeless. And it's a small amount of the many millions of dollars we spend, but clearly it's working, and clearly the advocacy of this council and really Lindsay Horvath, your efforts with the county years ago to get someone from the Met team assigned, and then the 2 years it took them to sign the document, shows how resilient we are in the face of all kinds of complicated things. So again, I just wanted to thank our staff for that and that ongoing work. And I also wanted to talk about item 2M, which is the retrospective COVID West Hollywood COVID report. And you can't know in the moment how big the storm is often. I just thought that this report was really extraordinary, and it didn't really pull any punches. It really talked about how complicated this was for us, and how our previous council and this council continues to, if you don't mind me talking about myself a little, we all continue to rise to the occasion and try new things, fail at some of them, not very many, and succeed at most of them. And so I really wanted to thank David Wilson and Christine Safriat and Robin Easton for putting that report together. And sometimes these receive and file items, that's exactly what happened. We read them, they get filed. I don't know how much people in the community read them or even know that they get written, but they are written, and we do know. And when people look back, whether it's 2 years from now or 2 decades from now, I think they'll see really what an extraordinary job we all tried to do. And finally, I just have a couple of items. Mayor, we have, I think all of us, certainly I know the planning department has seen, I think, an application about Melrose Triangle, and we don't have anything in front of us. It's not really clear what the status would be. And I just wanted to ask if we could have the city manager and the city attorney put on our next agenda an update on that property, their timeline for the construction they've already started, their timeline for the potential changes I guess they're asking for. And so without objection, we can have the city manager, city attorney respond when they speak. And then finally, I just want to say, we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and sometimes it feels like it's only the 5 of us that continue to look for and notice that we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Too often, people who should be, itching to get people into housing just aren't doing that. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about that with West Hollywood Community Housing and the Harlan project later, at least I am. And I know that some, developers want to sort of reduce the number of units that they're building. Meanwhile, as a council, we just said, we have an incredible obligation in the next 7 to 10 years to build and put people in housing. And I just want to say that I appreciate the 4 of you for your constant vigilance around this item. And I'm not going to stop, however long I get to zoom into one of these meetings or sit in one of those chairs and talk about it. It can't be that we're the only people who think we're in a housing crisis. We need our partners out in the community to do that. Certainly our city staff, I believe, does all they can, but it's very frustrating when when it feels like we're not receiving the same sort of effort and enthusiasm about producing and putting people into housing as we are expending political capital to try to make that happen. So those are my comments. Thank you all very much. I look forward to the rest of our agenda.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, in terms of attendance, I attended the Southern California Association of Governments CEHD committee. I attended the West Side Urban Forum annual mayor's panel, the West Side Cities COG board meeting, and Lesbian Gay Advisory Board for the swearing in of Renee Soto. On consent calendar, on item 2I, the annual report of the West Hollywood Mental Health Evaluation Team, I also wanted to thank the mayor for initiating the MET to begin with several years ago. I was really impressed about how great that program is, but what is upsetting to me is to find out that according to the report, there are only 34 MET units countywide. And to me, that is just unacceptable. You know, we have Measure H and there are money coming in, and if this is something that is found to be effective, you know, this should be something that we should have more than 34 teams countywide. So I hope that this is something that Councilmember Shine and I can discuss when we meet for the homeless initiative subcommittee, because I do think that this is important. And I would also suggest perhaps that Mayor Horvath, in your communications with the contract cities, that this be an issue, because I think that this is certainly worthy of discussion with other jurisdictions, other municipalities in our county. On item 2M, I also had notes on the retrospective report on West Hollywood COVID-19 response. That I just felt that it was really important to have all of that information in one place for us to be able to refer to. And I hope that it continues to be updated. And I just want to also thank staff for a really good report and important. I think it'll be important for us for the future as well as we plan emergency for emergency situations in the future. On item 2R, National Wildlife Federation, the Mayor's Monarch Pledge, I want to thank the Mayor for co-sponsoring and ask that that we work with staff to fill out the pledge that the Mayor needs to sign and send in, and in that way we can have some more information for Councilmember Erickson as to what types of things we can be accomplishing in the city of West Hollywood to work on getting those monarchs to, come back. And and let's see. And I would also suggest, Councilmember Erickson, that you visit Danny Roman and Mike Carter, because they are avid, they are monarch advocates, fierce, and they will probably have more information than you ever dreamed of. And then lastly, on item 5A, I want to thank Councilmember D'Amico for co-sponsoring the Plummer Park upgrades item with me, because this is something, we have talked about for years, and we are a city that really is proud of our historic resources. And when we get awards for, we're very, it's something that we love to talk about. And here we have these wonderful buildings in our own little Plummer Park, and they are in such need of TLC. And so I'm very happy to see that we can, move forward in terms of looking at costs for the preservation of Great Hall, Long Hall, and the preservation of Fiesta Hall. And to also have staff, look at those costs, look at programming for those buildings and potential upgrades. I know that Anson Snyder sent us all an email about potential upgrades as well, and then the dog park. So anything we can do with that $9.5 million, let's see what we can do, and let's use it before the state takes it away from us for some reason or another. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to echo my colleagues' comments regarding item 2I, the MET team. We made an initial push a while back. When I was first elected in 2015, I did a ride along with the Sheriff's Department to learn how they were working in our community. And that's when I learned about the MET team. And if you think 34 is bad now, at the time they only had 2 for the entire county. And so I'm glad to see that there has been, since that time, more investment in this program. It's something we are absolutely talking about at contract cities. And I think it's something that needs to be expanded, especially because it's consistent with the goals of the ATI plan that were passed in LA County. And also expanding the team even here locally to make sure that they're able to be first responders to all mental health calls. I know our staff is working on that. I'm glad to get this update. I'm glad to see that WeHo is once again leading the way and investing in services and support first, and making sure that we're doing our part to help take care of people while we're keeping people safe. Item 2L is about vacant properties, and update on that program. But we recently heard about a property at Lexington and Detroit, that there's an ongoing issue there with securing that property. So if we could please make sure that that property is secured and not causing any issues for the neighborhood. I too want to echo my colleagues' comments regarding item 2M. Not only did I find the report extraordinary, but the work that was done, that is the substance of the report, done by our folks at City Hall, done by members of the community. You know, we just thank you so much for everyone who stepped up. There wasn't, while we planned for emergencies, there wasn't a clear roadmap on how to address this. And I'm just deeply grateful to Paul and his leadership and all of our staff for stepping up and inventing new ways to work on behalf of our community to keep us safe and get us through this extraordinarily challenging time. While we're not yet in the clear, we are starting to see the light, and I'm glad to see that this report exists and will hopefully, as the Mayor Pro Tem indicated, continue to be updated for posterity and for our benefit of learning how we move through this. But truly extraordinary response, and thank you. Items 2O and 2T celebrate, lead us into Women's History Month. And I want to thank the L Project and my colleague, Councilmember Shine, for sponsoring this, this event. You know, it's a really important way to celebrate identity and to honor the accomplishments and work of women in the month of March. So I know that's just around the corner. I'm glad to see we are once again chock full of events. I know when I served on the Women's Advisory Board, that was a lot of the work that we did. And I'm glad to see the WAB continuing to create opportunities for a community and to celebrate women's history and the creation of history that women are doing in our city each and every day. I had a question for the city attorney on item 5A. I'm fully supportive, but I do serve on the subcommittee for Plummer Park. I know that 2 of my colleagues brought this report forward, and the substance of it is a lot of what the subcommittee has discussed. So I just want to clarify that it's not a Brown Act violation for me to vote in favor of this item tonight. I am supportive, but I know that the substance has been discussed at the committee level with staff, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's all right. If not, just advise me accordingly so we know how to navigate that item. For our city manager, I too wanted to ask for an update on the Melrose Triangle project. I think there's been some local media coverage and discussion in the community about changes, and I think for the benefit of the council and the community to know exactly where that project is at and what is being considered, I think that would be extraordinarily helpful. Whether that's tonight or at a future meeting for the council, so staff has opportunity to prepare, that would be fine by me as well. To share a couple of upcoming events, WeHo Reads is our literary and music series, and our city invites the community to celebrate literature and local authors with this series. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, the series is presented online. You can go to youtube.com/WeHoArts. And the WeHo Reads 2021 spring season kicks off with a Black History Month themed event featuring Ariel Marie, whose anticipated collection Gumbo Yaya is expected to be released in fall 2021. And this event will take place on this Wednesday, gosh, I guess that's tomorrow, February 17th at 6 p.m. So members of the public can RSVP. Just go to weho.org/wehoreads and all of the information is there. Next Tuesday, there's a Senior Scam Stoppers virtual webinar. There are scams happening, all the time now with coronavirus. And so on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 5 p.m., the city, along with Assemblymember Bloom's office, will co-host our first Senior Scam Stoppers virtual webinar. And the workshop will feature an expert from the Contractor State License Board to talk about sophisticated COVID-19 scams related to vaccines and economic impact payments. Our goal is to make sure community members are aware of these scams, hopefully prevent victimization, and most importantly, keep you informed. For more information about accessing this webinar, please go to the city's calendar at weho.org/calendar or call 323-848-6302 with any questions. We want to do all that we can to keep our seniors safe from scams. Next, we also have a COVID-19 vaccine panel that the city is hosting on Tuesday, February 23rd at 6 p.m. So after the Scam Stoppers, come on into the vaccine panel. The panel will feature experts in the field of medicine and public health, as well as members of the community who have participated in vaccine clinical trials. And the purpose is to provide information about the effectiveness and safety of vaccine, an update on the vaccine rollout in LA County, and what to be expected in the coming months. I'm sure a lot of your questions are getting answered as you're going through the process, but for those who have not yet reached the ability to get a vaccine, if you're not in any of the groups that are yet getting access, this will help get you informed and get you ready so you're able to get your vaccine fully informed. And for more information about this panel, please go to the city's calendar. You can also contact City Hall 323-848-6333. If our city manager could also provide a public safety update, and maybe perhaps our captain or lieutenant are here tonight to talk about two public safety related things. One, the body cam program, which launched at the end of last year, I understand has made good progress and has gotten some important results so far. I also know that there was an incident on Melrose last week that was very disturbing to hear of the news. And so if you could provide an update to the community on what has happened there. And finally, I also want to wish a happy birthday to Sylvia Salguero. She's 30 today. I can't believe I first met her when she received a scholarship from the city while she was still in high school. And now she is thriving, has her master's, and is just doing amazing work, having served on the Women's Advisory Board and in so many ways in our community. We want to wish you a happy birthday. And happy birthday to Drew Barrymore, West Hollywood's own. You might have known she grew up on Poinsettia, went to Fountain Day School while she was filming E.T. Her birthday's coming up on February 22nd. And I think she's going to have a special celebration on her show that day if you want to check it out. I'll turn it over now to our city manager for his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm still stuck on somebody turning 30. So lucky. A couple items to report on. A number of the items the council's already addressed. We do have a business roundtable this Friday. We also have the small business grants. Information on those are available on the city's website, and just go to the business tag there and you could get information. You mentioned the COVID vaccine town hall. In regards to the Lexington Detroit property, we have reached out to the owner and they are going to secure that property. So that is in the works. Melrose Triangle, I could give a brief update tonight. I would rather us bring back a more formal update to council. So if you do want to provide us guidance or direction, it would be agendized and you could do so. So we'll bring something back, hopefully at the next council meeting, but definitely very soon. In regards to public safety, Captain Ramirez is on the call. He could provide an update to the incident that occurred on Melrose, but before he does that, what I'd like to just echo the comments and from the body worn camera program that we began late last year. Our patrol personnel, all of them now have the cameras in place. The training and the program in itself are running extremely smoothly. Really proud of the staff at the station to implement this. We're one of the first, or one of the tests for the county, and they're just doing an amazing job with it. So Ed, if you're out there, if you could provide us an update on the Melrose La Cienega incident.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As you well know, shortly after midnight on Friday, I believe it was February 12th, 2021, deputies responded to a call of a victim who was injured as a result of a physical altercation at the corner of Melrose Avenue and La Cienega Boulevard. The male victim was subsequently placed in an ambulance to be transported to a local hospital. However, he succumbed to his injuries prior to the ambulance leaving the scene. The altercation occurred after both parties left a rooftop restaurant and a bar located just north of Melrose Avenue and La Cienega Boulevard. After the altercation, the suspects, at least one male and one female, fled the location. That said, in developing news today, the sheriff's homicide investigators have made arrests in the ongoing investigation into the beating death of victim Luis Enrique Vega, a 49-year-old man from Long Beach. Homicide investigators identified 3 individuals involved in the murder. The 3 individuals were identified as Nico Anthony Denson, a 23-year-old male who's originally from Maryland, but is staying in the city of Los Angeles. Natalie Adriana Gonzalez, a 27-year-old female from Los Angeles, and Chrissy Morales, a 29-year-old female also from the city of Los Angeles. All 3 were arrested near their homes and booked at East Los Angeles Sheriff's Station for the crime of murder. They remain in custody in lieu of $2 million bail each, and they're scheduled to be arraigned sometime tomorrow. And I'd like to thank the hard work and dedication of our Homicide Bureau detectives who worked relentlessly and around the clock by following up on all leads leading up to these arrests. And a special thank you to our West Hollywood personnel who responded to the location quickly in order to protect the integrity of the crime scene while subsequently gathering critical information that assisted in identifying these suspects. We're also asking anybody in the community who may have witnessed the incident or captured the incident on cell phone video to please contact the Sheriff's Homicide Bureau at 323-890-5500. Again, that number is 323-890-5500. And I'll take any questions if you have.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the captain and his team at the sheriff's station for not only the hard work that they've been doing on this item. I know they reacted very fast and have been on top of this. And I know we spoke privately, Ed, but I just want to thank you and your entire team for all the work that you've been doing and for keeping our community safe in all the way that you always do. And just extend my sincere gratitude to you for that.
Councilman, my pleasure, and I will extend the gratitude to the men and women here at West Hollywood Station. I appreciate it.
Great. If there aren't other comments for Captain Romero's, another observation, we do weekly meetings with directors and management, and we kind of do a weekend review of activity in the city. While it's really exciting to have outdoor dining again and the hustle and bustle along our commercial corridors, some of the behavior that we're encountering both through code and through the sheriff's department is a little bit unruly, and people I think are just fatigued, and their behavior is not the best. So it was a tough weekend for the sheriff's department. We're implementing all of our community policing patrols back as though all the businesses were open again. But there is a lot of fatigue, and it shows in terms of some of the behavior that the deputies in code compliance are encountering. So we thank them for keeping us safe, but it's getting a little dicey out there. I'll ask Lauren Langer, the city attorney, if she does have a response to the mayor's question on 5A.
Yes, I don't think there's a problem with everyone participating in item 5A. I think Plummer Park project has been an ongoing conversation for quite a few years through the subcommittee, and I don't see a problem with this very specific item coming forward with a very specific direction. So I'm comfortable with everyone participating.
Very good.
Okay, with that, that concludes my report unless there are other questions. Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to thank the captain for their work on this horrific incident that happened in our city at the end of last week. I know on a more positive note that the launch of the body cam program has already provided some very important lessons learned. We're bringing that positive feedback to contract cities to tell good tales of how what can happen when the program works. And I want to thank you for your leadership and thank everyone at the station for being willing, whether they were willing initially or just willing now because they're on the job to be part of that program and launching it, because I think it's critically important to the ability to keep people safe in our county. And so I thank you all for your leadership in that program.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I'll now turn it to our city clerk for the fiscal impact of our consent agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the addition of items 4C and 5A and the removal of item 2D as in David, is $17,500 in expenditure, $0 in revenues, and $4,100 in waived fees.
Is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember Erickson. Second? Second by Mayor Pro Tem Meister. Everybody's being quiet tonight, so I'm gonna say it out loud for everyone's benefit and turn it to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Well, city clerk, you only removed item 2D. Is that because the other item we removed did not have a fiscal impact?
That is correct.
Thank you. Then I vote yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion's approved.
Very good. So we have approved our consent agenda. We'll now move to our public hearings for the evening. We have 3. The first is item 3A, zone text amendments to modify affordable housing requirements and incentives and off-street parking requirements. And when you share your screen, I lose my screen. Title 19 zoning regulations to amend regulations for 100% affordable housing projects in accordance with state law. I'll now ask while our staff is getting ready, our city clerk, how this item was noticed.
The item was noticed as required by law.
Very good. And I'll now open the public hearing and turn it to our city staff for their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm the acting long-range planning manager in the Planning and Development Services Department. And tonight before you, we have a zone text amendment related to the city's affordable housing regulations. There's a bit of history that has occurred over the past a year and a half or so, and more so in relationship to housing policy in the state of California. There are constantly changes to housing regulations in the state. And just a few of those changes and regulations are being addressed today. In October of 2019, AB 1763 was signed by the governor, followed by in August of 2020, AB 2345 was then adopted by the state legislature. These 2 bills are the primary topic for tonight's zone text amendments. And are related to our density bonus requirements and affordable housing in general. We did have a number of interested parties in the community and somewhat atypical of a zone text amendment like this, held a virtual community meeting in late November of 2020 to help the community understand what types of zone text amendments were coming before the Planning Commission and the Council in relationship to this item, and tried to convey some more detail of how that impacts projects. This went to the Council in December, and it was continued until February, and at the last meeting you continued it to this meeting, as previously stated. And just to go through the zone text amendments, the bulk of these amendments are related to 100% affordable housing projects. And this is in direct response to state law. So this generally mirrors exactly what state law is saying about these types of projects. So what are 100% affordable housing projects? Generally, these are very low and low income projects where up to 20% of the units can be moderate income. And then you can also have manager units to manage on-site needs. So these are projects that fit a very narrow focus. So only projects that meet that definition are afforded the additional regulation changes, in that there's no requirements for the number of units within a building. That doesn't mean the building can be any size. Obviously, there are other standards, development standards like setbacks and FAR in some cases that limit buildings further in terms of their size. There are a number of incentives that you can have for these types of projects. You can get up to 4 incentives, plus you can also have an additional 3 stories in height outside of those 4 incentives, but it does cap it at that 3 stories. There is no parking required for these types of projects. Again, that being said, what we're seeing in our city and in other cities is that affordable housing developers want to build a certain amount of parking to accommodate their project, but that they're trying to build the right amount of parking and not necessarily the standardized parking that we have for other types of buildings in the city. So this requirement, again, is per state law, but allows a developer to elect to build the parking that works for their project. Additionally, per state law, there is a requirement that there's a minimum of 55 years of deed restriction on these properties. That being said, a lot of these properties are financed in a variety of ways that require even more stringent deed restrictions, specifically in perpetuity of the project. So that's what we typically see for these types of projects. The next change that's occurring as part of the zone text amendment is related to our density bonuses. So basically, what state law says and what our own zoning ordinance says today is that if you build up, let's say 20% of affordable housing, which is our requirement, you could then get a density bonus of 35%. So if you're allowed to build 100 units in a project, your affordable housing requirement is 20 units, or 20% of that 100. And today that gives you a 35% bonus. So you get an additional 35 market rate units. The state law basically changed to allow for that density bonus to increase up to 50%, but that would require you to build more than 20% affordable units as is required by our code. So if you took our standard project, our 100 units that I just mentioned, under the changes to state law, the density bonus just shifts slightly to 37.5%. We do round up for affordable housing, so you'd get 38 additional units instead of those 35 additional units. If a developer elected to provide additional affordable housing on site in excess of what the city requires, they could potentially be eligible for up to 50% bonus or an additional 50 units in that case. That is all state law requirements. The next section that changes is our chart for thresholds, or our chart for concessions. So concessions are basically things that a developer can ask for in order to make their project viable for development, including the affordable housing. And so as you see in the chart below, I included that so you can see directly, just for those of you at home, text in strike through or that's crossed out is being deleted, and then anything that's underlined is being added. So as you can see, the threshold to get 2 concessions used to be 20% for low or moderate. The state law changed that to 17% for low. And then for 3 concessions, the threshold changed from 30% of low to 24% of low. So basically, you need less percentage of those types of units in a building to be eligible for these levels of concessions. And again, that's per state law. But the one change that we made was we mirrored those changes to the low income units to moderate units. So basically moderate units are afforded the same threshold change to qualify for those number of concessions. And this basically was a way that staff wanted to ensure that we were providing the same level of incentivization for moderate units that we are for low income units. Because moderate units are something that we do want in the city, and we are trying to fill that gap. They are definitely in need in the city, and that's something that we're trying to promote. There was one additional change to parking requirements. As I stated previously, there was a change in parking for 100% affordable housing projects, but then also 2 to 3 bedroom units that are affordable had a reduction from 2 required parking spaces to 1.5 parking spaces. And then projects with 11% very low income units or 20% low income units are only required 0.5 spaces per unit. And both of those requirements apply to projects that are within the hatched locations on this map. This shows our transit priority areas within the city. So you can see there are a few locations that are highlighted in yellow that don't quite make it into the transit priority area. So those locations would not be privy to this parking allowance that was carved out by the state. So really they're looking for, affordable housing that's close to regularly occurring transit to have less parking. And these are deemed to be just outside of that. So for now, these locations won't have that parking allowance. That's it. These are fairly simple. Like I said, almost all of this is as required by state law with just a very minor change per staff. And so I'll open it up to questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We do have one speaker on this item. If my colleagues are okay with us hearing that speaker first before we get into discussion. Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our one and only speaker is Jonathan Strauss. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Please press *6 to begin.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to the Planning Commission and staff for this recommendation. I know we're only slightly exceeding state law requirements, but I think that we should be doing as much as we can to reduce greenhouse gas emission from cars and increase density and support use of public transit in the city of West Hollywood, making our city as attractive as possible for affordable and moderate income housing developers, and hopefully helping to save our planet. As a WeHo resident, very much support this and encourage staff and council to continue on this track. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Mayor, that was our only speaker for this item.
Very good. I'll now turn to my colleagues for questions and discussion. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. And Rachel, I apologize for my redundancy. I was on Planning Commission and I did ask you this same question, but I just want to make sure it's reiterated for the record. This implementation item that you've brought forward to us has nothing to do with any future development that could be done here in West Hollywood, and is specifically related to state law.
That's correct. So this was directly in response to changes to state law, and you'll continue to see zone text amendments like this move forward as we adjust to those changes that keep happening.
Thank you, Rachel. And thank you. I have nothing else to add. I'm prepared to move staff's recommendation. And that's it.
Okay, I assume that includes closing the public hearing.
Yes, it does. Thank you. You beat me to it.
Is there a second? Just so I know for purposes, we won't move for that yet. I just want to make sure if there's a second for that motion. There's no second. Okay, so we aren't moving it yet. Councilmember D'Amico.
So thank you. This is a tricky bunch of legislation that I appreciate you carefully explaining for me and our community. I think in the past, when we have been confronted with parking questions regarding the public right-of-way and private parking, there have been, sort of an ongoing mashup of responses. Often when a neighborhood has permit parking and the private development doesn't seem to be providing sufficient parking, the planning commission and sometimes by extension, the city council would not allow for day use permits or street parking permits for residents of a particular building. Is there anything in any of those things passed by the state that would prohibit us from making that a requirement, that any development that used those bonuses could not get off-street parking permits?
There is no regulation in the state law that would require us to give people parking permits. Generally, that occurs via a condition of approval when a development permit is reviewed by the planning commission. So that's something that we can also look at on a case-by-case basis.
Understood, and I think that would be appropriate. Our planning commission is, top notch. But I'm just trying to sort of think back when I was a planning commissioner. Sometimes there would be a building on Havenhurst, for example, and be 20 new units and, one visitor parking spot and, 10 tandem spots, and the neighborhood would just be like, fine, if you want to build that and sell those, that's great, but you can't be moving 10 more cars into our already overparked neighborhood. And I just want to know, is that something that would be allowed and would not be seen as sort of punishing or a reaction to this, since it has a long history in our city as a remedy for parking questions?
Yeah, absolutely. We can continue to place that condition on properties.
And then I guess the other question I have is often 100% affordable projects, they have some kind of community room as a sort of standard amenity for affordable housing, really all buildings. But we typically understand them as a community room, and then those community rooms have uses often to serve the community, right? So, but those community rooms don't typically come with a parking requirement. And I'm wondering if it's possible that we could require a community room that came with a parking requirement.
We can't in those buildings, in the 100% affordable buildings, because it's considered to be ancillary to that use, in that we require common open space, for example, and that could be construed as such in some cases. But there's certainly, if someone was going to provide space that was more formally considered community meeting rooms that were programmed as such and really separated from the 100% affordable, you're now looking at a building that we would consider mixed use, in that there's some commercial nature. So that wouldn't qualify for this elimination of parking.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to split the baby. I'm just saying, like, these are the kinds of things that we as a city want for our residents and want for our neighbors, and having the discussion now as opposed to in the heat of the moment when somebody is saying, and you have a 400 square foot community room and there's no parking there. I mean, you can refer to this moment and say, with the city attorney present and the entire council, we told them there's an ancillary use, you can't do that. And then the sort of the ground rules are set. I am ready to move the item, but I mean, and I will second my colleagues, but I just really want to hear from all of us, because this is a big change for an overparked city, and I think I would just like to hear what all of us have to say before I come up with a motion or a second one. Thank you.
Sure, everyone's going to get to talk. Don't worry, Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that Councilmember D'Amico brought up the parking policy that is not in our code, but it is something that we have followed for a number of years. It was a policy to that developers should just make sure that they have enough parking, whatever that number is, whatever that magic number is, that they have sufficient parking so that it does not impact the neighborhood, the surrounding neighborhoods. And I thank Oscar Delgado for helping formulate that policy many years ago. So I would like to suggest, or at least make sure, I have had a discussion with planning about this before, and I think they didn't think this was an issue, but to make sure that on applications for projects, that there is a question that just asks, how many spaces are you planning, and how did you come up with that number? And just to kind of give us a narrative of what they're anticipating, because I think what that will do is that will help with transparency. It will help planners to look at a project and say, wow, they don't really know this neighborhood at all, or they know this neighborhood really well, to be able to say, this neighborhood has plenty of parking, or this neighborhood doesn't have the parking. And so in terms of transparency, just to make sure that on the application, it's not it's not to have a requirement of number of spaces, but it's just to say, how many spaces are you planning, and how did you come up with that number? And I just think that would be good for the community to know, as well as our planners. So thank you, Councilmember D'Amico, for bringing up parking on that, on neighborhood parking. The thing I would like to also ask about is I know that this item was actually tabled by staff or continued by staff at the last meeting, and it doesn't seem that we're addressing AB 2556 or SB 330. And I just wondered, when do you anticipate, Rachel, that we will be getting that? Because those are very important piece of legislation to protect our existing rent stabilized housing. It doesn't necessarily impact new developments on our commercial corridors, because there we don't really have, we wouldn't be replacing residential. But in our residential neighborhoods, we have rent stabilized housing that is actually protected by those pieces of legislation. And yet I know that 2556 has been around for quite a while, or was that 2223? I'm getting very confused with all the twos, but we haven't codified it. And so I just want to know when that's coming to us. When can we expect it? I hope it's sooner rather than later.
Thank you. So we have been working on, like I said, adjusting to a lot of these changes in state law. Anything that's required by state law, no matter what changes we make on our end, are in effect in the city. There are a number of changes that we're still working on, and we anticipate coming back with a number of changes to housing regulations this spring and summer.
I mean, I think it would be a good conversation to have with Planning Commission, that the intention of those state laws are to protect existing rent stabilized housing or affordable housing. And I think that's a big concern of our residents. And I think we need to make sure that that everyone is very aware of that when they're looking at applications and projects. Thank you.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I know that, first of all, affordable housing is so needed all over to meet our housing crisis. So in that sense, this is going to help our city in many, many ways. At the same time, I want to acknowledge a lot of neighbors that are worried about their quality of life and neighborhood livability with respect to what's going to happen with not having parking for new residents in these buildings. I think that given that this is state law, and we, as Councilmember Erickson had Rachel point out that we must follow this. I think it's going to give us opportunities to be creative in the future as we see how communities shift and what the true need really is once these are developed, because it's something that we don't know yet. And I think in the future we may look at creative ways. And I'm also excited to continue supporting Metro coming through West Hollywood so that more transportation options will be available for all of our residents. I do have a question about the deed restriction years, Rachel. Just for the purposes of the public, can you explain for the public benefit what exactly that means?
Sure. So the requirement that's in the regulation states that any 100% affordable housing project has to be deed restricted for a minimum of 55 years. So that deed restriction basically is a legal instrument that's placed on the project that states that those units are restricted to be rented or sold, depending on the type of project, but in this case, rented, to people who meet the income qualifications. And then they're also, they're set at very specific rents as well, based on 2 different standards of rent schedules set by the state. So basically, if someone else wanted to come in and buy the building, for example, and say, okay, now I want to convert it into a hotel, you wouldn't be able to convert it to market rate units or something else for that restricted amount of time. Like I said previously, most projects in this category are restricted for the life of the project. So until it's demolished, those units are going to serve our low income residents and will be restricted in terms of their maximum rents that they're allowed to be charged.
So then my next question is, you said that the state law provides a minimum of 55 years, but we have the ability to say, let's do it for the life of these buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Can you let us know what the reasoning is to recommend it at 55 years versus the life?
Sure. We had talked about kind of expanding on that language and stating something like 55 years or the life of the project, whichever is greater. There's some problems with that statement and the way that it works if a building is demoed. But ultimately decided to keep that minimum of 55 years because it really does vary and depends greatly on the funding sources of the project and what those restrictions are. So there are some projects that may just have that 55-year minimum, and then there may be other projects that are in perpetuity. There are some funding mechanisms that require 65 or 75 years, and we just wanted to keep that open and really take it on a case-by-case basis. It's certainly something we could change, and that the reality is that the city's deed restriction is for the life of every project, for every affordable unit.
Okay. And if the city contributes land or money to a development, we can extend the deed restriction to life on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, so you would be able to put conditions such as those on a project. When you're contributing funding, you become that conditional funding source effectively.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I just have one question. I understand most of what is before us tonight is making sure that we're codifying state law. However, staff has also included moderate income housing, as part of this item. I think the intention is to expand the ability for our city to see development of moderate income housing. But how do we make sure that we don't only see moderate income housing as a result of this change, and that we continue to see the low and very low income housing production that we also need in the city?
Sure. So we have one really great way to distribute our units in the city, and it's that we require an alternating designation for the units. So the first unit that you have as affordable housing, it needs to be very low income or low income. You can choose between those two. And then the second unit needs to be a moderate income unit. And then it rotates back and forth between those two columns, so that you basically have 50% of those units are very low or low, and then 50% of those units are moderate. And that allows for us to create that mix in a building where you have, let's say, 20 or 30 affordable units. So you don't just have one type, you have that income range.
And so this, the languaging of this item will not change that alternating.
That's correct. There's a little bit of language that that points to that again in section 6 of the draft ordinance, but that's all existing policy.
Very good. I want to make sure we're getting them both. So we do have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion of the item? Hearing none, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Wait.
Councilmember D'Amico, you have to unmute yourself, my dear. Unmute yourself.
Is it the motion that John Erickson made and that I seconded?
Yes.
I wonder if we could include what Councilmember Meister said, that we just have the applicant explain in their application how they arrived at the number of parking spots, so that we can understand that as part of the public process. So that we're not making it up, but the developer is stating the way they came up with that.
I would like to state that I don't know how comfortable I am with that. I mean, if that's the will, that's the will. I think it's a little antithetical to the actual law, because what we're going to see is people, I mean, we're already seeing it with certain projects, but we're going to see, I think, someone with no background or experience say, why did you get to this number? And they're not going to accept it. I guess, you know, and the issue about how we're setting them up, and I think not being in compliance with that state law. I mean, yes, it's an informational piece, but what type of fodder does it give to someone who would, I guess, come out and not support a 100% affordable housing unit project? That's, I guess I can't speak to someone that wouldn't support a 100% affordable housing project. I mean, that's between them and their God. But nevertheless, I think I am a little worried that they would sit there and try to rally people behind saying, well, you have 20 spaces versus 25 and you need 25, but how did you get to that number? I mean, I'm happy, I'm flexible on it. I just don't know if I want to put those requirements on it, because I think we might be in violation of the state law. I don't know. I'd have to ask the city attorney to see if that would be something that she would think would be able to fit into this if possible before I'd feel comfortable, but you know.
Madam City Attorney.
So I'm looking at the ordinance, and I think, you know, part of staff's justification for, or part of their argument in the no parking requirement for 100% affordable projects is that it allows the developers to right size the parking. I think that's the language that they use, that they won't do nothing, and they'll come up with parking amounts that are appropriate for the population that's going to live in the building. And, you know, we do require a lot of information as part of our housing application. So I don't see a problem with asking a developer if they're going to provide no parking to tell us what they think their parking will be. It is a little bit subjective as to how they got there, but certainly asking for the information might be helpful to the neighborhood to know what they can be expecting. Rachel, do you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, I think that covers it. I mean, I think we can always ask people information. We just can't use that information to then require parking. It's more anecdotal.
I guess that's my main point. So if that's, I feel better now with you saying that, Lauren and Rachel. I just want to ensure that the planning commission or whatever body would decide it couldn't take that information and then reject a project because they didn't, quote unquote, feel it had enough parking. So I have a feeling we're going to see a test case like that maybe sometime in our future. But nevertheless, if that's the will, I'm happy to entertain that as part of the motion as well. And Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Meister's suggestion.
Yeah, I just want to add that it's not a requirement because the state law is that we can't require the parking. So it really is just to be able, it's informational, and I think it'll be helpful for planners and helpful for the neighborhood, and in order to be transparent about it.
And my sense is, so if they say we're just going to use street parking. And then the planner says, well, there's a good chance the planning commission won't allow you to use street parking. There's a long history of not allowing that. Are you sure you don't want to put in some parking spots? And then they will say no, and then we'll see where we go. I mean, I think we can't, as much as we can't worry about what the developer will do, we can't worry about what the neighborhood will do. We can only worry about what we will benefit from the information we'll ask. You know, we ask plenty of questions, as the city attorney said. And I think it just gives us more information about the kinds of buildings we'll be getting and the kinds of buildings we want.
City attorney, I saw you trying to chime in.
So if we're going to require it, I might suggest putting language in the matrix. And we're just talking about the 100% affordable projects, right? Because that's where the requirement is 0. So we could just put, you know, parentheses in that affordable, in that parking matrix under section 10 of the ordinance, number F, or letter F, where it says no requirement. We could put a notation that number of proposed parking spaces and description of.
We typically don't have our application submittal requirements in the zoning ordinance. Can this just be direction along with this zone text amendment to staff to make that as part of our applications, as opposed to being in the ordinance itself?
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with that.
I think the
hope
to keep it. I think it has to be written somewhere in advance for developers to know that this is an expectation if we have an expectation of them providing the information. I suppose there is a provision in the application language that says, I believe, any other language or any other information required by the director. So if that is the will of the council, I suppose as long as it's we have direction from council and it's written at least on the application that we expect this information, I suppose that could be enough.
It's fine. I'm happy to add that, Councilmember D'Amico.
Great, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second with additional direction. And we're closing the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion on the floor for a vote is to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood approving amendments to Title 19 zoning ordinance to modify affordable housing requirements and incentives and off-street parking requirements, Title 19 zoning regulations to amend regulations for 100% affordable housing projects in accordance with state law, increase density bonus to 50%, amend thresholds for incentives, and reduce parking requirements for projects that provide affordable housing on site and utilize density bonuses in accordance with state law, and to amend the threshold for concessions for moderate income units to match the new state regulations for low income units citywide in the City of West Hollywood. The other item is to include on the application that the applicant explain the number of parking spots on the application for 100% affordable buildings. So Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Very good. And we will now move
Thank
on
you.
to. Thank you. We'll now move on to our second public hearing of the evening, a hearing and decision regarding abatement of nuisance at assessor parcel number 4337-011-062, commonly described as 739 Westbourne Avenue, West Hollywood, California, 90069. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have approximately 10 speakers for this item.
Very good. And how was this item noticed?
As required by law.
Great. And I'll now open the public hearing. I'm not sure if we need a very robust staff report, but whatever we need to make sure is part of the public record, I'll turn it to staff to make sure we have that before we turn to public comment.
Great, thank you, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and members of the City Council. My name is Danny Rivas, and I'm the Code Compliance Manager for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining me on this item is Jackie Rocco, Director of Public Works, Lieutenant Mulder from the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, and Jim Eckhart, our City Prosecutor. So the item before you this evening is a consideration by the City Council to declare a public nuisance at the property identified by Los Angeles County Assessor parcel number 4337-011-062 and commonly described as 739 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood, California, 90069. So the West Hollywood Municipal Code does provide a specific procedure for the city to follow when addressing public nuisance properties and performing abatements. This includes, among other steps, issuing a notice to abate nuisances to the property owner to cure violations within 10 calendar days, and advising the property owner and other responsible parties of the date, time, and location of a city council hearing to be held if the public nuisance violations are not corrected. So pursuant to West Hollywood Municipal Code requirements, the city council shall conduct a hearing at which evidence may be submitted by the property owner or other interested parties. Upon consideration of that evidence, the city council may take one of three options. The first is to terminate the proceedings before you this evening. The second is to declare the conditions on the subject property a public nuisance and approve the 4 recommendations made by staff presented in the staff report. And the third is to modify the proposed action staff is recommending based upon the evidence presented at this hearing. To provide some brief background information on the subject property, it is a multifamily 4-unit dwelling unit sitting on a 6,172 square foot lot, including a little over 3,000 square feet of living area. It is zoned residential and located at the intersection of Westbourne and Sherwood Drive. According to Los Angeles County Assessor data, the property is currently owned by a limited partnership entitled SEJ Properties. Looking at the staff report, and I'm just trying to consolidate photos of the property that were taken during a follow-up site inspection on February 5th of this year are also attached for reference to the staff report, reflected as attachment D. So as part of city staff's recommendation, in the event that the property is declared a public nuisance, and if the property owner does not abate the nuisance conditions in accordance with the proposed resolution, an expenditure of up to $150,000 is being requested for any and all services required to bring the property into full compliance with the city's vacant property ordinance. Said expenditure amount includes the estimated cost for state licensed contractors that will provide services for improvements to the structures, landscaping, and hazardous waste removal at the property, as well as the estimated cost in providing private on-site security 24 hours per day, 7 days per week for 3 months. If this item is adopted as presented, 10 days would be given to the property owner to have on-site security at the property, and 30 days would be provided to complete the rest of the corrections reflected in the staff report. So this concludes the presentation, and staff, Lieutenant Mulder with the West Hollywood Sheriff Station and the City Prosecutor are available for any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you very much. I think we should first turn to our public comment, and then we'll get into questions and discussion. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on this item is Antonio Jimenez Palazon. Antonio, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Antonio Jimenez, and I live in 8712 Sherwood Drive here in West Hollywood. I support the recommendation of the staff report to urge the City Council to declare 739 Westbourne public nuisance. I want to thank, first of all, Madam Mayor Pro Tempore, Meister, City Council Member John Erickson for the work, as well as Danny Rivas and Lieutenant Mulder for everything you have done to get us to 3B. I live right here next to the property with my husband and 2 very young 2-year-old kids. Since moving here, we had to constantly deal with this property. In 2018, we had to call and there was a raid and they found a bunch of people living inside doing drugs. In October 2019, we had to call again because a fire broke down and someone was smoking in the property. We went and filed a report with the Sheriff Department. On the last 2 years, we have been calling constantly as we have seen a flow of people breaking and entering, and we live right next to the property. We feel it's a matter of time before 739 Westbourne goes down in flames. So because the property has not been maintained, and right now it's a fire hazard. We moved to our house in 2013 here in West Hollywood, and due to all the incidents with the property next door, we are considering leaving the neighborhood, which is something we don't want to do. But with 2-year-old twins, you can imagine that it's not a safe place to be at. We don't feel it's safe for our children right now to live here. But we feel also we've been lucky until this point but we are concerned that someone will set up a fire one day and we won't be able to be that lucky anymore. So we support everything that the city has been doing to try just to get us to this point, and we 1,000% support the recommendation to declare 739 Westbourne a public nuisance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Antonio. Our next speaker is Jonathan Strauss. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I'd like to echo Antonio's thanks to especially Danny Rivas and staff and Lieutenant Mulder and his team for being so responsive and proactive during the long course of the history with this project, with this property, which as the record shows, the record that staff has presented goes back a year, but we moved in across the street from this property with our 2 young kids 3 years ago. One of our kids wasn't even born yet. And our neighbors who've been here longer have been dealing with this situation for, I believe, approaching 6 years now. And so this is not only a public safety hazard, like Antonio pointed out, but it's also 4 units of housing, much needed. As Councilmember D'Amico pointed out earlier, we are in a housing crisis. This is 4 units of housing that has been sitting vacant for nearly 6 years. Our family urges the City Council to follow the recommendation of staff to declare this a public nuisance and empower staff to remediate it. The owner has shown repeated disregard for our community. He's not a member of our community. He owns hundreds of properties around the country. He's been prosecuted criminally in other jurisdictions for his neglect of these properties. He has confronted city staff and been belligerent to them, as documented in the staff report. He has no intention of doing what is necessary for our community. And now is the time for the city to step up and act as the council requested several meetings ago. So we hope that you will do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Robert Steloff. Robert, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. How are you? It's Robert Steloff. My wife and I have lived in the city since 1987. So we are heavily vested into neighbors, streets, people, ongoing efforts to make this a better community. I want to personally thank Pro Tem Lauren Meister and Council Member D'Amico and Lieutenant Mulder, and just reiterating all that Jonathan and Antonio have expressed, most especially Danny Rivas. Without Danny, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. And I cannot begin to tell you what a nuisance and issue this property is. So I'd like to fully go on record and support the recommendations of the staff report for item 3B and vociferously urge the City Council to declare 739 Westbourne a public nuisance, a disgrace, an embarrassment, and authorize City Manager to take all necessary steps recommended in the staff report, including properly securing the property and providing 24/7 on-site security. Hopefully, while most, if not all of you have driven past this property, I would sincerely hope that you do so, as it is something that should never be allowed to happen in this city again. This is a 6 years in the making poster child for what not to do in this city. It is shameful at best. And I'm not going to beat around the bush here. To say that I'm upset angry and disgusted would barely scratch the surface. So I just want to thank you all for listening to all the neighboring properties and people associated with this. My anger is not directed at all of you, but this owner. So please do so as currently advised by all. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Andy Steloff is our next speaker.
Hi, good evening, council members. This is Andrea Steloff. My husband obviously just spoke. I'll begin by stating that I wholeheartedly support the recommendation of the staff report and urge City Council to declare 739 Westbourne a public nuisance. 739 Westbourne's property owner's blatant disregard to his responsibilities has completely diminished our experience of this once neighborhood on the rise. It is an absolute disgust to us that someone so deplorable can be allowed to inflict his hideousness upon our residents and the surrounding area. He has the entire neighborhood up in arms. We're beyond angry, feeling hostile, and just beside ourselves about this now 6-year nuisance. Sometimes fantasizing on how we're going to handle the situation on our own if it's not taken care of. As my husband expressed, we've lived here for over 28 years and we've watched WeHo grow from rags to riches. But now, thanks to the neglect of 739 Westbourne and a few other such properties, we are forced to watch this all amazing progress go south. This neighborhood is now attracting vagrants, break-ins, trash, and most recently, human feces, causing us all to arm ourselves before we walk out our front doors. I walk the neighborhood quite frequently, as a matter of fact, because I've been running a business on the corner of La Cienega and Waring for the last 20 years. So it's offensive, the whole situation. I fantasize about moving away from here too, because it's just so hideous now what's happened to our once pleasant neighborhood. I want to thank you guys for hearing our voices and expressing how one man can ruin a once thriving neighborhood. But after the past 4 years, I'm sure this is no surprise to anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Our next speaker is Don Zeman. Don, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, it's actually, I think it's me. It's Donna Zeman. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I live in the area as well, and I've seen this property vacant for 6 years, not properly secured. The owner, like I've been on the email chain with the city and with the sheriff's office, and they've done everything that they can. So I guess this is the next step in enabling to actually do something for the neighbors of the property, the quiet enjoyment of their property. Like that should be taken into consideration. And the same with the 4 units that have been taken off the market for 6 years. The tenants that were in those units were kicked out, and then the building just stays vacant. So, which doesn't make any sense with the issues that you were saying that West Hollywood has with housing. So I've read the recommendations in the staff report and support them, and along with my fellow neighbors, urge you to declare it a public nuisance that it is, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Our next speaker is Alex Burstein. Alex, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Alex, are you there?
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking on support for 3B. First, I want to thank the many people who have listened, reacted, and supported Tri-West. The teams at City Hall, specifically Danny Rivas, as previously everybody mentioned, and efforts of West Hollywood Sheriff's Division, specifically Lieutenant Mulder and the Sheriff's staff. And thanks to many of you on the City Council and Lauren Meister, who has listened to this for over 5 years, and the daily help from WeHo security ambassadors and WeHo code enforcement teams. We are all contending with an increase in crimes and risks to our safety. I have a Ring app and a Citizens app, and when an alert comes in, the first thing I do is to assess where is this, how close by. Crime and incidences are just getting more frequent and closer. I live at 705 Hundley each day. I walk by 739 Westbourne Drive very cautiously. I'm walking a dog. We walk by there 2 to 3 times a day. We are on constant alert for changes. Who is and what is going on? Are doors broken? Is trash littered? Are bikes lashed to posts? It has become a daily process for all of us using our eyes and ears and then statusing with each other. It feels like we're under attack. Everyone walking or biking in Tri-West is now under review. These vacant properties are a magnet for after-dark intruders that also try to break into residences, cars, mailboxes, condos. On Huntley, luckily, we have a network of video cameras we're watching daily. I feel the city has to get tough on vacant properties. One vacant property on Huntley Drive was labeled a motel by people dealing drugs at this property. It was recently demoed, thank goodness. I support the efforts and recommendations of the staff report for item 3B. Take this property and the owner to the next level and declare 739 Westbourne a public nuisance. Authorize the city manager take the steps recommended in the staff report.
Thank
The
you,
property
Alex.
owner is proven.
Thank you,
Yes.
Alex. Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say we walk around with a lot of fear over this property. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to reducing living in fear.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Kraft. Richard, you have 2 minutes to speak under this public hearing. Please press *6 and begin.
Good evening and thank you.
Richard, you're muted.
You muted.
Good evening, Council. I want to echo the thanks to Danny Rivas and Lieutenant Mulder, who have always been very responsive on this issue, even after hours or on weekends. We're very fortunate to have them working in our city. As a longtime West Hollywood resident living near 739 Westbourne Drive, I can attest to the negative impact this vacant property has had on our neighborhood for many years. Since falling into disrepair, the property has attracted squatters who enter through unsecured fences, windows, and doors. These squatters have acted aggressively and verbally abused residents. The overgrown brush attracts rodents, poses a fire hazard, and makes it hard for law enforcement to watch and access the property. Last year, the squatters started a fire that required a response by firefighters, and neighbors now live with constant concern that a future fire will spread to adjacent homes. I remember when this multi-unit property was inhabited by friendly tenants who tended the yard with great care and contributed to the social fabric of our neighborhood. Action by you tonight could be the first step toward rehabilitating this property so it can once again return to the housing stock we so badly need. I fully support the staff report recommendations for this property and urge the City Council to declare 739 Westbourne Drive a public nuisance so this dangerous situation can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm checking to see if any of the other individuals who signed up to speak on this item are still on the call. We don't see any of the other ones who signed up still here. That's all we have for public testimony currently.
Okay, thank you. Now I will turn to my colleagues. I want to thank everyone who came out to speak tonight. Very important testimony tonight. Councilmember Shine.
First, I want to say on the record, I'm in support of these recommendations. I do have a question for, I guess, Lauren Langer and Danny Rivas. I didn't hear the property owner here make comments. Was this an opportunity for them to come and give testimony tonight?
Yes, it was. And I will let Danny explain all the ways that they have reached out to the property owner. And it's unclear why he is not present on the Zoom this evening.
Okay.
Danny, can you list all the ways that you reached out to the property owner?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Councilmember Shine. So part of the item included sending out the notice, informing them of the public hearing that was going to occur this evening. And so that was sent via first class mail as well as certified mail. In addition to that, we also posted the property on site. And so we've done everything that we could to inform the property owner of this hearing. So.
Thank you. I was going to ask this anyway, but especially since they didn't even bother to show up, and with the history that we've gone through, resident testimony of the character of this property owner. I see in the staff report that the $150,000 that we're asking for the bond, and also a 3-month, this will give us enough money to have 3 months security. I guess my concern is 3 months goes by and we still have this issue. What is the next step? Would that come back to us then? Because I want to make sure if this continues on longer than 3 months, our residents still have the security and the safety needed. So what happens after the 3 months is done? I want to understand that.
Yeah, great question, Councilmember Shine. So a part of the 3 months will include us the ability to start pursuing, not waiting until the 90 days has expired, but starting right after we do the abatement, then we will definitely move forward with recovery process. And so we'll be working with the city prosecutor in that. And so the idea is that we wouldn't have to be paying for that 24/7 on-site security beyond the 90 days. By that point, hopefully we would have taken other elevated measures if need be to recover and hold the property owner responsible for providing the on-site security.
Okay. And if for some reason you still don't have cooperation, that's what I'm trying to understand. Would you then come back to us, or would the city manager have the ability to extend that beyond the 90 days?
Yeah, so should we not be able to recover, and through our efforts, filing one of two, whether it's a civil injunction through the courts, or going a criminal complaint through the Superior Court. So if that wasn't a possibility and fit in line with the 90 days, then we would come back to City Council to ask for more appropriation of funds to be able to secure the property with on-site security. But again, the idea is as soon as we move forward, if the property is declared this evening, moving forward with the abatement, still giving the property owner time to make the corrections as a part of the abatement order. And then if not doing so, in conjunction with that, working with the city prosecutor's office to start that recovery process, as we know that the 90 days will come and go pretty quickly. And so we want to make sure that we're staying on top of that and being proactive with that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. Danny, listen, I just want to really thank you. I know the last time we discussed doing this, we really pushed you to bring this forward and to start this process. And you chose, I think, a good property to start this process on. I'm also not convinced this will be the last property that goes through this process, given the state of some other concerning properties in the city. I guess my two questions are, how do we recover these funds? And I didn't see anything in the staff report that says recovery of funds was an automatic next step at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the compliments. And I can definitely tell you, it's definitely a team effort. Hearing also the members of the public. I mean, we have a code enforcement officer team that does a phenomenal job in terms of being responsive and getting out there and our partners at the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, as well as the legal team. So it's definitely a team effort. In terms of what are we doing for recovery and the next step, so as written into the municipal code, what we would do is keep track of all of the costs if we were to perform the abatement, and then what we would be pursuing would be either placing a lien on the property, also pursuing adding this to the property tax bill, and then in addition to that, we can also look at potential receivership and other civil remedies that would allow us to recover the cost. So we're going to be looking at all of those different items, and our city prosecutor, who's actually on, Jim Eckhart, can also add to any of those, as he is an expert in terms of recovery and dealing with public nuisance abatement. So Jim, I don't know if there's anything else that you would like to add that I'm not touching on.
While or whether Jim comes on, I guess I just want to say that I wanted to be assured that we were not spending city dollars on this property, and that we're spending this property owner's money abating this property owner's problems. I mean, I think I just want to be super clear about that. And I guess one other thing is there not a fee for this public hearing? I know in most public hearings that we host as a city, there is a fee. And I wonder if in our next fee schedule, we shouldn't assign a fee to this public hearing like we do for our public hearings around cannabis and around other developments. It might also get the attention of the person who's been assigned this public hearing. And I guess just to sort of follow up on what Councilmember Shine said, I feel comfortable authorizing a 90-day extension and an extension of the dollars to save you another trip to this meeting, if that's something that either A, we can do, or B, you would like, because certainly you would not do it unnecessarily. If you solve the problem in 36 days, then we're done and it's secure and we're done. But if it's not solved in 90 days, I trust that your process has been thorough. Your next step doesn't necessarily need to be coming back here, but we can let you or the city attorney respond. And if so, then perhaps the maker of the motion, whoever that is, could include that.
And Councilmember, this is Jim Eckert, the city prosecutor. If I can just address a couple of the comments that were made by you and Councilmember Shine. With respect to the expenditure of the funds, the money that's being requested is basically intended to be an advance so that the work can be done. Obviously, as Mr. Rivas has indicated, we would be seeking recovery of those fees through any one of or a multitude of or a variety of the means that are provided for under the municipal code and under state law. Initially, that would include us sending basically a bill to the property owner saying this is what was expended, you're required to repay that. Their failure to do so could result in a lien and or a tax assessment on the property. One of the other options is that the city would have the ability to consider either civil or criminal litigation against the property owners. Both of those processes would include orders not only for the property owner to continuously maintain this property in accordance with applicable law, but also to reimburse the city for any expenditures that the city has made. So rest assured that the city would definitely be pursuing those options and each of those efforts in order to try and obtain the recovery of the fees that the city would be making. With respect to the cost, and I'll just make a comment on this. With respect to the cost of this public hearing, the difference between this public hearing and other public hearings that are provided is that other public hearings are typically requested by the person who's being affected by it, that is, an applicant. In this particular case, the property owner is not an applicant for anything, and this is a public hearing that's being given as a form of due process in order to have the property declared a public nuisance. So I don't believe that there is a current fee for it. And there are many cities that would waive the fee, since technically the city is kind of the moving party with respect to this type of a public hearing, as opposed to one where an applicant's actually seeking some form of an approval, a permit, or a license from the city.
Thank you, Mr. Eckhart.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for Lauren Langer, and that's are there any conditions under which we can eminent domain the property? I mean, if there's a point where it's obvious that they are never going to, we are never going to recover the funds, because I mean, that property, for example, I mean, the blight, it's a public safety issue, you know, in addition to the code violations, you know, it's just a mess. I mean, I walk that neighborhood all the time, and it's really a horrible situation. And the fact that it's been, you know, not inhabited since for what, 6 years or more. And we have a housing crisis, and maybe the city or someone else could do something better with the property than what's happening there now. So Lauren, what are the conditions under which a government could eminent domain?
Well, you know, I think I'll let Jim Eckhart speak to the possible remedies that that he could pursue at the end of this process. But I'll start by saying this: this is the first step in pursuing any remedies against the property. So you take an action tonight to declare it a nuisance, and then it opens up a whole possibility of paths that the city could take, depending on what happens and depending on whether the property owner cleans up the property. So there's possible receiverships, there's possible liens, but since Jim Eckhart would be the one pursuing those, Jim, do you want to walk them through some possible outcomes here?
Absolutely, and thank you. As the city attorney indicated, this is the very first step. It is declaration of a public nuisance of the property, and this gives the city the ability to actually pursue these other remedies that were actually that were briefly described earlier by Mr. Rivas and by myself. One of those possibilities, as I indicated, is the placement of a lien on the property and or an assessment, a tax assessment. If those are not paid, the property could actually be foreclosed upon and sold at public auction. So that is one option. It would not be an eminent domain whereby the city is taking possession or control over it, but would allow for the property to be sold at public auction. With respect to another option that was briefly discussed, the city could, and this would be something for the council to consider at a different meeting, but would be the initiation of civil litigation. That civil litigation would be the filing of a civil injunctive action, and in conjunction with that, we would typically request that the court appoint a receiver. A receiver would be a court-appointed officer who would actually take possession and control over the property, would have all of the same rights and remedies that the property owner would have in order to abate the violation. And in many of those cases, that property ends up getting sold if it cannot be remedied, or if the property owner doesn't comply with the appropriate orders of the court. So there are a couple of options whereby ultimately the property could potentially get sold at a public auction or through the court-appointed receiver. But again, those would be steps that are taken a little bit further down the line if the city needs to initiate any of those subsequent enforcement actions. And if that doesn't answer all of your questions, Councilmember Meister, obviously I'm happy to expand.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilmember Erickson? You're on mute.
The theme of 2020 and 2021, you're on mute. I want to thank all the members of the community who came out and spoke. I had the privilege, if we want to call it that, because we were talking about this really serious issue, of meeting with them to really hear about these concerns and starting to address it. And I want to thank Danny and his entire team and staff, Kristen Cook and the Sheriff's Department. They have been out there a lot and dealing with all the work that they've been doing on this property. I specifically want to thank Antonio. We don't want people to move out of the city because a negligent property owner cannot follow the law. That's what we have here in a very bad case scenario. So I would love to see Antonio continuing to live in the city and raise his children and his beautiful family. I've driven around this property. I know some of the public commenters have suggested that. I know many of us have seen it. This is completely in support of what we need to do. I support what staff's doing. Many of my questions have already been asked by my colleagues. So I'm happy to do that. I'm glad Mayor Pro Tem Meister talked about eminent domain. I don't know if it's possible for us to give direction to the city attorney to start researching what civil litigation would look like down the line instead of having to come back to us. I'd rather have, like in our previous meeting, that process started now. I don't foresee this property owner probably coming into compliance. They just lost and were awarded a $2.25 million civil litigation lawsuit that they happened. So with the Honolulu Manor. That's been going on and affecting those seniors in that building for quite some time. So I doubt, or I don't have much hope that he would continue in this realm as well. So I don't know if my colleagues would allow our city attorney to start looking into that. I think it'd be important to have that ready to go now or in the future at a little date, or if we need to renotice these things. But that's currently where I'm at, and I support staff's recommendation.
And Councilmember Erickson, this is Jim Eckert again. I just wanted to reiterate to you that the civil litigation and the other remedies are things that are already being discussed by staff and myself. We are already preparing for that next step should it be necessary. However, again, the initiation of civil litigation would be discussed with the council in closed session.
Thank you. It sounds, I just have a couple of comments before we try to get to a motion. I also want to thank everybody who came out to speak. Clearly, this is a very frustrating and long overdue situation for action. We have responsibilities in our role in this public hearing as the city council, but I can share as a layperson and that sometimes it feels like due process, which is important and essential to our justice system, can feel like an eternity and feel like anything but. And so I know in hearing the frustration that was expressed tonight, our city is doing everything that we can legally as quickly as we can. And I want to thank our staff who are doing that work to move this right along. It sounds like my colleagues and I are in agreement about making sure that we not only follow staff's recommendation, but give them all tools available to take action as necessary to protect residents in this neighborhood from the nuisance that does exist at this property. So I would move staff's recommendation with the additional direction that was provided by my colleagues and hopefully set us on a path to resolving this issue. Councilmember Shine.
I'll second that. Sorry.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
I was going to second. It's good.
Oh, go ahead.
Any other discussion? So that motion also included closing the public hearing. I assume the seconder of the motion is okay with that. And so I'll turn it to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Can you clarify for the record the additional recommendations by the council so we can include those in the motion? And I'll read everything into the record.
Mayor, did you want to add or would you like?
Go ahead.
Sure. I believe it was to give authority for the 90 days, an additional 90 days needed for security and any money so that then we don't need to have you come back in 90 days because it sounds like this is going to take possibly longer than that to complete. Those were the additions that myself and Councilmember D'Amico added to that.
Perfect. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood declaring the conditions of and the activities conducted on the property identified by Assessor Parcel Number 4337-011-062 and commonly described as 739 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood, California, 90069, a public nuisance, and ordering the abatement of such nuisance. To direct the city clerk to notify all owners and possessors of the subject property of the decision of the city council and file with the office of the Los Angeles County Recorder a declaration of substandard property or notice of violation declaring that by resolution of the city council, the conditions on the property constitute a public nuisance and must be abated. to direct the city clerk staff to abate the public nuisance conditions as prescribed in the resolution, to provide the following additional authorization in the event that the public nuisance is declared and if the property owner does not abate the nuisance in accordance with the adopted resolution. A, an expenditure up to $150,000 for any and all services required to abate the nuisance at the property located at assessor parcel number 4337-011-062 and commonly described as 739 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood, California, 90069 is authorized. 2, the city manager or designee thereof is authorized to execute any agreements required to abate the nuisance at the property located at assessor parcel number 4337-011-062 and commonly described as 739 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood, California, 90669, using the city's existing and vetted vendors or other service providers. C, find that through this authorization, the agreements in 4B entered into for the purposes of the immediate abatement of the subject nuisance are exempt from the city's procurement requirements and contract value limitations requiring subsequent city council approval. And D, direct city staff and the city attorney prosecutor's office to pursue recovery of all expenditures for services required to abate the nuisance at the property located at assessor parcel number 4337-011-062 and commonly described as 739 Westbourne Drive, West Hollywood, California, 90069 through the nuisance abatement process, and give staff the authority for 90 days of security funding at the subject property.
City
I will
attorney
now take
comment.
Roll call vote.
No, city attorney has a comment first.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say, as long as the city clerk added the extra time and extra money at the end of the motion, and I think I just heard her say that at the very end.
I did, yes.
Okay, great.
It's in addition to the 3 months, just to make that clear too, because there's already 3 months in the staff report and it was within the 150,000. So this is an additional. So basically asking for 6 months of security if needed.
And then I think Danny thinks that might require another $60,000. So should the number be 210,000? He thinks that could cover a 6-month period.
Yes.
Okay, we're all in agreement.
Okay, great. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. There have been 2 requests to take a break, so we're going to come back in 10 minutes. We'll see you at 9:15. Looks like we're still waiting on a couple of people. Very good. It looks like everyone's back. And so now we will proceed with our third public hearing of the evening. Regular 3C, urgency and regular ordinances of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, establishing premium pay and associated labor protections for grocery workers working in West Hollywood. I will, Madam City Clerk, how is this item noticed?
As required by law.
And how many speakers do we have on this item?
Mayor, we have about 20 people who signed up to speak, but during the break I went through and it looks like we currently on the call only have roughly 10 in the meeting.
Good to know. Is everyone clear on the report? Do we need a report from staff before we hear from the public? Seeing no desire for a report, I believe staff is available to answer any questions we'll have, but let's just get right into public comment. Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for this public hearing will be Rachel Torres. Rachel, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Torres. I'm with the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 770. Again, we want to express our strong support for this emergency temporary ordinance of $5 hazard pay, both for retail and grocery workers in the city of West Hollywood. As we know, major grocers and drug retailers, including Kroger, which owns Ralph's, and other stores like Target, agreed to pay West Hollywood workers a $2 hazard pay increase in March, only to end it 6 weeks later, but before the second and third surge of the pandemic. Meanwhile, grocery store and drug retail companies have seen their net earnings skyrocket this year. Kroger, for example, reported a 15.8 increase in sales and net earnings increase of just over 100% in the first 3 quarters of 2020. As COVID-19 cases continue to soar and the ICU capacity reaches a breaking point in Los Angeles County, workers continue to face the risk of infections. To date, over 5,700 UFCW 770 members have contracted COVID-19. In December and January alone, over 3,000 members have become infected. At least 10 members have passed away in the region. 5 have passed away in the last month. We know the number is much higher due to the lack of reporting by all grocery and drug retail chains. These numbers are horrifying and demand compensation. Kroger is following the Empire Strikes Back model and closing stores in low-performing areas. This is direct retaliation. It's a capital strike in which companies decide they won't work, while workers at Kroger have never called a strike during the worst working conditions of the pandemic. It is meant to harass and intimidate other cities from taking action. Shame on Kroger, has enjoyed stock buybacks and billion-dollar revenue, while people eat through food banks and don't have access to the vaccine yet. When there's an outbreak at the Ralph's or the Pavilions or the Gelson's or the Rite Aid in West Hollywood, workers must put in extra, more arduous hours to compensate for their increased workload. Their commitment to keeping the community fed should be honored. This is the right policy for this unprecedented moment. Grocery and drug retail workers deserve hazard pay. Large chains can afford it. We encourage West Hollywood to join the city of Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Long Beach, San Francisco, Irvine, Oakland, Berkeley, Seattle, and Los Angeles County, among others, all along the state of California, who are poised to create similar solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker on this public hearing is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Before I start, I really want to express how disheartened and sad I am to hear from community members that just because we don't agree that government and elected officials should be dictating pay to our business industry, even if one industry, even if temporary, that this somehow equates to not caring about employees or their health and safety. I'm sure it's attractive to mandate what a business should pay with or without any knowledge about their business models. But I also don't feel it's okay to put an employee in harm's way just if we pay them more money. While grocery stores look like they must be raking it in, they actually operate at very low profit margins. They also have invested huge amounts of expenses for everyone to be safe, just as all businesses have. We understand the desire to run with cities who have put forward these hazard pay proposals and the desire for West Hollywood to always lead social justice change. It is inspiring, but this is not social justice. This hurts people. This impacts workers, benefits and hours, increased prices, less profitable business, and unintended consequences. I don't care whether you're large or small, can afford it or not. This is government overreach, fair and the way it is. When costs go up, so do prices, and businesses have to address with layoffs, removal of benefits and layoff. That's just the thing that has to be done. As soon as you say it's like, well, businesses only care about the bottom line. Well, yes, they have to. They balance that with the health and well-being of their employees and public health. Do the math. You think because they don't pay $20 an hour to employees, they don't care? You think they want to operate at a loss? What a stupid business model that would be. At some point, it becomes cost prohibitive for a business and for those shopping at those businesses. We urge you to find creative ways to incentivize businesses to provide more benefits for employees during this difficult time. Lastly, this was barely any business outreach on this item, and I respectfully request that the required outreach is conducted for an item with this great an impact to our business community.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Nick Remedio. Nick, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Nick Remedio here, Chair of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, the Design District, and Secretary of the West Hollywood Travel and Tourism Board and GM of Kimpton Lapeer Hotel. Many thanks, as always, to Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, Council Members D'Amico, Erickson, and Shine, in addition to our city staff led by Paul Arabalo. On behalf of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, I would like to implore the City Council to halt what seems to be a done deal orchestrated by organized labor in regards to the grocery store ordinance. This is, simply put, the wrong policy at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. Where do we go wrong? The City Council has employed such a straightforward and rational leadership over the last year. There's been tremendous confidence developed despite numerous breakdowns in leadership at the federal, state, and county levels where the business community could trust in the sound decisions of our City Council. Now that appears in jeopardy. This is well-intentioned, but bad policy at the worst of times. You can't differentiate between essential workers. How can anyone say who faces more risks? How about our city code enforcement workers, people for parking enforcement, hospitality team workers in hotels and restaurants, construction workers? Construction workers have seen the highest risks of rate throughout the entire pandemic, yet we don't talk about them. Yes, grocery store workers are at the front lines. But then how about the delivery drivers who work for Amazon, Postmates, Uber drivers? Basically, anyone who has not had the luxury to work from home over the last year has been in the line of the pandemic and at risk. This truth means that the rationale in the ordinance tonight could apply to all businesses. At a time when we need more support, more focus on small business survival, more support on job creation. What is the whole task force about that was passed by this council over a month ago? This ordinance does just the opposite. It threatens more businesses and jobs. That's not a threat. It's not just bad news or the Empire Strikes Back. That's reality. I understand and applaud the fundamental concern and compassion of the council on this measure. But as my grandmother said, timing is everything. And if things should happen, then they will also happen at the right time for the right reasons. My questions for the council are the following. Why is this the right decision at the right time? How are you actually protecting jobs with this decision? How can the business community trust that you will not take additional punitive measures to other industries that you arbitrarily select? And why don't you include your own employees in this ordinance? We ask that you pause this ordinance and postpone up until a time when we have true economic recovery and much more expansive discourse can occur in regards to impacted industries. Thank you for allowing me to go over, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker will be Amardeep Gill. Amardeep, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing.
Good evening, Honorable West Hollywood Council members. My name is Amardeep Gill, and I'm the Director of the Grocery and Retail Project at the LA Alliance for a New Economy, 4 Lane. We strongly support item 3C, establishing premium pay for grocery workers working in West Hollywood. This is the right policy for this unprecedented time, and I urge you to vote yes this evening and pass 3C without any delays. Over the last couple of months, clergy, community groups such as Community Coalition, National Council of Jewish Women, LA Forward, Democratic Club, with the Stonewall Democratic Club being counted among them, together with UFCW, together with union and non-union workers, have been calling on grocery store corporations to reinstate hazard pay, premium pay as companies see record profits. You all know grocery workers are the unsung heroes of this pandemic and have been risking their lives on the front line for months, providing a lifeline for our communities and keeping us fed. Many grocery workers have become the primary income earners in their households as families struggle with widespread employment due to the pandemic. Also, the vast majority of workers come from our BIPOC communities, which have been devastated by the pandemic. Meanwhile, grocery store corporations have seen record profits. Rather than investing in their workers who made such prosperity possible in the midst of a pandemic, companies such as Kroger, for example, spent $1.3 billion in stock buybacks, further enriching their executives. And I want to also emphasize, whether it's an increase in the minimum wage, you always hear the same mantra from the business community: the sky is falling and we're looking up for the small guy. This ordinance will impact grocery store corporations who have 300 or more employees nationwide. Further, as new strains and various COVID-19 strains continue to spread, and with the hospital capacity still at breaking point, grocery workers continue to face the risk of infection due to hazardous working environments. West Hollywood must lead, as it always has, in fighting for the rights and dignity of our most vulnerable and marginalized communities. I thank you for your leadership, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Amardeep. Our next speaker is Alice Juarez. Alice, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Please press *6. You may begin.
Thank you. This is my first time calling in for any kind of council meeting, so please bear with me. I've been working for the grocery business at Rouse for 38 years. I've been at the West Hollywood store for 10 years. And I love that store. It's a community store. I know all the customers. And, you know, I'm only a part-time worker. I'm not a full-time worker. And this extra pay will tremendously help me out right now because my husband is out. He's a construction worker, but he had an appendix burst and he hasn't been back to work yet, another 3 more weeks. And this hazard pay would tremendously help my life because I'm only, like I said, I'm only a part-time worker. I get 28 hours a week. And yes, in the beginning of the pandemic, you know, last March, I was working, yes, 45, 50 hours for 2 months. But after 3 months of that, I had to take 3 weeks off because of the mental stress, wearing a mask, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours a day. It was so stressful. So I had to cut back my hours, and this hazard pay would tremendously help. I mean, I've been through it all. It's the mask. I'm a mask police. I'm, you know, trying to let customers know when we get product in. It's very, very stressful, and I really appreciate your time. And thank you so much for the City of West Hollywood for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Our next speaker is Bianca Gallegos. Bianca, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Bianca, are you there? Okay, our next speaker is David Quezada. David, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. David Juarez. Okay. Dan Holden, you have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item. Go ahead, Mr. Holden.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dan Halden, and I am the chair of legislative action for the Stonewall Democratic Club. Since Stonewall was founded in 1975 as the nation's first LGBTQ+ feminist and progressive political group, we've been very proud to serve on the front lines fighting for constituencies in need. And as I think the council knows, a lot of that work has been done right here in the city of West Hollywood. We are supportive of item 3C, and we urge you to pass this tonight. We've been supportive in recent weeks of other measures at the city of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County, and we stand with all of the advocates who have been fighting for this, including UFCW 770, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, and we're very proud to be a part of the Fair Work Week Coalition. So I want to thank, in particular, Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Erickson for initiating this, and we're in support here at the Stonewall Democratic Club. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. That is the final speaker that we have on this item.
Hi, I'd like to speak.
What is your name?
William Siegmiller.
Okay, William, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing item.
Thank you so much. Hey, good evening, Council. So I just want to speak in support of the emergency wage increase for grocery workers. I won't, I work in outreach. I'm in the streets. I'm not going to say that I'm an economics expert. I'll let you people hash that out. But it just seems like this is common sense. And I do have familiarity with workers organizing and the retaliation that their companies they do. I mean, what Kroger's doing, it doesn't pass the smell test. So I hope that you folks will do the right thing tonight. And I'm also just compelled to share. I feel really happy to hear about all of these bold initiatives tonight. I'm just like really proud of each and every one of your leadership during these difficult times. And even if I can be a difficult constituent, I know the veterans understand that a leader can take some criticism with grace, and I appreciate you all for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegmiller. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we'll get into questions and comments. Who would like to speak first? Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I want to thank all the members of the public that spoke today and that have been on the call. I know it's a long night. I hope my colleagues will allow me this space for a second. I want to first and foremost take a moment to thank the workers who took a moment to call in. They've been working all day, and they are still here at 934 advocating for not only the benefit of them, of their teams, but for workers all over. That's solidarity, that's unions, that's the power of the union, and I want to thank them for taking the time. Specifically, I actually want to take some time here to thank Augustin Renteria, Arcelia Chavez, Christopher Monroy, and this is a 125-page document that we've got from all of the workers at all of our various stores throughout West Hollywood, with people's dates and times ranging from 15 years, like Edith Valenzuela at Gelson's, to Evelyn, who's been there for 4 years, to people who've been there up to 25 and 30 years. So I want to read their names into the record, because that's exactly the type of businesses that we have going on here in the city. It's not only promoting long-term businesses that are successful here, but also promoting workers that stay at these businesses for quite some time, because they not only have it to be an environment in which they want to be in, but it's an environment for which they find the opportunities to be able to not only pay their families, but also support strong union wages. Additionally, I also want to thank some of the people that have sent emails into us specifically, and I want to read a few of them before I get into my dissection of the Chamber's email that we got earlier. And specifically, I want to maybe thank the Chamber of Commerce for activating some of these emails we've gotten. Specifically, one email states, I have just received the most sickening email from the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, which opposes hero pay for grocery employees who work in West Hollywood. While I cannot participate in West Hollywood City Council meeting tonight, I can only hope that the political leadership of this city has sufficient moral backbone and commitment to social justice to tell the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce to, I won't finish the statement because I shouldn't say it on air. Additionally, another comment, this is ridiculous. These workers have been shafted since the pandemic began. Please be aware that I will be paying attention to all of you and how you vote on this. I will make it my life's work to make sure you are all unseated if the heroes are not paid the wages they deserve. The last one, and ultimately this is the first one I saw as I was sitting here getting ready for tonight's meeting. There are many more, by the way. I just received a mass email from the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. As a WeHo resident, I was disgusted. I was about the most elitist, greedy statement I have ever read coming out of that office. Until this pandemic is over, the city of West Hollywood should be requiring hazard pay for any essential worker who has the work to keep the city afloat and food in your mouth. There are tons of these statements. And then additionally, I want to talk back about a couple of things that I find very disturbing and some of the ways in which members of all sides have been trying to comment on this issue. Specifically, this is a social justice issue. I would like to state that West Hollywood has a number of grocery stores because we're a predominantly white community. When you look at the ways in which Kroger, which have been threatening to close the Long Beach stores as well as others, they were in predominantly Black and brown communities, and they were planning on closing them well before the pandemic, but then their profit margins were so high that during the pandemic, they kept them open and they closed them as a scare tactic to make sure employees didn't organize around this to earn the pay that they deserve for the heroes they are. And I don't think I'm sharing or shocking anyone when I say this, that West Hollywood has quite a number of grocery stores because of the privileged, white, and also the ways in which we look at how our communities are shaped with who shops around them and the economic impact that that has to have. And there has been no threat to close any of those stores, and that is to scare tactics. Additionally, when we look at the ways in which we're hearing that this is something that we're doing to gain political points, I don't do anything to gain political points. I do something that will serve the workers and the individuals in the city to make sure they can live full and happy and safe lives. I know many of the grocery store workers at the grocery stores I go to by first name, and I talk to them every time I go there, and many of them tell me they are terrified to go to work, but they do because they not only know they're serving a community, but they're doing essentially what heroes are supposed to do by making sure we're all fed, safe, and healthy. And as I said earlier, my grandmother, when I was growing up, said the goal of a safe and healthy community is to make sure they are fed and happy and healthy. This item is fully in line with who the city of West Hollywood is, who we have always been, and who we will always be. I have a few items I would like to additionally think that we could expand upon on this item to make it a little bit more. But I want to make sure my colleagues can have the same space that they just allowed me to talk. So I'm happy to reserve those for the end, Madam Mayor. But I just want to say thank you to all those workers that called in, and I support this item. And I look forward to voting for it later this evening.
If you have those items, why don't you say them now? Because I have a feeling everybody's going to have comments, so just get it all out there now, and then we'll.
I will. Thank you very much. So I think what I would like to see for the definition of employer, and Lauren, I know this was sent to you earlier, that to make sure we're consistent, we're using the Los Angeles draft ordinance that was on the page 3 that you got. I'm happy to read it for you if you don't have the ordinance, or I'm happy to send it to you. So that way it not only helps expand the coverage to any large selling grocery store, but also expands the definition of employer to include drug retail, which is included in the California Retail Food Code. And then additionally will help serve those locations receiving the vaccines. And then in addition, we've already talked about the sunset of the 120 days as well, but the ways in which defining these as employer with the Los Angeles code allows places like Target and CVS to also be included into the ordinance. And I'm happy to read it into you if you need me to state it for you if you didn't get it.
All right, you put it out there, so we'll see if people have questions about that or any interest in that language. Who would like to go? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a bunch of questions. The staff report said that that the top retail companies had a 39% increase in profit over 2019. And I had asked John Leonard to look at our grocery stores to see how their sales tax receipts compared from 2020 to 2019. If he could share that with everyone, that would be helpful. John Leonard.
Hi, good evening. I don't know if my video is working, but I think you can hear me. So we looked at, there are approximately 10 grocery stores that would meet the criteria that we know of within the city. There's one additional store we're not sure if they would meet the criteria. So we looked at, in total, those stores compared with 2020 to 2019, specifically Q2, which is April through June, and then Q3, which is July through September. And in total, those 10 stores, it actually ended up being 9 because one didn't have consistent data. So of those 9 stores in Q2, they actually saw their sales tax receipts drop by 8%. And for Q3, the sales tax receipts dropped by 5%.
Okay, thank you. And I just wondered, I mean, when I think about trying to help the workers, there are a couple of things that come to mind. In the entertainment industry, they test every day. Every day that there's filming, they test the employees to just make sure that, you know, everyone who's working that day in close quarters are negative. And if someone is positive, then, you know, then they have to go home. Is that a possibility, Lauren Langer, that, you know, to require testing of employees as a possible, something that we can be doing to help the workers?
You know, it's an interesting question. It's something that we would have to look into and discuss with the grocery stores. We don't know what type of testing that they are doing at the moment. And I think it would require, one, a little bit more input from the stores, and two, a little bit of legal research, because what we really focused on tonight was wage regulation and looking at regulating wage. So that was something we would have to look at a little bit more.
So then did we not look at, like, do these workers have sick days, and how many, and assuming they have 6 days, how many sick days do they have? So for example, if they only have 7 sick days in their contract, maybe what would be helpful is to have, 14 days, because if you contract COVID, you're out for 14 days or 21 days or whatever that magic number is. Is that a possibility? And again, I don't expect, if that's something you need time to look into, I understand that that's something, but these are the questions that I had, reading the report. And then the other thing was looking at paying, oh, sorry, that's my dog. That's not my stomach, that's my dog. The other thing was looking at days off to get the vaccine. Would they be getting paid days off to get their 2 vaccines or 1 vaccine or whatever? The other thing is, I understand that something new has come from the county, that they are looking to prioritize vaccines for grocery workers and retail workers. Do you know anything about that, Lauren?
All that I know is that at about 5 o'clock today, I saw a story in the LA Times that starting March 1st, grocery workers and teachers and some other employee groups were going to be given access to the vaccine. But as we know, vaccine rollout and vaccine availability is a very complicated concept and process. And so I don't have any more details other than what was reported in the LA Times tonight. And if anyone on city staff has any information beyond that, I would welcome the input. But my information comes from the LA Times.
Okay. And then at last, I just wondered, I know that I imagine that and maybe the mayor or council member Erickson can answer these questions, but I would assume that the union did reach out to you about this item. And I just wondered if anyone did reach out to the grocery stores to at least have this conversation prior to the ordinance being brought forward.
I did not personally reach out to each of the grocery stores. I do know that the grocery association has been in communication with us and with our staff about this item. They were invited to participate in discussion with staff in the drafting of this item.
And just so you know, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, regarding your testing question, they only do symptom testings. Many of the workers have requested to have the test done, but the companies have always refused it. And the sick days issues is at the state right now.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I think Tara Warden is on, who may have more information about business outreach.
That's just who I was hoping for.
Good evening, Council. Yeah, so regarding business outreach, we did a very brief outreach, I would say, specifically with the chamber members, and we were actually not able to work directly with our grocery store vendors in the drafting of this document. So I know that there has been issue brought up tonight on public comment from the chamber regarding a lack of outreach. So that is a concern.
That's a concern for you?
Yes.
I mean, no, I'm asking, is that a concern for you, that the fact that the outreach has not, that there has not been much outreach to our stores?
Yes, it would be nice to be able to review these items with the grocery store operators that are located within the city.
Okay, thank you, Tara.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. First, I just want to address some of the things. But before I do that, I want to kind of put this hazard pay, hero pay, hazard pay. Let's put it into perspective. This is hazard pay. I have gone to the grocery store myself with other residents too, from the beginning to this pandemic, and we've had lots of conversations, maybe 10 times total. I've ordered a lot from Instacart because of the hazard of just being in the store. Shopping in the store with the N95 mask on is very cumbersome. It's very tiring. And I think about the grocery store workers that are in these stores. Not only are they exposed to each other, obviously, but they're also exposed to every single person that goes in the store. At some point, we instituted somebody standing in the front of the grocery stores. We passed that so that we make sure that the occupancy is really 25%. Before that, we weren't doing that as a city, and the stores were a lot busier. I try to put myself in the shoes of the workers that a lot of times are from the BIPOC community, and while having sick days off is essential and really important, the reality is that in these communities, the death rate is so much higher than other communities. So it is not just a hazard of getting COVID and maybe having mild symptoms, it is a hazard of getting COVID and possibly dying. Not only that, but as I think Rachel Torres told us, there have been deaths of grocery store workers who are essential. And the question becomes, how do we really make sure that they're taken care of? And traditionally, hazard pay before the pandemic, there's risky jobs where people go and they wash skyscrapers up at the window washers. That's pretty hazardous. They get paid more money. And right now, in the middle of the pandemic, I can't think of a more hazardous place to be than a grocery store. Yes, construction workers are essential and they are also working together. They don't have customers coming in and out, getting a little too close to them, unless, remember, getting berated. A lot of the essential workers that are in grocery stores and drug stores and some of the larger retail places that have groceries in them too, they have to deal with our society's loss of patience. I think city manager talked about how people are getting a little rowdy at the restaurants. And the fact is, I can't get this out of my mind. It was 2,500, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, 2,500 grocery workers tested positive for COVID. This really is a social justice issue, and it's about how do we compensate workers who really are putting themselves in hazard's way. If you're a delivery store worker or you're driving a truck, you're in that car by yourself. You're not going to be confronted with other people who may give you COVID. Not to mention the fact that, let's not forget the anti-maskers who were running around town for a while without masks, just going into the stores all over the place. I believe they went into our Ralphs and exposed some of our Ralph workers. This is why Alice Juarez, these are the reasons why Alice Juarez is so terrified, enough to feel like she needs to reduce her workload from full-time to part-time and lose that income, but because she was so scared of getting COVID. And this is why I support this. Mayor Pro Tem Meister, I love your idea of an item maybe in the future to give days off for our essential workers to get vaccines and have it be paid. Or because they do need to get the vaccines. I wish they were given these vaccines earlier, but they're not. And even now, as we've expanded the vaccines to people who are 18 to 64 and have higher risk, people are just not getting enough doses. So this is something that I support. I also, by the way, I think we need to talk about the Trader Joe's giving higher wages already. I would like to see, as part of this ordinance, a credit to those grocery stores that have already given hazard pay, such as Trader Joe's. So I believe they've given $4, so maybe they only need to give an extra $1. I don't see why we need to burden them, since they've been great and been taking care of their employees. Maybe they give an extra $1 and have that be part of the ordinance.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Lauren Langer, can you explain why Target is not on this list?
That's a good question, because we used the model from Long Beach, which was part of the direction, and that really focused on the percentage of food sales. And so just based on the original council direction, we focused on articulating what a grocery store is. And while Targets do sell food, their primary business model is much larger than that. So it just didn't fall within the scope of the original direction.
Could it?
Yes, I may not be able to come up with a definition on the fly tonight, but yes, there are ways to expand the definition to include different stores. And
Councilmember Erickson, could you repeat your additional item? I can repeat it and you can tell me I heard it correctly, but why don't you just repeat it and then I will listen again more carefully.
Very verbose, so I apologize.
Yeah, you don't have to go back to the beginning, just the last.
Oh, you don't want me to go back? No, I'm joking. I'm happy to. It was actually including that Target area that would be including it, and then additionally the drugstore piece as well. If we look at the LA city ordinance, how they define employer, it would include Target as well as CVS.
And so it would include drug stores that have more than 300 employees in nationalized chains and period,
Yeah,
paragraph.
the LA ordinance, council member, talks about a drug retail store with more than 300 employees nationwide and more than 10 employees on site in the city that sells a variety of prescriptions and non-prescriptions, medicines, and miscellaneous items, including but not limited to drugs, pharmaceuticals, sundries, produce, meat, poultry, fish, deli products, dairy products, canned food, dry foods, beverages, prepared foods, and other merchandise. And then the expanded definition in there continues for employer.
So that would include the CVS, as you mentioned, that's on, I guess, the corner of La Cienega and Santa Monica. And isn't there a, I guess that's it, right? One?
Mm-hmm.
And the only other, I'm sorry, City Attorney, were you going to say something? No. The only other large nationalized retailer that we have is Best Buy, right? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
I don't know the answer to that. Perhaps someone in the business development staff would know better which cities or which big retailers we have in the city.
Councilmember D'Amico, in addition to the CVS, we also have a Rite Aid. And we'd have to go through and see if there's any others, just because of where the boundaries are with the city of LA.
Thank you. I couldn't remember. I wanted to say Radio Shack, but then I was both the wrong retail area and, the wrong store. But I knew it was an R. All right. So that's on La Brea, right? And Santa Monica.
Correct. Yes, La Brea and Santa Monica.
And again, the only other large nationalized retailer is the Best Buy that we have at the Target Center.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the speakers who came out tonight, especially Alice Suarez. I know you said this was your first time speaking in public, and so I just want you to know you did a great job, and I thought you were very effective at making your point. And I'm sorry that you had to come speak to us under these circumstances and for what your family is facing. I think this council knows that COVID has hit every single person in the community. There isn't anyone who's gone through unscathed or untouched by the impacts of this virus. And so this isn't about punishment, to reference some of the language that was used in public comment tonight. This isn't about punishment. This is about reward for people who have helped us stay the course, stay alive, and stay cared for during this very difficult time. Many of us were able to shift our employment to a virtual setting or working from home. Some of us enjoyed the ability to have a little bit of savings to help cushion the impact of this virus on our daily life. But most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They're living at the margins, and people who are working in the line of work that we're talking about tonight are exactly the kind of people who will be hardest hit. People who are working often 2 and 3 jobs in a household with others who are working 2 and 3 jobs just to try and make ends meet. I know that there was a comment about what the city is doing to pay our workers. Danny, can you please share what the hourly wage is for someone in code?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. So we have 2 different officer classifications. So depending on what classification they're at, and we have 6 steps in each of those classifications, a code officer can start anywhere from almost $41 an hour up into almost $56 an hour. And then there is shift differential pay that is applied to the officers that work between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then they also get paid time and a half based on their hourly regular wage for all hours worked on the holidays or any overtime hours that they work.
And do they also receive health care?
Yes, they receive full benefits as well. Yes.
Okay. So I bring that up not to say that our code compliance team isn't at the front lines, but our city is walking the walk on a daily basis, even when it's not in a time of pandemic. If you want to pay grocery workers what we're paying code officers on a daily basis, not in a pandemic, I think they would be overjoyed. And so I don't mean to diminish the understanding of how businesses work. Of course, you have to have a business plan that makes sense. I don't think anyone's asking anyone to operate at a loss, but I think the numbers that we heard in terms of taxes that we've seen at the local level don't take into account that many of the taxable items at a grocery store are, for example, prepared foods that were not available to be sold or couldn't be sold given some of the health regulations. But most grocery products are not taxable. So while I understand that that is one metric we can look at, I don't think it's a reliable metric to honestly understand what has happened in our local grocery store. So I'm certainly happy to look at all of the facts, and that's why when the Grocery Association, was in touch with us, I said, as we have when we instituted the first of its kind policy to have somebody at the door to help with enforcement of masks and other regulations. Yes, of course, we want you to be part of this conversation. This isn't a one-sided conversation, but it's a conversation that must move quickly because we're now coming up on a year of this time period that people have been working in these conditions. And it's only just now that we're talking about providing this kind of pay for people who have been in these conditions for almost 12 full months. So I think it's long overdue. I think this is something that's well warranted. I think we have heard testimony that is compelling to me about why this makes sense. I also want to echo my colleagues' comments about looking to the ordinances in the city and county of Los Angeles that would include some of our bigger retailers. I think that is, sort of where we're looking at seeing the most impact and trying to provide for those workers. This is something that, there are carve outs for some of those smaller businesses that might have a handful of workers, certainly, again, not saying that they aren't doing their fair share of work, but to the points that are being made by the business community, we understand the fiscal impacts of what some of these decisions can be. What we're saying is that those who have seen these record profits in a year unlike any other, with people being at the front lines and putting themselves in harm's way to make those record profits, that they share them with the people who helped make that possible. So I would be supportive of the language that would include additional workers, as was suggested by my colleague on the council. I would also ask my colleagues to consider us narrowing our language with regard to the 120 days. I think in our draft, we had said giving more time if the emergency period lasted longer than the 120 days. I think we don't need to be in a gray area if we're feeling that 120 days is it, and that would keep us uniform with all jurisdictions. So I would be open to that change as well. So I would be prepared to move the item with the recommendations to the language changes that Councilmember Erickson made. That would include Target, CVS, and Rite Aid, the larger box retailers that also have workers on the front lines who are dealing with groceries.
I'll second
in a frontline capacity. Councilmember Shine.
I just wanted to also clarify, I talked about the Trader Joe's credits for pay that has already been made. Is that included in your motion or not?
If that's the will of the council, I'm certainly happy to consider that.
I've spoken enough, so I want to.
Yeah, I think if Trader Joe's is already doing that, I mean, they should be rewarded for doing it. We should be incentivizing businesses to do this rather than disincentivizing.
Okay.
I will second your motion, Madam Mayor.
The Attorney Langer. Thank you.
May I ask a couple questions? First, I don't want to slow this down at all, but would there be any willingness to let us clean up the ordinance and bring it back at the next meeting? One, for the language for Trader Joe's, two, for the language for grocery stores, and three, drug retail stores weren't really included in the staff report at all, or in the notice or agenda description for this item. So I think we would like to add a little bit more information and understand exactly what stores are covered by those proposed definitions before reading them into the record tonight.
Personally, sorry, John. You go.
Well, I was just going to suggest there might be good reason to proceed with the item that was before us with grocery stores. And I guess a decision about whether Target is a grocery store or not can rest with you, City Attorney, and then bring back at our next meeting whatever other stores that are box retailers. And if we do go that way, I'd like us to consider Best Buy be added to that list.
And if I can just add to that, I would suggest that if we do what Councilmember D'Amico says, that we do a 30-day urgency ordinance with that, and then have Lauren come back to us in a couple of weeks with everything else. So in other words,
Because I agree that they were never mentioned in the staff report. They were, you know, I mean, in our process, we like to notify people. I would guess Rite Aid and Target and CVS would have at least written us a letter, you know, and said we have this opinion. So I mean, that's 2 weeks away. If I'm by the as you know, as the calendar goes, we could have something on the next agenda that is noticed and is a public hearing, or at least is a new business item.
So Councilmember D'Amico, so I understand your suggestion. Is it to proceed with the item as written tonight and give direction to staff to come back with additional reporting on the items that we've brought tonight for us to consider at the next meeting?
Yes.
Do you want to make that a motion?
No, well, I'm happy to, but you two have championed this since the beginning. So if you want that to be your motion, that's fine, or I'll make a motion. Fine, that's my motion. I move that we move forward with tonight's staff report, giving direction to come back with information about drugstores and the other large box retailers with more than 300 employees and stores nationwide. And I guess I still didn't get the answer about whether Target would be considered this evening or would be considered in 2 weeks based on that motion.
I think Target's probably not included. I don't think Target is 70% grocery sales or grocery floor area. So it's probably not as proposed, but could be revised. And as Councilmember Erickson said, if we come back with the definitions from LA, it sounds like it's included in those definitions, but we can certainly write the definitions however we want to make sure we include all the stores that the council wants.
Great.
A
So
question for Lauren.
Needs a second.
I have a question. Do we want to do this urgency ordinance for 30 days since it's not exactly what we're going for, rather than have it 120 days?
I think that's what it says in the staff report, that it's for 30 days and then it becomes a regular ordinance after it's adopted in 30 days.
Sort of. It's signaling the intention that it will be in place for 120 days because that was the original direction. It will be replaced by a non-urgency ordinance after first reading, second reading, and the 30-day waiting period. But as written, it's signaling to the businesses, you will have to do this for 120 days.
And just so I'm clear, so we are passing the ordinance tonight as written, and then we're going to, I just want to make sure, and then we're going to come back with the additional recommendations to expand it, like we said, at our next item. And And Lauren, as you said, the 30 days ordinance, you cracked up the sound, Lauren, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, sorry, you said the sound went out on my computer for a second about the 30
No,
days.
I had suggested 30 days because Lauren Langer is going to be coming back with basically a revised ordinance.
Okay.
So I guess the question is the council, the maker of the motion, interested in having the urgency ordinance be in place for 30 days, and then when we revisit this at the next meeting, we can talk about a final time period? That's the question.
So
No, I'd like to pass what's in our staff report for 120 days and get ourselves on the record that we are committed to 14 weeks of pay at that level with that, moving forward with what's in our staff report. And I am sensitive to the question about Trader Joe's, but I'm not exactly sure how to solve that, because I think Seppi and Lauren, you're both correct. And I read that letter and I, had some sense that, this was sort of, not acknowledging the hard work that they have been doing. But I'm not sure how to get there and get this accomplished this evening.
So we do have a motion on the floor that is to approve what is before us tonight and give additional direction regarding Target, drugstores, and Best Buy to come back to us as a supplemental report to the motion that that is before us this evening. So before I take another question, I want to know if there's a second to that. No. Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, I wanted to add about the Trader Joe's issue and whoever else is doing it, if there are any other stores doing it, that be added to what Lauren Langer is adding to the language. So maybe we don't understand what that is tonight, but that she comes back with something that, as Councilmember Shine said, either credits or exempts or whatever the legal words are, that any companies that are already giving hazard pay, they're exempt or it's waived or whatever.
City Attorney, given that we have, I think, some desire on the council to move forward with what's before us tonight in some fashion with additional direction on these items, is it your position that the additional items, Target, Best Buy, Rite Aid, all of those additional things are not something you're able to provide direction for us on tonight?
Yes, I would recommend coming back with those additional terms at the next meeting.
So does someone,
and you can move forward with the urgency ordinance as written tonight, and we can come back with the revised language.
Sounds a whole heck of a lot like what Councilmember D'Amico said. That's all I'm going to say. So do we have a second on that?
I just want to say the reason why I'm hesitant and I didn't second it is because I think if we're going to go big, let's do it tonight and let's include it. And I know there's hesitation on the council to move forward with those items, but I think this is the time to be bold, to be brave, and to do this item. I hear you, Lauren. I get it. I don't necessarily agree with you on this point, but I think this is where we can actually add them into this ordinance, do it. I'm happy to do the Trader Joe's $4 plus the one, because that would get us to where we're going with what Councilmember Shine would say. Let's pass this item in whole today with these additions and expanded definition of employer, and then let's move forward and stand with our workers today.
I'm not hearing any question about that. I'm hearing concern from our city attorney that we're not going to get the language right, and that concerns me. So,
and I think we're 2 weeks away. I mean, February is a short month. It's the 16th. It's going to be March 1st, basically the day after tomorrow. I understand that it doesn't go into effect then until March 2nd, but I have to say that I would have trouble voting for something that our city attorney in real time told us, poses a problem when there's a real-time solution that's 2 weeks away. And maybe it's just from sitting up here for too many years and losing some of my bold, my bold stand up and make it happen gene or something. I don't know what's up, but I just think like we want to do this right. We don't want to start a lawsuit. We don't want to do this. We just want to get paid to people as soon as we can. And I think this covers a good deal of it. There are some additional things we want to do. We can do them. Just need to wait a couple weeks.
So I'll restate. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem
I
Meister.
was just going to say, I think we should also, have some outreach to those companies that were not originally included.
Yeah, for sure.
So the motion, as I understand it now, is to consider the item that is before us and give additional direction regarding the additional definitions that we would like to have included, as was discussed by the council this evening.
You can second it too, Mayor.
I'm aware. I'm trying to help facilitate this discussion and move it right along.
I will second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any questions about what we're taking action on tonight? There also needs to be part of that motion that we're closing the public hearing. So I assume that's part of the motion.
Yes, and we're outreaching to the stores that were listed, Target and the pharmacies and Best Buy.
Okay. Any further discussion? I see Janet came on. Do you have a question before we vote?
I just have a question regarding Councilmember D'Amico's direction. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Meister's as well in terms of outreach. So by outreach just mean letting our businesses know, because bringing it back at the next meeting, the finals will be due early next week. So we may not have the information or feedback from the businesses in time for the staff report, but we can certainly provide correspondence later.
That's fine. And there shouldn't be much confusion about what we're planning to do. I mean, you can have them listen to this conversation, can provide them with the staff report from today's meeting. And say,
understood. Just clarification, whether this council is seeking feedback from the business community or just ensure that we provide the outreach that this is coming at the next meeting.
Both. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the item? All right, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. So the substitute motion on the floor, which was made by Councilmember D'Amico and seconded by Councilmember Erickson, is to adopt an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood establishing premium pay and associated labor protections for grocery workers working in West Hollywood and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency, directing staff to return with a change to the definition of employer to include Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and similar language in the City of Los Angeles and County of Los Angeles's ordinances, and include language to address businesses already paying hazard pay and outreach to businesses. Is that the motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, so that concludes our public hearing section of the agenda. It is now 10:19. We will go to item 4A, unfinished business update of the 2021 operating budget, work plan accomplishments, and capital projects, and approval of an urgency ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, reducing certain annual business tax and business tax certificate fees by 50% for the fiscal year billing cycle as applied to calendar year 2020 business tax payments and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency. I believe we don't have any speakers. I know that we've spent much time with this report over the weekend. Do we want a report from staff, or can we just get into discussion and direction from council? Discussion and direction from council it is. So who would like to go first? Councilmember D'Amico, you
I
unmuted.
will move the item. I didn't have anything to discuss. I think we're looking, I am anyway, looking for the mayor and the mayor pro tem to continue to work on the budget, and in July, with the staff and the city manager, present to us, what our options are with respect to this next fiscal year and coming fiscal years, given all of the same priorities we've all often talked about.
Yeah, and if I could just to kind of set the table, I think.
And Paul, before you get into it, I just
Sure.
want to second the motion so we have that clear for the record.
Great, thank you. The budget for the city is dire, like every other municipality in the country. We're hoping that at some point there will be some relief that'll come from the federal government. We've been fortunate as a city to squirrel away reserves over the decades that allow us to continue to provide service while recognizing some expenditure reductions. We're going to have to continue this trend for at least another 18 months before the economy starts to rebound. My recommendation too is you look at future budgets, and some of this work will be for the next generation and definitely the next city manager, but it's really important to, as part of the ongoing budget discussions, make sure that there are reserves set aside to replenish, because by the time we're done with a drawdown, it can be somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 to $50 million over an extended period of time. And that's something that we're going to have to rebuild. But with that, it's a pretty bare bones budget. We're providing critical services to the community while recognizing that our revenues are decimated right now. So with the vaccine, with the recovery, hopefully this time next year, we can get back into a longer strategic discussion in terms of the 2-year budget cycle. But for now, we're recommending that we just do shorter budget cycles and come back and recalibrate based on what's happening in the world. Thank you.
And I will say, extend my deepest appreciation to our staff for coming up with a budget that keeps us running, that allows us to continue to fund the services and support people count on us for. And while I understand that this is a bare bones budget in City of West Hollywood terms, I think we're still head and shoulders above many of our colleagues in other areas. We're quite fortunate to continue to have the resources that we have and are ready to continue to take care of our community. And I'm, for one, I'm grateful for that, for the good fiscal stewardship our staff has helped us with over the many years. Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. Specifically, I want to thank you, Paul. I know in the item you talked about, and this was actually discussed on the West Side Urban Mayors Forum, about how we were lucky to have you work with our staff to, after conferencing with them, of course, not lay people off and specifically look at reassigning individuals into areas that needed more admin assistance and struggling divisions that were being overburdened by the pandemic. That was an extremely creative solution, and one that many cities, unlike West Hollywood, maybe not were so brave to take, but you did, and I want to commend you on that because I think it really shows with the morale of our city employees. So I want to thank you for that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion is to adopt an urgency ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, reducing certain annual business tax and business tax certificate fees by 50% for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 billing cycle as applied to calendar year 2020 business tax payments, and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency, and to approve budget adjustments identified in the attached proposed mid-year budget adjustments to the fiscal year 2020-21 budget, including reductions in transient occupancy tax of 8.9 million, parking meter revenues of 1.4 million, and business tax certificate fees of 1.5 million. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to item 4B, naming policy updates. Again, I don't believe we have any public comments on this. I'm not sure that we need a report, but if we have any comments or discussion from the council, Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. Looking at the red line version, what I would say is on the policy on attachment C, I think that B, name shall have timeless qualities, et cetera, that should go back to the way it was originally. So I think that making this about the city's future generations, when really it's about future generations. For example, with the county library, that's a county building. It's not necessarily all about the city. You know, we have visitors who come from all over. We have, business people who don't necessarily live in the city. So I don't think it's necessary to change that point.
Okay. Any other council member Shine?
Thank you. I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem Meister on that. With regard to clauses F and H, and Lauren, this is directed towards you, to you. I feel that I think those two can be combined because they're very related to each other. And that is, let me bring it up. F is lands, buildings, or facilities that will not be named after living persons unless it is stipulated as a condition of donation and deemed appropriate to take such action on the basis of a major gift, monetary or otherwise, which warrants a deviation from this policy. And then H is land, buildings, or facilities may be named after individuals, families, businesses, or agencies who have donated the land, building, facility, or funds for a significant capital project, particularly if such naming is set forth as a condition of the donation. So these both seem very related to me, and it unless I'm missing something, if you can explain to me why they're in a different clauses. And then the second thing is, I would like the stipulation under F and also condition of the donation under H, for that to be a change that the stipulation needs to be written, so that we don't have a circumstance where somebody comes to us and says, well, we stipulated that I would get my name on this building. I think it's really important that that be in our naming policy so we don't have any legal issues in the future. That is a written stipulation and written agreement for naming for a donation.
Yeah, I agree that that's a very good point for number F. And I don't know why, let's see, was it F and H? They do seem to be related. We could combine them into one paragraph just so that similar topics are addressed together and not sprinkled throughout the document.
That might have been because of the changes that were made. Now it seems like F is just like H. So it could be because of the revisions. So that would be great. Now, how would this work if, I don't know if my colleagues have other comments. I mean, I'm ready to move this with those changes. But do you need to bring it back to us for a second reading? Would that be the?
No, because this is adopted by resolution, so it can be approved tonight. And I think those changes are pretty minor, clarifying in F that it would be stipulated as a written condition of donation, and combining paragraphs F and H into one. I think we can read those revisions.
And B going back to the way it originally was.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I just have a question for staff on attachment C and G, the red line. You have The City Council may waive the waiting period if a deceased person's contribution is deemed so significant that it has already met the test of time. That's pretty subjective when you look at test of time. How are we defining test of time? Personally, I mean, anyone could have an opinion on that, but in wondering what that actually means for a city ordinance or city purposes is fairly broad and overly non-specific, that I don't feel comfortable kind of just willy-nilly putting it in here for people to say, oh, you know, so-and-so was my next door neighbor. And if you can get 3 votes on the council and get something named after them because it stood the test of time, I mean, I don't know. I think we need more specifics, and that's part of the ordinance.
Yes, Councilmember Erickson. The concept behind that was that once the commission and other bodies study the application, that they would make that determination at that time. But you're correct. It is something that would be somewhat subjective. So staff is fine with trying to tighten that up a bit if that's what you'd like to do.
So I guess the only reason why I'm saying it is because, for example, we are a very progressive council, but if the voters or something happened in West Hollywood where that was no longer the aspect, and 3 individuals wanted to rename Plummer Park after, I don't know, let's say our former 45th president, and that stands the test of time in their opinion, what would that actually mean? Because it's so subjective and non-specific. And I think that if we're opening up that aspect to how we define contributions to the city, there are residents in the city that voted for him that would maybe agree. So I just don't know if I feel comfortable supporting it, because I think we're going down such a non-specific path that at the moment, that's kind of where I'm at. And I see Lauren edging to get in, so.
Well, I just want to point out one thing. If you look at G as a whole, the new language refers back to the statement above, which talks about naming. The reason there was a waiting period was to ensure that an individual's accomplishments will stand the test of time. And then there's a second clause, and that decisions shall not be made on an emotional basis immediately following a person's death. So I think it's supposed to be looking at, we're not just reacting in the moment right after the death, that their contributions, you know, will be recognized and honored beyond this immediate period right after the death. So the language refers back to the original concept for the waiting period.
And so does that answer all of your questions, Councilmember Erickson?
No, but it's fine.
Do you have other comments you'd like to make? I'm trying to get around the horn before we get into round 2 of comment.
I mean, like, I know this is like the third rail of our conversation, but aren't we making an emotional win then by, you know, moving forward with the naming of the library potentially after a former Supreme Court justice? I feel like we're in the emotional aspect right now versus the 2 years. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, I don't support the item, so because I find a lot of errors in it, because I am worried about the very subjective nature that the changes are opening us up to. And, you know, that's where I'm at right now. But I mean, Lauren, or if anyone wants to chime in here and help make it clearer, then I'm happy to. And I'm sorry, Seppi, you're off to my right, so I didn't see you raising your hand.
Thank you. I think the way I interpreted the test of time, and with what Lauren Langer was saying, is that we don't just want this to be just emotional. So in other words, and hopefully we won't have a situation where we have 3 people that are not going to be progressive and liberal on this council. I don't see that happening. But I get your point. I look at it more so as, let's say there is a person that is Ruth Bader Ginsburg versus somebody in the community that we all know, or somebody in local, county-wise that passes. I don't want to name anyone. I don't want to jinx anyone's life. But let's say we're all upset and we're like, oh my God, they're so great. We're so upset that they've passed. Let's name Plummer Park after them. Versus Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whose accomplishments, even after 2 years, would stand the test of time. And in here it says where is this? Prominent civic leader. That's first of all. I think after being impeached twice, hopefully we wouldn't refer to him as a prominent civic leader versus Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who has absolutely given so much that we can in 2 years and 4 years and 10 years and 20 years look back at and go, she was a prominent civic leader, and that is still a good idea even then.
Councilmember D'Amico, did you have any comments?
I am happy to move the item. I think Lauren did. I'll second that, and I think we should take a vote.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions before we
Okay.
do. For our staff, line J, I think I'm reading it correctly, is just to make sure that not everything in the city is named after one person, correct?
Line J. Yes, that is correct. In not just city buildings, but other buildings. Correct. That is
And line
correct.
D is in David. How will the public be notified of the 60-day period for Public Facilities Commission consideration?
The 60-day period is actually for the, I believe it's for the commissions as well. For the commissions to get everybody to get their information in, but mostly for the other boards and commissions. To get, the thought behind it was before it was 30 days. And we didn't feel that was enough time for commissions and boards to meet and other bodies to meet and get their information back to us. So we added it, we made it 60 days. So we would be notifying all the boards and commissions of the process.
So that's notification of boards and commissions, but what about members of the public?
We would be reaching out to members of the public as well. And you're talking, I'm sorry, item.
Line D.
Under procedures.
Public facilities. Public facilities. Staff and. This is for the advisory, the commission advisory boards will expect to submit their evaluation or recommendation to the Public Facilities Commission within 60 days.
So there's no notification to members of the public.
The members of the public would be notified through the public hearing because there will be a public hearing as part of this process. So they would be able to provide testimony at that time. The boards and commissions would be providing information pertinent to the study that the Public Facilities Commission would be doing in regards to the naming process.
So there will be so I'm very clear about the process. The Public Facilities Commission will have 60 days to gather information from boards and commissions, and then we'll hold a public hearing where members of the public are able to participate, but there isn't a special notification there. It's just a typical public facilities meeting.
No, it would be it would be a public facilities meeting, but it would be there would be a public hearing as part of the Public Facilities Commission.
As required by law, as we hear from our city clerk, right?
Correct. It's the same way as a council has a public hearing, we would be doing a public hearing as part of the Public Facilities Commission meeting, regularly scheduled meeting.
And only the Public Facilities Commission would take formal action before it comes to the city council.
We would take all the relevant information, correct, and come to the council with the commission would come to the council with their recommendation for the council to consider.
According to this policy, only Public Facilities Commission has that.
Correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
I'm ready to move it with the revisions that I offered on B and that Councilmember Shine offered regarding F and H.
Okay. And I think Councilmember D'Amico also wanted to do that. So
yeah, I second that and accept those changes.
Great. Very good. Do we have a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion on the floor is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood adopting an updated naming policy for the naming of city assets, with the changes that item B will return to the original language and that items F and H are combined. We are also adding the language written stipulation as a condition of donation. Is that the motion on the floor, Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
No.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
No.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Horvath.
Okay, so now we move on to item 4C was added to our consent agenda. Item 4D is Commission and Advisory Board appointments and reappointments and discussion of the Public Safety Commission's purview. Before we get into discussion of this item, we do have 3 new business items and 2 excluded consent agenda items. Do we want to make any decisions about whether we hear those tonight or postpone them to a future meeting, or just keep going and see how far we get?
Let's keep going.
All right, I love it. I couldn't think of a better way to spend this than with all of you. Item 4D, Commission and Advisory Board appointments, reappointments, discussion of Public Safety Commission purview. I know that we do not have any speakers on this item, but I'll turn it over to the city clerk to administer.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight's item is for both Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Horvath to make their direct appointments to the commissions and advisory boards. Are both of you ready to make your direct appointments this evening? Okay, well, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to make these direct appointments. As people know, I held a public process for my appointments and interviewed many, many people. So really want to thank the number of people that have applied and reached out. We are very honored to have such dedicated people in our community. For Arts and Cultural Affairs, I'm appointing Lindsay Deaton. Business License, I'm appointing Eric Matosh. Historic Preservation, I'm appointing Jacob Satsky. Planning Commission, I am appointing Rogerio Cavalerio. Public Facilities, I'm appointing Andrew Solomon. For Public Safety, I'm appointing Todd Hallman. For Rent Stabilization, I'm appointing Karen Ayers. For Transportation, I'm appointing Adam Kroll. For the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, I'm appointing Jackie Steele and Jason Frazier. For the Russian Advisory Board, I'm appointing Gabby Gershfeld. For the Senior Advisory Board, I'm appointing William Bill McNeely. For the Women's Advisory Board, I'm appointing Tina Moore. And for the Disabilities Advisory Board, I'm appointing Danny Gomez. And I am holding off on my Transgender Advisory Board and I think that's it. I don't remember. There's too many.
Did you say Human Services?
I'm my Human Services Commissioner. There we go. Thank you so much.
And Mayor Horvath, did you indicate that tonight you're not ready to proceed?
I'm not, and I just want to shine a little bit of light. It's not my item, so I'm sort of speaking a little bit out of turn, but I understand that there could potentially be some policy coming forward with regard to qualifications or further direction about commissioners and board members. And I just don't want to appoint people who wouldn't meet whatever that policy change would be. So I think that's coming up soon. Maybe the city attorney has an idea of what the timeline might be. I'd like to appoint my people. I just don't want to appoint them and then find out I can't appoint them because there's some policy change coming forward.
Thank you. And then we also have Mayor Pro Tem Meister to make her Transgender Advisory Board appointment.
Yes, thank you. So for the Transgender Advisory Board, I will be appointing Lucky Alexander Fuller. Congratulations, Lucky.
And then I believe Councilmember D'Amico has an appointment to the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. Are you ready to make that appointment this evening, or would you like to defer?
I'm not, so Zakia can continue to serve until I'm ready to probably appoint Zakia, but I want to talk with her first and before I do that.
Great, thank you so much. So at the last meeting, there was also direction from the council to discuss the purview of the Public Safety Commission. So I'll turn it over to the mayor to start that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have in our report what the current purview of the Public Safety Commission is. I, for my part, will say in rereading it, it's a lot more robust than perhaps the experience of the current commission meetings. But to the extent that we want to provide any further direction or clarification, it seems the report includes clarification and direction that's been given in recent years. But is there any additional direction we would like to provide for the Public Safety Commission at this time? Councilmember D'Amico?
Well, I see that Councilmember Shine had her hand up.
Oh, I didn't see her hand. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember D'Amico. I do have quite a few things I want to discuss and have a discussion about. The first thing is, and I know this isn't related to purview, but since we're only talking about Public Safety Commission, I'll limit my comment about this to the Public Safety Commission. I feel that this commission really needs to be televised. It is a very important commission, not that the ones that aren't, but it is a commission that, especially in this time, it would benefit the public and it would benefit the commissioners. It would benefit everybody involved if this commission is televised. So that's I guess a direction I'd like to make, or we can discuss. Secondly, neighborhood watch groups. I would like neighborhood watch groups to come back and be back in the purview of public safety. We really need to invigorate them in every neighborhood, and the commission can work to make this a reality, and perhaps work with now Jasmine Duckworth, who is working with the neighborhood watch groups, but then have the commission really spearhead that. And I know this was under public safety's purview in the past, and I feel like it's important to bring it back to do that, for them to do that. The other thing I want to discuss is public safety issues as they relate to our facilities and transportation, and have a discussion about whether that needs to be under public safety's purview, not to take away from items that go to transportation or the Public Facilities Commission, but really as they relate to safety issues. 4 is having a code compliance presence. I know that Danny, I heard, has been coming to some meetings and been available to come, but really maybe having more of a presence of someone from code compliance, so that issues related to building safety and these vacant lots that we are dealing with, having that come under the public safety purview, so that our community members can come and speak and on issues related to building safety. I would like our Public Safety Commission to have the ability to hold more needed town halls. An example of this with some of the items I discussed would be a town hall to educate the neighborhood on their expanded purview that we may or may not come up with tonight, so that the public is aware. Secondly, maybe when the neighborhood watch groups go back into the purview of the Public Safety Commission, there could be a town hall to explain to every different neighborhood what it means to have a neighborhood watch group, someone there from staff helping them sign up for one, and really making this happen and engaging the community, and whatever else the Public Safety Commission perhaps comes up with for a town hall. Now, specifically under the duties, I have the following edits and expansion suggestions. If we go to the page that talks about the specific duties, under item A, which is analyze the level of law enforcement. Okay, sorry, let me skip to something else. Let's start with D. I need to go back because I'm using Granicus and I can't go back and forth. Under section D, I'd like to add the word analyze. Oops. Add the word analyze to the beginning of this sentence. And I would like to add the BIPOC community and change the lesbian and gay community to the LGBTQ plus community. Under F, I would like to suggest the following changes. F is assist the city council in monitoring and evaluating all contracts with public safety agencies. I'd like to add, including making recommendations for changes. Under, I'd like to add a different item, which is to evaluate any specialized deputy training that directly impacts the BIPOC, LGBTQ plus, Russian senior, and any other group that may have special needs and make recommendations. And if we can go back now to A, I needed the paper in front of me. A currently says analyze the level of law enforcement needs and make policy recommendations to the city council. My suggestion is we change that to analyze the level of law enforcement needs and make policy recommendations to the city council, which can include reimagining public safety through alternate community-based systems and mechanisms that are needed to achieve safety for all WeHo community members.
Are you finished, Zippy?
Yes, yes.
That was amazing. So here's the thing. If I understand this, we're making recommendations now, and then the next meeting or a meeting not tonight, you'll come back with a change to this part of the ordinance. Is that right? We're not doing it now.
That is correct. There
Yes,
is not an
thank you.
ordinance before you tonight.
Right. So, and I guess so I was trying to think of not specifics in a way, because I thought we would do that, whatever, but we did it. We did a lot of it, which is really amazing. But in a way, I want the Public Safety Commission to talk about safety and not talk about crime. And, so much of what happens at the Public Safety Commission is this sort of recitation of the crime report. And that is not a substitute for creating safety. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. It just creates fear. So and I'm not sure the Public Safety Commission needs to meet every month. There are much smarter people than me to tell me whether or not that's the case. But, I'm interested in, as Councilmember Shine said, I'm interested in abandoned building safety. I'm interested in traffic safety. I'm interested in bike and pedestrian safety. I'm interested in police interaction safety. I'm interested in nighttime entertainment district safety. I'm not that interested in how many cars were broken into and how many iPhones were stolen. I'm interested in fire safety. So that was what I wanted to say. That's why I asked us to bring this up. And I think, the other thing is that I also appreciate that the idea of televising these public safety commissions, because then there is this opportunity for people to talk about ways to improve safety and increase safety, and not again, just a sort of recitation of oh, did that happen in my neighborhood? Now, the person who spoke earlier about the property on Westbourne, I mean, those apps that tell you where there is a crime, and the Twitter, I mean, why anyone leaves their house anymore, I don't know. I mean, but our sheriffs, I think, honestly have told us that crime continues to go down, but the sort of awareness of it and the adjacency of it and the blinking red light, you know, in your handheld that tells you it's within the sweeping thing, you know, on the crime blotter. Ugh, it's all too much. So that's what I would like us to talk about when we can. If my colleagues are interested in imagining at least a part of, if not a majority of, the Public Safety Commission being discussions of safety. That's what I would like. And and whether or not these need to be monthly meetings, and whether they can be topic meetings that our code compliance and public safety division can work with our neighborhood neighborhood organizations to determine when a public safety commission meeting is warranted. Maybe there's not enough interest in doing it in an ad hoc way, but or rather maybe initially there would be a series of them, and then it would become a more ad hoc experience. But I think that's enough. If we're going to talk about it in 2 weeks or in a month, we can talk about it some more then. So those are my comments, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. And thank you, Seppi, for talking about all those things. I know that knowing you and what you spoke about, and I concur, especially with the neighborhood watch groups. I would love to see those revitalized in our community. They promote that. And so that would be great to give that direction back. Additionally, one thing that I would love to see come back, and I know something that we all probably care deeply about, is the rising case in domestic violence and sexual assaults that are occurring in our city. We get those reports, and we did have at one point, thanks to, I believe, former Councilmember Abby Land, who started it. I know Mayor Horvath was very prominent in it as well, with the domestic violence task force that we've had between the Public Safety Commission and the Women's Advisory Board. I think it's important that if we look at the Public Safety Commission's purview and talk about safety in general, I think that's a substantive piece that can be a part of a working plan. I agree with Councilmember D'Amico. I think that oftentimes, and having gone to many of these meetings before I was on council, we're hearing scare tactics and my iPhone was stolen, this happened, that happened. It promotes a different version of what I actually think is before us. So I think we can have a larger discussion and go from there. But I concur with what other people have said. I think they still need to meet regularly, so I don't know about that, but I would like to see them more televised. I do concur that I think it's a very critical commission that the public would like to be invested in.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I like all of the suggestions, and I would add that I mean, we do have on here about analyzing the level of emergency services preparedness and making policy recommendations, but I think actually emergency preparedness and emergency management should be part of their purview. And especially when you're talking about neighborhood groups, that should be a part of it. It shouldn't always just be discussions. I mean, when we've had neighborhood watch meetings, typically we talk about everything, right? Not just public safety, but we talk about, development and code enforcement and this and that. I think that emergency preparedness and emergency management, especially after what we've, what we're living through now. I mean, we have to learn from this and take it forward. So I would say that should be included. I think that there's plenty of things for Public Safety Commission to talk about. So I would prefer that we keep it a monthly meeting. But I don't disagree that there could be, themes to these monthly meetings in terms of a pressing topic. I would also add that there's a public safety side of homelessness and how we deal with homelessness, which relates to what Councilmember Shine was talking about as well. So that's another issue where, even though it's a human services issue or social services issue, it's also a public safety issue and should be included in their purview. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the council obviously has a very comprehensive understanding of all of the different aspects of public safety in our city. And I think we have often more robust conversations than we hear happening at the commission level. So I'm glad that we're having this discussion to help encourage the commission to dive deeper into some of these issues. I also want to make sure we're managing expectations. Our Public Safety Commission does not have the same purview as the Police Commission in the city of Los Angeles. They cannot fire, they do not set policy for the department. Even the city council doesn't set policy for the department. That doesn't mean that we can't make recommendations. It doesn't mean we can't have honest, complete discussion around what it is that we want to see happening in the city. But I also know that when we encourage people to come to meetings to speak out, and then they're told the issue that they bring forward is not something that can be acted on in that meeting, that can be particularly frustrating, especially for someone who comes out for the first time to speak on an item. So I just want to be really clear about what it is we're looking to do with this commission, and also be clear about what is even possible. Discussing, I think, being clear about what the content of the contract is with the sheriff's department is a good starting place. I think not everyone has a very clear understanding of what our relationship, our contractual relationship is with the LA County Sheriff's Department. And so to me, that's foundational to the understanding, not just for the commissioners, but their ability to speak to safety issues as it relates to law enforcement. However, to Councilmember D'Amico's point, I don't think that law enforcement is the only way in which we should be talking about safety. To that end, I know that there are many safety issues we discuss as a council that fall into transportation, human services, Women's Advisory Board, Transgender Advisory Board, many of the other bodies. So to the extent that the creation of a temporary subcommittee or holding a joint meeting on a particular topic, if we're going to go the topic route, that might be beneficial to making sure that conversations are inclusive and allow each body to appropriately address the issues that relate to their specific purview, while also keeping in mind that public safety can bleed into the jurisdiction of other commissions and advisory boards. I think that's all I have. So as I understand it, the recommendation for tonight was to give the city clerk direction, and there will be an item that came back to Madam City Clerk. Do you have any questions about our direction or need clarification before we move on?
I think my only question is, Councilmember Shine gave very specific direction on specific items within the ordinance that would have to be addressed. And so if Lauren and I are to return with an updated ordinance, I think we need to get clarification if there is support from the council on those specific directions. So to item A, analyze the level and make recommendations, including reimagining policing in West Hollywood. For item D as in David, including the BIPOC and LGBTQ+ community. Item F as in Frank was including making recommendations for changes and evaluating any specialized deputy training that affects the BIPOC LGBTQ+ community. To Councilmember D'Amico's point, to make it more safety focused rather than crime focused. I don't know that that necessarily is something we'd address in the ordinance, but would be an overall theme of the Public Safety Commission. But Lauren and I could work that out. Televising the meetings, again, that's not an ordinance change. From staff side, we have had discussions about doing Zoom to YouTube meetings for commissions and boards. I would have to talk to communications regarding making the Public Safety Commission televised, but that could be part of the item when we return. To Mayor Pro Tem Meister for item C, including emergency management in that direction. There was some discussion about homelessness, and then being clear with what we can do with our contract with the sheriffs and what we can't. So if everyone is agreeable to all of those recommendations, then I think Lauren and I have clear direction. Lauren, do you agree?
Councilmember Shine.
I just thank you so much, Melissa, I gave a lot of information. You got it well. I just had one thing that you may have written down. I think you were trying to shorten up the changes, but under D, also add the word analyze to the beginning of the sentence. Thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to summarize quickly.
I figured, just checking.
Okay, so if we could have a motion to not only approve all of the direct appointments that were made tonight, but also on this direction, and that Lauren and I will return, I would say in 30 to 60 days with an updated ordinance. If that could be placed on the floor and we could vote, that would be helpful.
So we typically don't do motions when people make direct appointments. It's just they make a direct appointment. So I don't think.
Can we do a motion on the direction regarding the ordinance updates?
So moved. I'll move that.
I'll second.
Great. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, so now we move on to item 5A that was moved to consent. So item 5B, residential open space requirements for multifamily dwellings.
Yeah, I don't know if you need a whole report, but basically it's.
1 second, if you wouldn't mind. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We had 3 people signed up. I just looked, I know there's currently still 1 on the call, and I can check on the others.
Okay, so maybe we hear from members of the public and then we can get into questions and discussion.
Yeah, currently the only speaker we have is Charles Jasper. Charles, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Charles Jasper, and I am a West Hollywood resident. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember Shine for putting forth 5B. Excuse me, I'm pulling it up here. And there's a. I'm sorry. I commend City Council members Meister and Shine on being proactive in putting 5B on the agenda. I believe that it is in the city's and in the residents' best interest to better designate zones in which buildings exceeding a certain number of units, such as 30 to 35 units, that can be built in order to protect smaller and more dense neighborhoods, and thus allow for more suitable locations for such larger buildings. When the current zoning height limits were initially proposed and approved, most residents who made substantial investments in their home purchase decisions did not expect statewide zoning exemptions, in some cases doubling the size of their new neighbor, nor did they anticipate that the city would grant variances as liberally or as frequently as they have been doing. Thank you for following the core city values of maintaining a balanced sense of community and protecting the quality of life for all of our neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Jasper. Mayor, that was our only speaker for this item.
Okay, I know Mayor Pro Tem Meister was eager to get in there, so go right ahead.
I thought I had to give my report first. Thank you, Councilmember Shine, for co-sponsoring this with me. Basically, I was just looking at the size of our buildings and seeing that they're growing, and now with our changes with state law, they'll probably get even more dense. And I noticed that our zoning ordinance, that we only have the break off is at 30 units, and then at 31 or more units, we just have 2,000 square feet, and that sort of covers everything, whether it's 31 units or 50 units or 100 units. So this item is to evaluate the current residential common and private open space requirements for multifamily dwellings, taking into consideration state law. It's not to disincentivize anything that the state is trying to incentivize, but basically trying to make the open space livable. And just, we haven't looked at this for a while in residential zones. So it's really just to evaluate it, look at it, and for UDAS to bring this back to us with their recommendations.
Comments or questions? Councilmember Erickson.
I just have a question for the city attorney. I'll let her rev up her camera.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know in studying the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, they place very strict limits on what local cities can do in regards to a lot of this. And while I generally am in support of the item, I want to make sure that we're not doing anything that could come back before us that ultimately would be in violation of SB 330 with my reading of it. And I know in terms of land use, when we're looking at this, space for housing is the priority of that bill versus the open space. And while I feel the need for open spaces, housing is much more in dire need. And I understand how we look at that. Could you explain the goal and purpose and how we're not going to be in violation of state law with any recommendations that would come back here?
Well, I mean, you do identify the increasing limits that the state has put on cities in how they draft their zoning ordinances and promote housing. And I think the staff report does identify that there are some limits in state law to us being able to change our codes for residential projects. It could be that any increase in open space is offset by more density. There could be ways that you can accommodate both what Councilmember Meister and Shine are trying to accommodate and the state law. But we're going to have to think through what those options could be, because we can't impose new standards that decrease the amount of housing. That's the short and long answer of it.
Okay.
Right.
That was my reading.
And as it's written in the staff report, as part of staff's analysis, they will work with the city attorney to analyze recent changes in state law that may limit local government's ability to make zoning changes, including changes to open space requirements. So, and we do recognize and acknowledge SB 330 and the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. So it's UDAS, we're going to let them do their magic, and they'll come back to us. Councilmember Shine, do you have anything to add to my?
No, just thank you. I want to ditto what you said. It's and also Councilmember Erickson, having just passed the affordable housing ordinance unanimously to align with state law in our zoning. This is in no way trying to take housing away, but to create more open space for environmental reasons, for quality of life reasons, for getting ready for the density that is coming in a way that is holistic. And seeing what UDAS can come up with creatively, if anything. So giving us options.
I'm ready to vote for the item. I'll move it, or I can have one of the two sponsors move it.
I'll move it.
Okay.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to direct staff to evaluate the current residential, common and private open space requirements for multifamily dwellings and return to City Council with recommendations for adjusting the requirements to encourage more open space and better utilization of open space, taking into consideration state law. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
No.
Motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Horvath.
Okay. Item 5C, Robertson Boulevard Weekend Closure Pilot Program. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we actually have about 10 speakers for this item.
Okay, do we need a report? Okay, so we'll go right to our speakers and then get into discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for item 5C is Jonathan Smith. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, Council. First, just wanted to thank staff and you guys for staying up and also all the work you guys do. Just wanted to speak on this predominantly both street closure, but in reality, I think it's a bit of a street opening for both pedestrians and the community at large. This is an incredibly unsafe section, especially in the proposed time on weekends or late into the mornings on said weekends. And I think now's a great time to do a pilot program. This is something I look at in terms of street closures we've seen in COVID as one of the few net positives. And kind of looking at places like Culver City that have done this, they've seen it's a placemaking sort of aspect. And we've seen businesses do well there, especially now when it's really difficult. I think it would be great from a safety standpoint. And also just, I think it's important to note that since the streets are essentially public space, one of the members of the Chamber of Commerce said some interesting things earlier on some of the hazard pay and said, you know, how can we incentivize, or how can the council help incentivize businesses? And I think this is a great option. I think businesses can expand further out and they might have to maybe pay some sort of fee for that, for using that public space. But yeah, I think this is a great idea, and hopefully you vote for the pilot and then hopefully for a full extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Jonathan Strauss. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. You may begin.
Thank you very much. I want to echo what my fellow Jonathan S. Just said. As a resident of Tri-West, very near to the area and the parent of 2 small children, we're very excited about the prospect of having more open space, and especially during the pandemic when traffic in general is reduced, and as Jonathan said, businesses need more outdoor space. I think this is a great time to try it out, and just in general to give our community more space to use. So I hope that you will approve the pilot and that it will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is David Cooley. David, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. David? Okay. Our next speaker is
me?
Okay,
Hello, this is David.
Go ahead.
Okay, hi guys. Sorry, thanks for staying up so late. This is David Cooley. I'm been a commercial and residential in West Hollywood for 30 years. I received a phone call this past Friday evening regarding the trial period of the closing of Robertson Boulevard. This was the first time I had heard this resolution going to the council tonight. And I had no personal input with the decision that is being made. And I also want to make it clear that I have several businesses in that location. I would like to suggest that the pilot program to also include Friday night to Sunday night. As of Friday, this is also a very busy intersection starting in the early evening. And if this is allowed, if we start at 6 o'clock, this will give restaurants and small businesses to prepare Robertson Boulevard with what we would needed, what would be needed to cater to our community and visitors, and to make it a very impressive and desired location to attend. The pedestrian walkway should also help with a narrow sidewalk, a very narrow sidewalk that leads onto busy Robertson Boulevard that has a continuous overflow and it could be very dangerous. The corner of Robertson and Santa Monica is the #1 drop-off location and pickup location in America for restaurants and bars for Lyft and Ubers. This has gone on for several years. I would like to suggest that the vehicle barricade should be set back onto Robertson to allow pickup and drop-off to be off of Santa Monica Boulevard for safety and easier traffic flow. Half of Robertson Boulevard has been closed for years due to the park renovation and still have another year or so to be completed. And remember, this is in addition to COVID, so this has been very damaging to our small businesses in that area. Now, on the exact opposite side, we will start with heavy construction for Robertson Lane. We are very excited for this project and even more excited when it will be completed. And we also like to welcome the Pier Hotel.
Mr.
Today I spoke to the
Mr.
ABC
Cooley?
business neighbors and code compliance and heard their great input. And would like to share this, given more time. I want to know that I support this program, and I want you to know that whatever I could do to input it, give any input, I'd be glad to. Look at what has been accomplished. The PDC, the new park, Potato Louie, the new.
Our next speaker is Midge Barnett. Midge, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6. You may begin, Midge. Midge, go ahead. Okay, I see her unmuted, but she's not speaking. Our next speaker is Janet Hill. Janet, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6. Okay, our next speaker is Manny Rodriguez. Manny, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Go ahead, Manny.
Hi, this is Manny Rodriguez. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I actually live here 2 blocks away. I believe the proposed closure of Robertson Boulevard is premature. The consequences to traffic flow in and around the area have not been fully analyzed, nor have you questioned the viability of meandering along an empty street with nothing more than the Abbey and construction sites. Implementing a pilot program does not exempt the city from doing their due diligence before such a main artery as Robertson is terminated. There's nothing in the staff report that anyone has asked the fire department, the sheriff, or the city's own traffic expert what they think will happen if you close off Robertson. Has anyone done a field trip to Culver City and seen the traffic nightmare that's going on there? Councilmember D'Amico suggests that the closure will make all the chaos across from the Abbey disappear. It won't disappear, Councilmember D'Amico and David Cooley. That chaos will only be transferred to Rangeley and Robertson and Melrose and Santa Monica Boulevard. And that's not fair. Has anyone considered what Waze or Google Maps will do if Robertson is closed? The apps will divert drivers away from the congestion of Melrose and onto Rangeley and other residential streets. Rangeley will become Little Melrose on weekends, and Friday too if David Cooley has his way. It is irresponsible to approve this pilot program without doing your due diligence, because right now you have no plan and you're sticking to it. I encourage you to send this back, get some expert opinions on it, evaluate whether the benefits outweigh the consequences, and maybe implement it when we're in a safer place and the pandemic is over. But if you're told that an emergency vehicle will be delayed by just 1 minute due to the gridlock caused by terminating Robertson, then that's the only reason you need to terminate this idea.
Thank you, Manny. Our next speaker is Steve DeBro. Steve, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Steve DeBro. Hello. Yeah, thanks for staying up late. I'm a West Hollywood West resident, live just southwest of where the proposed weekend closure would be on Dorrington, and in strong opposition to the proposal. If you lived in the area that would be impacted by the closure, you would see this not as an amenity, but as a poorly conceived idea and not well thought through. You'd know that we're already living in a constant construction zone during the week, as our single-family residences, duplexes, and charming original homes are being bulldozed and raised by spec McMansions that in many cases take years to complete. When one ends, the next begins. Now we get to have a street party all weekend until 2 a.m. on Monday morning. 6 hours later, construction starts again. I'm also trying to understand who this actually benefits. I'm very sympathetic to the businesses and staffs who suffered during the pandemic. But if one looks at the block itself as currently constituted, the businesses who would likely benefit, the Abbey and Sir, have deep-pocketed owners who will survive. The rest of the block is in construction. Basically, this is a weekend block party every weekend and will spill over both in traffic and in noise and in litter. And I'm not interested. I don't think this helps us at all. And this is happening during COVID. Great. Alcohol meets COVID. Fantastic idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBro. Our next speaker is Genevieve Morel. Genevieve, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Genevieve Morel, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber. Good evening, Mayor and Council, or should I say good morning almost. We've been reaching out to the business community since we heard of this to get their feedback from the businesses on Robertson. And it's a mixed bag. Currently, the street is a construction site, and there are only a couple of businesses that abut the street to expand. Those left open are a couple of restaurants, and that definitely would love it, and those who are more retail and service orientated, not so much. And it may be an excellent idea. I know this has been a vision for Councilmember D'Amico for almost a decade, and I respect his vision, but we really need to activate it. And we tried in the beginning of COVID to activate Robertson, to close it. Paul and his team talked about bringing it we talked right before council meeting to bring it to you to close Robertson, and we could not get any one of the businesses to activate. So if we're going to do it, we really need to have some sort of event planner that helps staff to organize it and make sure that it's activated. Otherwise, it's just really is just an impact to other businesses and benefits some and not others. And it really needs a little more study. That's really what we got out of the group, was that they're not opposed to it, but they'd like to see more study. What kind of programming, what kind of maintenance and security, how will you control the homeless situation that's created encampments, where will the valet and drop zone locations be, how will you ensure emergency vehicles for seaters and our business clients such as the hair salon or the lumber store accessed uninterrupted. But we don't have the answers. This may be a good thing, but it also might be a disaster. So before we go into a pilot program, we should explore the options before implementing and see what comes out of that.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is...
Excuse me, this is Midge Barnett. Can I speak, please?
Yes, I was just calling you, Midge. Thank you. You have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Thank you.
My husband and I have been homeowners and residents of West Hollywood for 35 years. We live on Rangeley Avenue, just off Robertson. Obviously, we are very opposed to the Robertson Boulevard weekend closure pilot program. We're concerned about the negative impact that this will have on our neighborhood. Many of our neighbors have already written to you guys and spoken of how they are against this. This program will bring more horrific traffic, noise, parking problems, and congestion to our already besieged community. This is our neighborhood. Why should we be denied access to a major thoroughfare in our area? Rerouting traffic to go around Robertson will be a nightmare. And why are you having a pilot program in the middle of a pandemic? You'll not be able to get an accurate picture of how it will actually affect the residents in the community around this area. There are 9 restaurants on Robertson between Melrose and Santa Monica, and 5 of those 9 are owned by only 2 groups. So there are a limited number of businesses that will benefit from this. The majority of these restaurants are located just off Melrose and just off Santa Monica, which leaves a lot of empty space in between. What will be happening in these parts of the street? Are you going to have food trucks? I can't even imagine that. When we bought our property many years ago, this was a quiet residential neighborhood. Over the years, this area has changed drastically, and we've seen our quiet neighborhood become overrun with traffic and people. I objected to the Melrose Triangle project to no avail. I objected to the multi-storied hotel that will be built on Robertson to no avail. And more recently, I objected to a restaurant in the alley a few feet from the back of my house staying open until midnight while serving up to 70 customers a night to no avail. But this idea is really pushing the edge. The neighborhood does not want more pedestrians, bicyclists, more outdoor dining and other activities a block away from where we live. We are already overrun with traffic, cars parking illegally and not even getting ticketed even when I call parking enforcement. This program will be a nightmare for our community. I tire of always having to beseech the city council to listen and pay attention to what the neighborhood wants and what benefits the residents. The residents pay taxes and support local businesses, but our needs always seem to come in last. And so I plead my case once again, speaking up for the residents in West Hollywood. Please don't go forward with this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Midge. Our next speaker is Janet Hill. Janet, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Janet? Okay, Eric Matos. Eric, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Eric Matos, and I'm a proud resident of the city of West Hollywood. I'm calling to voice strong support for this item. Reports over recent years have highlighted a high prevalence of pedestrian-involved car accidents in the city. And while the data is impactful, it is easy to see the need for action on the ground firsthand in our community. I have personally walked down this stretch of Robertson Boulevard countless times, and it is abundantly clear that the sidewalks are woefully insufficient for the level of pedestrian traffic we regularly experience in that area during these weekend hours. Pre-pandemic, pedestrians routinely overflow off the sidewalks onto the street, dodging speeding vehicles, ride shares, and vehicles turning eastbound onto Santa Monica Boulevard. This threat to public safety could not be clearer. I would urge you all to also consider that given the changes over the past year, social distancing will be here to stay for a while, thus creating the need for more pedestrian space. Whenever there is a full reopening, their community will be out in force supporting our local businesses and enjoying the West Hollywood nightlife like they never have before. We need to be prepared for a roaring 20s, whether we like it or not, and the pilot is ideally timed in anticipation of that. More pedestrian space for longer lines and more people will undoubtedly benefit our local businesses, many of whom are in desperate need of community support. In closing, I would like to thank Council Members Erickson and D'Amico for bringing forward a sweeping solution to multiple issues that deserve our attention. And I would like to thank the entire Council, Madam Mayor, and all of the city staff for their dedicated service, even late into the night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker will be Austin Sire. Austin, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 5C. You may begin.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and Honorable Council Members Shine, D'Amico, and Erickson, and especially to the latter two there, and Erickson and D'Amico, for bringing forward this wonderful motion, this wonderful agenda item. I am so excited by this pilot program and looking forward to this opportunity, not just from a visionary standpoint, but from personal experience. I used to live in Culver City. I drove home from West Hollywood to Culver City and went through their whole program that they had there on Culver Boulevard. And I'll tell you, honestly speaking, it was really frustrating the first time I was driving down my route and I wasn't able to take the normal path I do. I was upset. It disrupted my habitual flow. It caused me more time I had to spend. And then I realized detouring up Venice and over down to Main Street is going to take me 2 more minutes, and I'm in a car. I'm going to get faster than any of these pedestrians are going anywhere anyways. And then I saw it as this incredible destination, and we visited it, and the light and the energy, it was just unlike anything I had seen on that street there, which I had driven up and down for years. And as a West Hollywood resident, just last weekend, I was walking down Robertson on Saturday night just to go for a walk, and it was so sad and scary. And there's just so much opportunity that this presents. And I'm so excited for this. This is West Hollywood. It's the creative city, the most walkable city in California. It seems like such a perfect fit for this program. Can't wait for the 3 months evaluation to be over, and hopefully this gets expanded. I'd like to close with the words of another West Hollywood resident, Mark Edwards, who once said, "Change is inevitable, but when we get ahead of it, we can make it work for us." I see that happening right here. I applaud you all, and thank you for all that you do. I know it's a long night, and you handle it with such grace and poise. Have a great night.
Thank you, Austin. I'm going to try and call Janet Hill one more time. Janet, you have 2 minutes to speak. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, Mayor, that's the last speaker.
All right. We can get into questions and discussion. Does anyone have?
Hello.
Or
Hi, this is Jim Banks. I also asked to speak and I'm waiting 5 hours.
Okay, Jim,
Hello?
go ahead. There was no number associated. It just says call in person. So I apologize.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. That's okay. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to this item for the following reasons. First, conducting this pilot program during a pandemic will not provide an accurate analysis of the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, nor will it accurately convey the increase in noise levels, something our neighborhood was dealing with a lot prior to the pandemic, specifically since the Abbey became a club. And the huge, yet to be built Robertson Lane project will surely have an impact on the results as well. Second, closing off just part of the street that's less than a quarter mile in total length will do little to foster activation of bicyclists, which according to staff is one of the objectives, unless of course they are biking in circles. Third, all restaurants and clubs that serve food along Robertson already have outdoor dining spaces, and they have the option of adding more outdoor dining spaces along the parking meters via the Out Zone program. SIR has already taken advantage of the program by adding more tables along the sidewalk, and the others can do the same. And lastly, providing limited access to businesses along Robertson will negatively impact those businesses that rely on customers accessing their business via their car, most noticeably Anawalt Lumber. If pedestrian safety is the issue, place a traffic cop on Robertson during those high traffic times. This would only benefit a few, namely the Abbey, and negatively impact the many residents that actually live here. Please do not move forward with this item. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. Mayor, I apologize. That is our last speaker.
right. Going once, going twice. Okay, so who would like to begin our discussion tonight?
I'll begin. I guess I just want to make a couple comments and then, of course, hear from my colleagues. As I know, I proposed this in 2012, hoping that we could, on Saturday evenings during the summer, create more public space for the public. Because of the public safety concerns at that time. Since then, Mayor and I worked on the traffic light at Santa Monica Boulevard. Dimitri and his team did an amazing job changing the flow of traffic, as we were told. On Saturdays and often on Friday nights, there's as many pedestrians there as are present at the end of a Lakers game in downtown Los Angeles as they're leaving the stadium. Thousands and thousands of people cross there. And what he mentioned was that they in fact follow the stoplights, unlike sometimes the Laker fans who walk when they shouldn't walk or don't walk when they should. But in at that corner, people are fairly well behaved in traffic. However, there are so many people and the street is so congested with pedestrians and vehicles that public safety still remains a concern. That coupled with my colleague John Erickson asking would I be willing to work with him to raise this issue again in the time of COVID? And I think our interests lined up pretty much 100%. What I'm most excited about is that our outzone staff, our community development staff who worked on the outzone can take what will be practically almost a quarter mile of open space and activate it with businesses from West Hollywood. Certainly, some of the businesses that are positioned on Robertson are perhaps best positioned, but imagine a yoga class on Sunday morning along Robertson Boulevard with 50 or 60 people doing yoga. Imagine that we could perhaps by the end of the spring restart AA meetings in the parking lot and along Robertson Boulevard. Imagine that we could have food trucks or carts from West Hollywood businesses along Robertson, the yogurt stop or a gelato festival, or businesses from the east side that could come and put pop-ups in place. Businesses like the Pleasure Chest, or businesses like a Russian business that sells vegetables on a Sunday morning. So I think that the opportunities are so big and so great, and clearly our outzone staff has their game on. I mean, they really know how to make that happen, and how to encourage businesses now in the time of COVID to use the public space. Now, I just want to address a couple things about public safety. We did work with the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department and Public Safety, and we did get a full reading from them about what needed to happen to make this safe. And their basic story was that as long as we leave one lane of traffic somewhere along that street clear of any solid barrier or immovable object, we were good. As long as the fire department can drive down or up that street along one lane, it's the same is true for the sheriff's department, we're fine. Yes, I understand that 25 years ago, I believe Midge said she bought her house in West Hollywood, and it's only gotten worse. I also bought my house in West Hollywood 25 years ago, and it's worth 5 times what it was then. It's about a block and a half from Robertson Boulevard, and it's a much more exciting city than it was 25 years ago, Midge. I'm sorry that your experience is not the same, but we have to think about how to invite people safely back to West Hollywood, how to create public space that's usable, that is owned by the public and is used by the public to make sure that our city continues to thrive. We just heard that our budget deficit is in a critical condition for the city. We know that that's true for many of our small businesses. And so, yes, Sir and the Abbey, they do command much of the attention along Robertson Boulevard, but I know that John Erickson and I both hope that once we open this space up for the public use, that new and exciting ways to temporarily use this public space will arrive. And we hope that Midge, maybe you and I can meet there and I can buy you an ice cream and you can have a nice time on a Sunday afternoon. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Councilmember D'Amico said. I want to thank him for doing this bold item. And, you know, I supported this in 2012 when he brought it forward, and I'm glad to be in this position now to, I think, move this really progressive idea forward. I've heard a lot of comments from a lot of people. I really, also agree with what Genevieve said. I would love to see how our outzone staff and everyone can plan and program this space, because it's limitless. The ways in which we can really make this move forward for our city, to prioritize people, to prioritize the community, and not cars, and not just things sitting there stagnant, but life, again, in our city is something I take really, like it's a special calling that we all have to figure out how our businesses are going to be coming back. When we look at the ways in which this will bring new life with our park coming back online, entering off of Robertson, we all remember what it was like to walk up to the Abbey or anywhere on Robertson and go through that way and see what that's going to be like. But then also the severe impacts that we're looking at in terms of people actually almost losing their lives on this street. I have almost been hit by a car on Robertson Boulevard, crossing safely across the street, one too many times to count. But additionally, I hear these stories all the time from people, and to comment on some of the items from people talking about this being our city, this being our neighborhood. This is everyone's city. This is something that 50% of the city being under the age of 40, I have heard for a week plus since this item has come out, that this is something that they couldn't believe has not been done before, that they couldn't believe that this is something that would even see any opposition. And that when we look at the ways in which we want to make sure we're doing it right, working with our businesses to make sure that they have input into this, I'm deeply committed to that. And I think our staff will work with our businesses to get their feedback. I want that feedback, but it's a pilot program to dream big and to, I think, really start focusing on what this could look like for our city. I'll be the first person there to take that yoga class with you, John. I'm sure if this item moves forward, as well as anyone else. But I am really thankful for this item to come forward, and I'm looking forward to the conversation with my colleagues.
I'm sorry, can I speak? Can I speak? I'm sorry.
Mayor,
This
that's
is Janet.
wait, Janet, Mayor, that's Janet Hill. She apparently was having problems unmuting herself. Would you like to
Hill already spoken?
No, she hasn't spoken.
Okay, go ahead, Janet.
I'm terribly sorry. Thank you so much, Mayor Horvath and Mayor Pro Tem Meister and distinguished council members. I really appreciate you waiting. And I really have such a new appreciation for your work after being on the call for 6 hours and hearing, so much consideration and time you put into important issues like hazard pay and the care you're taking to get everything right. So kudos to all of you and much respect. Regarding the pilot program, I just want to echo some of what the other callers have said. It's going to interrupt a route, not the only route, but a route that many take to the only hospital in the area. It will also interrupt access to a veterinary clinic where we take our pets. It's going to create further traffic congestion on the streets abutting the designated area, which are already severely clogged, and it will then push traffic into the surrounding residential streets. From what I've learned, a successful pedestrian zone is typically served by an abundance of available parking and or by public transportation. Neither of those prerequisites apply to this area. I'm not an urban planner. I simply Googled that. That's it. Besides those reservations, we're just not clear about whom this idea is serving. From this call, you can tell it's very unclear who it's serving. Certainly not somebody like Anawalt, a business like Anawalt. They've been there forever. It'll ruin their Sunday business. Is this how we treat longstanding businesses in West Hollywood? So who does it serve? And who's behind this idea? Is it Faring Capital? Is it the Abbey? Please be transparent, really. Also, I have no idea what the cost to the city is, but is this a fiscally sound decision for this budget-strapped time? We trust you'll make a smart, well-informed decision. Thank you on behalf of the Norman Triangle Neighborhood Association. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Councilmember Shine.
Here we go. Had to hit unmute about 3 times. First, I want to thank the public. There's been a lot of public comments from residents, from visitors, for, against, lots of thoughtful comments. I want to really also thank Council Member Erickson and D'Amico for having this vision. This is the idea of this is incredible. There are just, for me, what I visualize with, yoga. I'm not really into yoga personally, but maybe a farmer's market, better safety. There's just three things that I see as a running theme from everyone's comments. And I just want to point them out. But before I do that, I want to reiterate, this is a pilot. So it's really, let's see how it goes. It's going to be for 3 months. If it doesn't work, like all our other pilots, we could scrap it. If it works and it's fantastic and people enjoy it and they may have experience something different, then maybe it gets expanded, maybe by time or hours, etc. But there's three things that I see as a theme for this item. One is the businesses and the effects on the businesses. One of them I heard is that we're going to have more out zones, and how cool would it be to maybe have an adjacent restaurants out zone there or whatever to help our businesses and drive more income at a time where we need it. Some businesses such as Headley's or Anawalt might get, it sounds like they are looking like they're going to be negatively affected. So I'm interested in hearing, I think there were some potential solutions for the Anawalt issues. I'm interested in hearing from staff about what those may be. And as far as Headley's, one of the issues that they had is the fact that there's not going to be a car because they're doing a lot of pickup orders. Where's the driver going to go pick up the order? Which maybe right now that's an issue, or maybe a little bit later that may not be as much of an issue. The other thing is safety of the boulevard. I completely concur. It's just not very safe, and closing this off would provide more safety. And traffic and parking. And I think from what I'm hearing from the neighborhood is that the concern that traffic will fall over into the neighborhood. I was under the impression that a lot of these streets are permit parking. And from what I've gathered from staff is that the parking lot at the end of next to the log cabin is still going to be open. So we're not losing any of that parking. The only parking that will be lost is the parking, the metered parking. I don't know how many spaces there are. Maybe staff can answer that. I think though the neighborhood and neighbors feel that once this pilot gets revitalized and a lot of people start pouring in, where are they going to park? And right now, the issue that I see is we don't have anywhere for them to necessarily park other than the parking lot. So I really want to know and have a discussion of perhaps it would be better to start this at a time that's closer to the time the parking lot is going to open, so that traffic is not going to be as bad. People aren't going to be trying to find a parking space. I know we have the library parking, but the traffic that goes from El Tovar, that driveway, I mean, is set to open at some point. I want to hear that from staff. I want to see this pilot succeed. My only concern with having it happen, and I believe staff was talking about April or May, is that some of the possibilities for making it succeed may not happen until the summer. I know that was a lot. So if we can start with maybe staff answering the question regarding Anawalt, that would be helpful.
Hi, Councilmember Shine. This is Oscar Delgado. I guess I can speak to the Anawalt. The way the plan is set up right now, Anawalt takes traffic from Robertson, and they load and they go on to Lapeer. under this scenario, since traffic can only go southbound on Robertson, they would have to enter through Lapeer and exit through Robertson. With respect to Headley's, we could work with Headley's for their pickup drop-off. We've got the parking lot directly across the street, so we can reach out to potentially mitigate those concerns.
Oscar, I think she also asked questions about the permit parking in the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Yeah, the permit parking in the neighborhood actually is in the evening. It's permit parking after 7, and West Hollywood West has all-day permit parking on Sunday. So I don't think there's going to be a likelihood that people will illegally park. Keep in mind that the 5-story structure, while the businesses are open to outdoor dining, we do not fill up the 5-story garage at the moment. So we do have some parking capacity, and we probably will have good parking capacity until such time that the businesses can reopen normally.
And do the restaurants that are, I know that if you go park in the library right now and you go to the park, well, I don't know where it used to be the council chamber or the little park
the
station to get it validated. But this is just a suggestion, perhaps to encourage people to park in the library parking lot. There could be some kind of validation provided to those that go use Robertson, the close off Robertson Boulevard out zones. I don't know how that would work, but I think it would drive people to want to go and park in our library rather than facing a potential ticket in a neighborhood or somewhere else.
Yeah, and even while we've had the rec center and El Tovar's been closed, there has been high utilization of the 5-story parking garage, obviously before COVID. But in the next probably 4 or 5 months or so, we'll have hopefully permanent access to El Tovar, which should help the situation. We're looking as early as late March, early May, the potential to maybe open it up in spurts, which could give access from the 5-story. But we're on track to have the rec center hopefully open by middle to late fall. So El Tovar will open up, which will only help with traffic, because then when you get to El Tovar, you could go directly into the 5-story structure and to the library structure. And currently the library structure is offline because it's serving some construction parking, but we still have in excess of 300 spaces in the 5-story.
Okay, so you said that the El Tovar access potentially would be late March to May?
Yeah, we're looking at, again, there's still work that needs to get done, but we're working with the contractor to see if, late March, April, it's tough to gauge it because we definitely want to focus on finishing the garage or the rec center. We don't want to, take the construction. We don't want to take it out of turn, for lack of a better word. But we're hopeful that in late March, early May, there'll be opportunities potentially in the evening to access from the 5-story onto El Tovar. Not necessarily drive through there, but access from the 5-story onto Robertson.
Right.
And that'll help. And again, once the garage is or once El Tovar is open, the closure is after El Tovar. So when you head up Robertson, you'll just head directly into the 5-story and or library parking garages.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful for the success of this pilot. Can you tell me when this pilot would start as it's written right now?
I think the initial direction was to start it as soon as April. My understanding from Helen Collins in her division, there's some work that needs to be done on Robertson to actually have pedestrians walk on it. The road's not in the greatest shape for pedestrian access. We were going to address it as part of the overall design district redesign. But in the interim, we can do some touch up to it. But we're assuming that by April, we could be ready to go operationally.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I think that the pilot is something I know that Councilmember D'Amico has been thinking about for a long time. And a pilot is a pilot to see how things will go. But I do think that I would be more comfortable waiting until the parking garage is open, so that the parking is there. And that, because if we want it to be successful, I think that there needs to be parking. So I think that would be important. I think if this is just to give more space for dining to the restaurants that are already there, that can be accomplished by doing more of the of the barriers that we have and just taking away some more parking spaces. Or if Bossa Nova needs some more space, there's that parking lot, surface parking lot just to the north of them. But it doesn't seem like that. It seems like there's more to this with, yoga and pop-ups, et cetera. So I do think that if we're looking at a pilot to look at the future of Robertson, it's better to do it when there's actually a parking garage open that people can go into, not just the one that's across the street, because that's limited parking, whereas our 5-story garage obviously has a lot more spaces. I also feel like the businesses feel that we haven't learned anything from Pride in terms of reaching out to them in advance to talk about issues and how we can resolve potential problems even with a pilot. And I do understand Anna Walt's frustration, after having to deal with, Pride just saying, "Oh, we're taking over Robertson, and you're going to be closed now." I think that if we waited until the parking garage is ready, which sounds like it's going to be, May, June, that would give staff time to go to the businesses, to outreach to the businesses, to discuss potential problems, to discuss potential solutions. It will give them time to go into Norma Triangle and talk about the pilot, and into West Hollywood West and discuss how traffic issues. I don't think West Hollywood West is as concerned about parking as they are traffic and ways, and where is Ways going to lead people if they can't go down Robertson. So I just think that giving it a few more months or a month or two to do our due diligence in terms of outreach, especially, with businesses that would be directly affected, that wouldn't be necessarily benefiting from this, I think it would help to make the pilot more acceptable and more something that's going to be have more potential for success.
So I'm clear on exactly what we're talking about. It's a closure that begins at 6 p.m. on Saturday evening and goes until Monday at 2 a.m. And right?
Correct.
And it's and where exactly does it start on the southern portion of the closure?
On the map, it shows it starts at eventually when the road is open at El Tovar, but until El Tovar is open, you cannot travel north on Robertson, but you can travel south on Robertson from the driveway of Anna Walt Lumber.
Okay, so Anna Walt Lumber actually will have both of its access points.
Yes, and we need to either work out with them that the road goes north to Anna Walt Lumber one way, but we didn't want to have cars accidentally driving up through Anawalt Lumber because they didn't read the sign, right? Or they can drive south from Anawalt Lumber. It says in the staff report, staff will work with them to come up with the right solution.
Right. Okay, so we're not exactly clear on the south portion then?
Well,
I'm on it.
there will be one lane to their driveway. Most likely it will be traveling south. I know Kristen was pushing that it was traveling south just because it's, you know,
On the side of the road.
on that side of the road, and people are, you know, used to traveling on the right side of the road.
Yeah, we're in America.
Yes, exactly.
And Lapeer, the Lapeer access point won't be closed in any way.
Correct.
So
Correct.
both access points will actually
Yes.
be open. Okay. And so the programming that's actually going to be in the space that's closed off, is it one big out zone? Is it just an area where people can walk around? Are they going to be drinking while they're walking around? What is going on in that space?
John, I've been talking a lot. You can jump in, but my assumption is that we're going to ask, as it says, direct staff to implement the closure and direct staff to determine how the space can be used by local businesses as part of the outzone program. Now, the state of California alcohol regulation says you can drink alcohol outside as long as you are, you know, at the restaurant that you're dining at. So it's not people walking around with drinks, but if restaurants expand into Robertson Boulevard and serve alcohol, then they can serve them to guests who are dining at those tables and chairs. The other uses, I think, are you know, limited only by the interest of West Hollywood businesses and the ability for city staff, economic development, to sort of curate a series of things to happen on Sundays during the day, on Saturday evenings, on Sunday evenings. And my sense is, given how much people want to have outdoor space made available to them, since so many businesses don't have outdoor space, that there will be no shortage of businesses interested in taking advantage of this additional outdoor space.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
thank you. I was just going to piggyback and say that is all correct, and that, you know, as much as we want to program this and offer this space to the businesses and to the public, when you think about the ways in which, you know, programming for this could be really, you know, come to us with a solution, bringing businesses here to this closed off space to promote it. I mean, when we look at businesses that don't have access to space like this, I think that's an important value and asset, and the ways in which certain businesses can expand their footprint and be a part of here, and even expand maybe their business hours as well, to where during the pandemic they were closed because obviously they couldn't stay open, but now with increased foot traffic, they may be able to stay open, you know, and expand and do all that. And just to comment, when I go to Robertson, I park at the 5-story parking structure, and then I walk around the corner. I used to cut through the park or go up the former alleyway that the chapel now has. Great. So there is a lot of parking available, and most people I know park in the 5-story parking structure. I did love Councilmember Shine's idea of finding a way in which we could provide those validations for businesses that are utilizing this space to get those 2 hours free. I think that's a great incentive to not only promote parking for those businesses that may not have it, but then to promote parking so people can, if they're coming to matriculate those spaces, do that as well. So I just wanted to commend her on that comment as well.
Okay, and do you have specific thoughts or direction on how you enforce public safety in that space?
Well, as I said, we spoke to the Sheriff's Department, and they are aware that we're planning to have that be an open public space with people and activities happening. And they Kristen said that they're prepared to provide the level of public safety that's needed, either through block by block, making additional visits there. The restaurants that are there have their own security. They would be expected to continue to provide security. And of course, the Sheriff's Department would provide whatever safety measures were needed to block off the street from vehicles so that people couldn't drive down there and, run people over in their cars, etc. I don't know, Kristen, I see you joined us. Maybe you want to jump in with the actual words of what you said when we met.
Actually, Councilmember D'Amico, you said it perfectly. We'll adjust public safety resources based on what's programmed in the space, and also I expect different crowds while we're still in the pandemic than we may see long-term if this continues, but we'll make sure we match the resources with what's out there.
And my last question is around the timeline for this. So if we give direction to move forward tonight, then what does, is this coming back to us with a more complete thought through plan with staff's input for us to consider before it ultimately goes into effect? Or is it what's in the report is what's happening, and whatever we don't know from the report, staff will kind of make up as we go to, adjust to the pilot? I mean, to adjust to the pilot program, like what? Can you help me understand what happens next?
Yes, I think what we're really hoping to gain here is to have staff go out there to these businesses to gain this input, to really look back and come back with, if we are to make this permanent or expand, as some of the people have said, onto Fridays, if it's so popular, that what does that look like, and what does more permanent public safety measures and how we would, the wrong word, barricaded off for the ways in which we would make it more permanent, and so to allow for more ease instead. And additionally, get back feedback from the business community. And if there's something to do with Headley's needing help with the drop-off locations or other businesses in that area, to come back to us with that feedback to say, this has been successful. There's programming going on. People want to do this in the summer, but here are some of the steps that they also want to take to make sure this is successful, with their input, to have us all make sure that we're making the best decision for the community as a whole, with their input as well, but trying it out as a pilot.
So this isn't a final approval. There will be some final plan that comes back to council for us to approve.
Well, I think that's a two-part question. As I think maybe John and I, we need to make sure we're saying the same thing. So the final plan or a final sort of review would happen after 3 months or after 6 months. But what I think we're doing this evening is we're directing staff to proceed and choose a date and start promoting and start working with businesses to fill this up. And sometime in April 15th, for example, or whatever that weekend is, it would begin. And coming back to us to sort of say to do it means that it won't start for another 45 days after it comes back to us 30 days from now or 45 days from now. And it's our hope that this would start in the spring, in April, and then it could happen in April and May and June. And then in June, if COVID is getting better, if things are happening, if there's a sort of sense that this is working, then we would extend it through the summer. And then it may become even more robust because it would be summer hours, it would be warmer, et cetera, et cetera. But I think if we don't move on it today, then we're really looking to start this in June, because that's just how the calendar will work.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I think that there have been pilot programs that were started during the pandemic because there's less traffic, because conditions have changed, and because those changed conditions potentially create fewer impacts than when everything's kind of business as usual, everything's open as normal. So I think that if it can't work in these constrained conditions, it's definitely not going to work in, everyday full-blown life. So I think I understand the inclination to try the program now while we're still experiencing some of the impacts of the pandemic, in terms of, potentially lesser traffic and things like that. I agree with the comments that are being made, however, that trying it during this time not only might go against the public health order, but also, will not give us an accurate perspective on what it will look like, when things are fully operational. So I don't think we're actually going to get that information, but that to me doesn't mean that it's not valuable to try right now. I guess for me, the question is, I'm just not clear what's going to happen. Like, there could be tables, but also bikes driving by the tables because the block by block ambassadors might be patrolling security while tables are moved into the street to allow expanded outdoor dining, or maybe yoga or food trucks. I don't know. There have been a lot of ideas that were thrown out. And I guess that's why I'm trying to be clear about what it is I'm giving direction on. I think if I had a clearer sense of what was happening in that space, it would be easier for me to say, yes, go for it, and try it, because I'm not afraid to try something new. I just don't want to give direction to try something new when we don't really know what we're saying is happening, especially at a time where we're trying to tell people to still not really congregate and still kind of keep their distance from each other. I think if this were May, June, July, that gives us a little bit more time with vaccinations, with a lot of other things. And I think the public health order might change more by then. So I'm not afraid of waiting an additional month, but I understand you all have programmed this in a certain way. So that's why I'm asking a lot of questions. Councilmember Stein?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It seems to me that waiting another month, which would put it into whatever, May or June, when the parking lot would open up, would solve a lot of problems. And perhaps it'll give staff time to take all of the discussions from tonight. I know Councilmember D'Amico, you didn't want to put it off another 41 days or 30 days, but I guess with the understanding that it sounds like most of us are on board for this, but getting more clarification of what exactly is going to be happening. Perhaps staff can come back with, after they do the business outreach, a little more defined programming plan, rather than just having it be an open square and whatever can happen, but options of what may happen in there. And then with that, it'll push it out just another month so that the parking lot or El Tovar intermittent back and forth will happen. I'm not as much, I know that residents are upset about the traffic issue, and it may be a problem. It just seems that it will probably be the situation where it's a few more minutes. Or it might be a lot longer and we'll hear about it. And that's what the pilot is for. I do think that perhaps just waiting a little bit longer would be beneficial. And if our colleagues that brought this forward would be open to that, it would give time for more outreach. It would give staff time to have a more concrete plan presented. So Mayor Horvath can feel like, okay, I envision it, and I feel, may feel better. But that's what my thoughts are.
So I think we're speaking in a circle, and I think ultimately we're all saying the same thing. And I think ultimately, to answer the mayor's comments as well as Councilmember Shine's comments, is that right now, of course, we want to make sure we're promoting social distancing. But as Councilmember D'Amico has said, that we are looking at our out zones and the ways in which these businesses will be able to expand their footprints and to be really not only onto those streets, but also be able to expand that footprint of those businesses and out zones into those streets. Right now, at this time, of course, we want to envision yoga. Of course, we want to envision AA meetings. We're not there yet right now, but I think having this pilot program to look at the real programmatic pieces of allowing our businesses on that street right now to set up space in this public land to promote better ways in which people on the sidewalks are not all gathered and clumped up and definitely not 6 feet apart is, I think, something that will also allow us to increase public safety for those bars and businesses. And so I think by expanding that, we're opening that way and then making the street safer. I think when we look at our public safety or Black by Block ambassadors that will be riding across on their bikes or whatever they will be doing, they of course will be observing those rules. But ultimately what we're looking at is seeing them drive by, or what they would do anyways by walking by, people enjoying a cocktail out on the out zone at the Abbey or at Headley's or at some other location that would be on there, an expanded footprint. And I think ultimately people walking up and getting in line to enter these spaces and moving forward in that way, and then coming back within 3 months as we look and re-advise the health orders and seeing what that will look like is going to be allowing us to open up more space as we see how popular this will be. And there is parking available, and there is parking in the 5-story parking structure. It is widely underutilized. I go there on Fridays and Saturdays, and I can park anywhere I ever wanted when we all know what that used to be like. And providing that way in which parking is immediately available and for people to walk across the street to Robertson and then be able to increase pedestrian traffic. So I think that those are my comments, and I see the mayor unmuted herself, so I'll stop.
That's fine. I mean, if it's a oversized out zone, that I get, but an oversized just kind of open space where people can kind of walk around and hang out, but maybe eat and maybe do other things. Like, I think that's where I get tripped up, because then that's when I start thinking about public safety, enforcement of social distancing. Do we have bikes where people are eating? That's all I'm trying to get a sense of. If what you're telling me is this is an opportunity to kind of have an expanded out zone area as a start, and then open it up to other programming if it's successful, that I also understand. I think there's certainly, in the comments that we're hearing, there's some fear, some of it unfounded, some of it founded. And I think some of it is about the unknown. So the more we can know about what it is we're talking about, the easier it is, I think, to move forward with the plan. So that's all I'm trying to say. So
I think, Mayor, that actually is probably at this late hour, that is a very succinct description of what we're trying to do. We're trying to create this opportunity and then slowly fill it with a set of things that our city community development department, through their outzone experiences, can carefully sort of curate or put into place. And I think there's absolutely an interest in defining what we're doing and doing it, and then doing what make a plan, stick with the plan. That's the plan, right? Well, there is some ambiguity in this, because we need to see how much interest there is when it's really available. There's certainly a lot of people who say, oh yeah, I would absolutely go over there and I would set up my shop, and then they would be like, oh my God, that's so much trouble. I'm not going to go do that for one afternoon. And then there will be a whole other group of other people who may want to do exactly that. So I just want to sort of make one last plea that we move forward. We have staff begin to develop all of this. There are staff. It's not like we're not going to talk to them again. If a month goes by and it's the 15th, the 16th of March, and they're like, you know what? Nobody's interested. We can't get this to happen. It's taking much longer to fix the street. The parking road is actually 3 months out. We thought it was 3 weeks out. They'll tell us, and they'll put it on the agenda, and they'll say, here's an update. We can't really get there. Or they'll have some other version, which is, we had plenty of people. David Cooley got back to us. He wants to take over this. There are other businesses that want to come over and do these kinds of things. So that's why I keep pushing for us to move forward with this and create. We have to sort of create the space that can be filled. And yes, as Seppi very clearly said, there may be traffic problems. It may be an inconvenience. If it's a big inconvenience, again, we're going to be here on, every 2 weeks. You can dial us up and tell us what the problems are, and we're gonna listen and react. So especially John Erickson and I, because we're really on the hook. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
we really have, like, you know,
I'm bringing my banjo out.
put our hands way out there waiting for the ruler. So,
Madam Mayor, I'm going to move the item.
and I will second it.
I would like to suggest that as part of what staff needs to do to get this pilot started, that they need to do the outreach to the businesses, especially those businesses that are concerned that it's going to affect their business, as well as Norma Triangle and West Hollywood West Residents Association. And they are, you know, those two groups, North and South, are the most directly affected by this. And, you know, there might be some things that staff can do to
Absolutely.
to make them feel better about it, and to say, look, we could put this up here and do that there and do a no left turn there or no right turn there and figure it out. But if we don't talk to them, it's not going to happen. So I would like to ask you to include directing staff to deal with our business community and as well as our residential communities.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I assume that was part of it, since it sort of refers to that in the staff report.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion on the floor is to direct staff to implement a vehicular closure of Robertson Boulevard south of Santa Monica Boulevard as a pilot program to activate the street for pedestrians, bicyclists, outdoor dining, and other activities from 6 p.m. on Saturdays to 2 a.m. on Mondays. Direct staff to determine if the space can be used by local businesses as part of the outzone program in line with relevant Los Angeles County health orders. Direct staff to return to City Council 3 months after the implementation with an evaluation of the program and recommendations for council consideration, and conduct outreach to businesses affected by this, as well as the Normal Triangle and West Hollywood West residential neighborhoods. Councilmember D'Amico.
And I would just include, based on what Councilmember Meister said, do that outreach and make adjustments as needed to address concerns from the businesses and neighbors.
Okay. Make adjustments as needed to the business.
I would also suggest that the outreach start from the very beginning and not, I know you were just listing things, Melissa, but just, you know, that the outreach needs to start
Immediately. Yeah.
Okay, we will include that. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I can now resign being a council member. It's all I ever wanted to do.
Oh my God, it's
close Robertson Boulevard.
on the record. John, what are you saying?
See, it would have been so much easier.
Blame 12:27 a.m. for that comment.
Holy moly. Okay, we do have 2 excluded consent items. I'm wondering if maybe we can continue those to the next meeting, just given that the late hour and the subject matter probably requires a little bit more attention than we're able to give it at this time. Are they time sensitive in any way?
One part of the item is time sensitive, but I think I made a similar comment at the beginning of the meeting regarding moving people into housing cannot be just the priority of the 5 of us and our staff. So I do look forward to having a discussion about why the units are empty at the Harland as described in the staff report.
Okay.
Mayor, I had a question. Item 2D is the second reading of an ordinance. Was the item pulled to discuss the second reading of the ordinance or other direction?
Yes, it was to discuss the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's okay with everyone, then can we hold both of those items until our next meeting?
Yeah, we'll just make them new business.
Yep. Or old business, whatever makes it faster. I think they're 4s, not 5s. Okay, so we will do that. Madam City Clerk, do we have any additional public comment?
We do. We actually had a speaker for item 2J, and we have 2 other individuals for regular public comment.
Okay, so we'll take all of the remaining public comment for this evening.
Okay, Michael Fisk, you can speak on item 2J. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council, or shall I say it's good morning by now. My name is Michael Fisk, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood and have lived in the Norma Triangle neighborhood for 20 years. This is regarding 2J. 2J with the Weatherly Palms high-rise monstrosity that developers are trying to push through on the small neighborhood of ours. This item should not be entered into the record as it is not truthful. The West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation has not reached out to community for feedback on Weatherly Palms project. If the West Hollywood Housing Corporation has claimed to have spoken to residents, this is not true. There have been no meaningful changes done to the plan other than have a new architect put their name to this project. Also, as a reminder, in case you didn't see the news, the church is suing the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation and real estate developer for fraud and breach of contract over the sale of property in the Norma Triangle neighborhood. The lawsuit also seeks to rescind the sale and return the property to the church. Keep this in mind as to how the developer has not been transparent to the residents, has not been transparent to the neighborhood, has not been transparent to our city, and even to the church. They're aiming to make our neighborhood and our city work for their own private personal profits. If a church has to sue a developer, you know there's something unscrupulous going on. What I also just wanted to add just separately, just wanted to say also I didn't get a chance to talk on 5B, but I also wanted to thank Councilmember Shine and Meister for proposing item 5B, because we definitely need more thoughtful planning like this in West Hollywood, especially with regards to large dense buildings, which will affect the quality of life for current and new residents in our community. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm done speaking, and may you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening and get some good sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk. Our next speaker is Rebecca Damavanti. Rebecca, you have 2 minutes to speak on public comment. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hi, council members. Wow, this has been quite a long wait. I originally wanted to speak on 5B and thank council member Shine and Mayor Pro Temp Meister for stepping up to show what thoughtful planning is needed in our city. And the pandemic has really shown that the need for outside common areas in buildings, especially those which are planned to be more dense, larger than 30 units, need proper common area space. It ensures safety and addresses livability concerns for those living in these buildings and also in the dense neighborhoods. Quality life is important for all residents of the building and neighbors. I'm hoping this will encourage other council members to, do even more things to protect our city as new buildings are being built. Such items as requiring green space for healthier living, maybe multiple common areas, so it's not just this massive roof deck. There's lots that can be done if you all put your minds to it and really do things in a thoughtful way. So I wanted to thank them for that. After being on hold for about 6 hours, I've listened to all of you. So now I want to thank D'Amico specifically and Meister for bringing up the parking concerns. So bear with me a little bit because I've waited 6 hours and some of you have really said some thoughtful things here that you deserve some accolades for addressing this. And so not all developers do things in an altruistic way, and asking for developers to be transparent by explaining, the parking requirements or no requirements that they were going to put forth in a building, and making decisions that followed, past examples of not allowing, street permit parking and things like that. Again, that goes with thoughtful planning and transparency to our neighbors. So I wanted to thank both of you for bringing that up. And then now that this Robertson thing has come up, I just quickly want to say, businesses like Anna Walt are critical and have been around West Hollywood for a while. And those of us who have used Anna Walt and have driven through their driveway, it is a traffic jam and a nightmare. And poor Basil, all of us know him as the manager. He stands out there protecting us that walk there so we don't get run over by cars. I don't think it's such an easy solution for them. So I'm glad that Meister and Shine have encouraged staff to speak with businesses like Headley's and Anna Walt to figure out what's the best way to do this, because I do want a farmer's market. I wish I did yoga. It would be nice to have yoga in the space, but we can't hurt and affect those businesses like Headley's.
Our final speaker this evening is Jordan David. Jordan, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and staff. My name is Jordan David. I live on occupied Tongva land, and I vote in West Hollywood elections. I made a number of comments on specific items today, and it can be hard to know if they've been read or if I'm being heard. So especially if an item doesn't have another public commenter on it, then you say there's no public commenters. It doesn't really feel like it's being entered into the record like it should be. So I wonder if there's a way that we can maybe show those comments on the screen when the item comes, or incorporate those more into the meeting so that those comments can be heard. As we consider systemic changes we want to see nationwide, let us remember that we're a city whose progressive policies are contagious. West Hollywood was founded as a safe space for societal outcasts to have dignity, safety, and community. Unfortunately, we've left Black, Indigenous, and people of color out of our safe space. In the middle of Black History Month, let us not forget our history as a restrictive housing covenant, which restricted sales of property to Black people through both legal means and illegal violence. Aside from redlining by banks, Black families that found a way in had their properties burned to the ground and faced constant threats and violence from civilians, police, churches, and politicians. The result is that today, only 3% of West Hollywood's population is Black, and the average Black family in America owns just 5% of the wealth of the average white family. It's time for us to reconcile the continued oppression of slave descendants through modern reparative measures. Let us use all of our lobbying power to advocate for national reparations, but not wait to enact them in our city. In addition, we should take the lead on all forms of justice, providing a home and a network of services to every resident as needed. Let us eliminate poverty, homelessness, systemic racism, fossil fuel dependence, patriarchy, and outdated approaches to public safety. I challenge every council member, as you put forth items that are performative, to always pair it with the tangible changes in the lives of people who need it the most. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Jordan. Mayor, that was our final speaker for this evening.
Okay, do we have any additional comments from council? I just want to thank all my colleagues for participating in the Westside Urban Forum, and thank you for your comments earlier. I always want to do you proud, so I appreciate the support. Thank you.
We were all there cheering you on, Mayor. Comment section, nevertheless.
Nevertheless, very good. So I think that completes our meeting for this evening. We'll return March 1st. Thank you.
We are adjourned at 12:38.